Fantasy, I became a knight. Chapter 1. Alpha, you guard the door and don't let anyone out. The middle-aged knight said, preparing to lead the charge into the castle. Yes, teacher, leave this to me. The young knight Alpha Michel drew his sword and guarded the door with 5 knights. The middle-aged knight walked through the hall and was shocked by the scene before him. The walls were covered with all kinds of weapons and armor, and the ground was littered with sundries. He smelled blood, and his heart sank. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed past him. The middle-aged knight quickly turned sideways, unsheathed his long sword, and blocked the attacker's attack. The two fought for several rounds, and the middle-aged knight gained the upper hand. He saw that the other party was just a disciplined knight, and sighed in his heart that the owner of this castle was not a simple person either. Who are you? The Holy See. As the leader of the Order of the Knights Discipline, Mars Hamilton certainly knew that the Holy See was not a monolithic entity. But today I received news that the Dark Church exists here. It is a recognized fact that the Holy See cannot possibly collude with the Dark Sea, at least not on the surface. The Order of the Holy Knights of Discipline will no longer exist. The knight in front of him withdrew from the battle, but more knights came out from the corners around him. Brother, something is wrong. These are our disciplined knights. They seem to have bad intentions. Dozens of disciplined paladins have been completely surrounded. The fully armed disciplined knight's face couldn't be seen clearly, but the murderous aura could be felt clearly. Is this what the Pope meant? Mars' eyes were full of confusion, but no one answered. Kill. Without any hesitation, more than 100 disciplined knights drew their weapons and surrounded them. Leave the castle. Mars chose to retreat immediately. As long as the Pope did not order him to leave the castle, these disciplined knights would not be able to deal with him in public. But the other party had been prepared for this and would not let everyone go easily. At this moment, a deep voice sounded in the hall, Mars, do you still remember me? Mars looked up and saw a man in a black robe. There was a gleam in his eyes, as if he had some magical power. Captain of the Dark Knights. The middle-aged knight was shocked. He knew that this man was the strongest force of the Dark Church and the second enemy of the Holy Church after the Dark Pope. Why is he here? Didn't the Pope personally deal with the Dark Knight Captain back then? The Dark Knight Captain did not answer Mars' question. He just walked over slowly and said lightly, the Holy See has become corrupt. They have betrayed their faith and violated God's will. Only darkness can save this world. Mars shook his head. He didn't believe what the other party said. Mars was a very religious man and it was impossible for him to betray God. You don't believe it? Well, let me prove it to you. The Dark Knight stretched out his hand, and a powerful dark force surged from his body. The middle-aged knight felt that his will was constantly eroded, as if he was about to be swallowed up by this dark world. Mars was very scared. He knew that if he was conquered by the Dark Knight, he would become a pawn of the Dark Church. However, Mars also knew that he couldn't just give in like that. The middle-aged knight raised his head, looked into the eyes of the Dark Knight, and said firmly, darkness can never defeat light, because light represents justice and hope. The Dark Knight's face darkened. He knew that the middle-aged knight was determined and he couldn't convince him easily. Even if you die, I can still get you and let you serve me. The Dark Knight Captain did not make many comments, everything was under control. The disciplined paladin was extremely powerful. Even with a 10-fold difference in numbers, they were unable to completely suppress the opponent, allowing the paladin to approach the gate. Teacher, there are too many of them. I can't guard the gate. Alpha, who had been guarding the gate all the time, persisted, breathing heavily. Ming-En, you lead the team to fight back, and I will stop the Dark Knight Captain. Mars' only target is the Dark Knight in front of him, who is the biggest threat. Okay, brother, leave this to me. Minjin Gurus joined the battle with 3 knights. Alpha, don't worry about them, kill them first. Seeing Alpha preparing to expand the range, Ming-En immediately stopped him. Teacher Ming-En, why would the disciplined knights attack us? As a disciplined paladin, Alpha has always followed the light in his heart, but at this moment he is shocked by everything in front of him. They have been corrupted by darkness and are no longer the Knights of Light. Ming-En knew some inside information, but now was not the time to explain it. In Alpha's heart, the Knight of Light is a staunch defender of faith, representing justice and fairness. However, in this sudden attack, Alpha saw that his former companions had become distorted and strange. The Knights of Discipline no longer have the brilliance of the past, and instead are replaced by a terrifying dark force. Min is shocked, but he must remain calm and fight alongside his knights to defend their faith and honor. As the battle continued, Ming En continued to issue orders, directing his knights to organize a counterattack. With firm beliefs and powerful weapons, they engaged in a fierce battle with the Dark Knights. However, the Dark Knight released a powerful skill, knocking down all the knights in one fell swoop. Haha, you are too naive. The Dark Knight laughed smugly. Mars endured the severe pain and struggled to get up, his eyes showing determination and anger. Mars understood that this was not a battle between light and darkness, but a conspiracy. If I give you another 10 years, you will have a chance to threaten me, but you don't have the chance anymore. The Dark Knight grew up and laughed. Even if I die, our Order of the Holy Knights will never disappear, and the divine power will never be destroyed. Looking at the fallen knight, Mars felt helpless. After all, he was only a 5-ring paladin, while the Dark Knight was at least a 7-ring knight, and the level gap was huge. Ha ha ha, no more. From now on, there will be no more disciplined paladins. The Dark Knight laughed arrogantly. Don't doubt it. My existence is to make you, the disciplined paladins, disappear completely. This is God's will and you cannot disobey it. Fight to your heart's content, Dark Knights. The Dark Knight commander did not attack again. Only when the Holy Knights killed each other could the Knight commander be excited and satisfied. Dark invasion? What's going on? Alpha turned his head and gave Ming En a puzzled look. Ming En clenched his teeth, a deep look of sadness revealed between his brows. He didn't have time to say anything more because another wave of disciplined knights launched an attack. Hurry up and meet the enemy. Don't fall behind. Ming En roared, raised the sword in his hand, and led the other knights into battle. Alpha's eyes were filled with confusion. He watched the enemies beside him turn into these faces that were once so familiar that they could not be more familiar. An indescribable complex emotion surged in his heart. These disciplined knights, wearing heavy armor and holding spears, came from all directions. There was a strange light flashing in their eyes, and their movements were agile and with a strange rhythm. Alpha felt that his thinking was a little behind, and his swordsmanship began to become a little messy. Concentrate. Alpha. You are a member of the disciplined paladin, you cannot be defeated. Ming En shouted loudly from a distance. When Alpha heard his words, he suddenly woke up. He quickly adjusted his state and returned to the battle. He wielded the long sword in his hand, slashing the sword light infused with divine power in all directions, and engaged in a desperate battle with the attacking knights of discipline. However, no matter how hard Alpha, Ming En, and others tried, the mental pressure of the Dark Knight captain always suppressed them. The Knights of Discipline seemed tireless and kept coming in endlessly, making it difficult for Mars and his knights to resist. You foolish Knights of Light, where is the God of Light you follow? Looking at the falling disciplined paladins one after another, the Dark Knight felt extremely satisfied. Now only Mars, Minjin, and Alpha are left, and the other paladins have fallen in a pool of blood. Ming En, take Alpha away from here. The disciplined paladin order cannot disappear. Mars' eyes were sharp, and he was obviously prepared. Don't even think about leaving. Ordinary disciplined knights were unable to stop Ming En and the other man, so the Dark Knight took action. Your opponent is me. Mars blocked the Dark Knight's path with a powerful blow of his fighting spirit. Faced with the desperate attack of Mars, the leader of the disciplined paladin, the Dark Knight was not too worried, but instead killed him with his sword once again. The blood-stained Mars was not at all timid, and his eyes were full of the flames of battle. Divine Judgment. A huge golden cross slash broke through the air and shot towards the Dark Knight. Even the extremely powerful Dark Knight captain did not dare to face the sharp edge and could only retreat. With this retreat, Ming En and his companions had already broken out of the encirclement. A bunch of trash. With a loud shout, a slash of fighting spirit instantly broke open the heavy door. Ming En and the other man were caught off guard and were directly hit by the Do-Chi slash and were swept back. Even the hard armor was in tatters at this moment. The two men fell in the ruins, gasping for breath. After taking this blow, neither of them had the strength to fight again. Holy Knight Commander. When Mars saw the person coming, his eyes were full of hope. You have let me down too much. The Holy Knight looked straight ahead, as if he was looking at Mars, and also seemed to be staring at the Dark Knight. After all, they are all your own people. You don't have to be so heartless. At least let me have some fun. The Dark Knight captain was not too surprised by the Knight captain who appeared before him. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't solve it, I'll clear everything. The Knight Commander turned and stood at the door, obviously not with the intention of rescuing. Why? How could Mars not know what was happening? This was a conspiracy completely targeting the Order of the Disciplined Paladins. I'm here to tell you, because the Order of the Holy Knights is the last fig leaf of the Church. If the Order of the Holy Knights of Discipline is not destroyed, the Pope will not dare to violate the canon. Isn't it right for us to follow the scriptures and observe the precepts? Mars was still roaring. But human nature is dark. You should obey the 10 Commandments: greed, pride, jealousy, anger, gluttony, laziness, lust, stealing, speaking, and killing. But how many people in this world can do that? You advocate the 10 Commandments, which is against the world. Even the Pope will not allow you to exist. The disciplined paladins are the last canon of the Holy See of Light. As long as they still have faith, the Pope cannot change it. Chapter 2. Why the hell does my head hurt so much? Mark called out, trying to wake himself up. A severe headache surged like a tide, and I couldn't help but curse. A strong light suddenly shone over, making Mark's eyes feel even more uncomfortable. Mark tried his best to open his eyes and adapt to the sudden light. What's going on? Everything that came into view was so strange. Mark felt that his body had undergone unparalleled changes. His originally thin and plain body has now become strong and powerful. Mark couldn't believe it. The furnishings around him were strange and classical. They glowed with an age-related glow, making everything about modern times in Mark's memory sound dilapidated and disoriented. Why am I here? Countless thoughts filled Mark's mind. When Mark was about to think clearly, he suddenly felt dizzy and fainted again. When I woke up again, I no longer cared so much about the severe rejection and pain. Mark was originally just an ordinary college student. After graduation, he remained unknown and had a mediocre job. He was in his 30s and had no future. I remember that in the end I just saw someone getting electrocuted and I was holding a wooden stick ready to save him. But in the end, I was hit by something, and then my body lost control. When I opened my eyes again, I appeared here. Mark didn't know if he could go back, but he didn't have any strong obsession. My parents are taken care of by my younger brother, but I have saved hundreds of thousands of dollars by living frugally, and I don't know if my parents will get it. Now everything is fleeting. Alpha Michelle. The sudden shout brought Mark back to reality. Yes, it is. Mark has not yet adapted to his new identity, but the original owner of this body seems to have given up on it. What happened at Ayn Rand Castle 3 days ago? Ayn Rand Castle should be the castle from 3 days ago. However, this incident was completely a self-directed and self-acted infighting by the Vatican. Of course, Mark did not dare to tell the truth. Your Excellency the Bishop, Alpha suffered a huge blow and has not yet fully recovered. Ming-En glanced at Alpha with some concern. It is impossible to tell the truth about the Ayn Rand Castle incident, and the two people's statements must be the same. However, Cardinal Good was guarding outside the door the whole time, making it impossible for Ming-En to collude with the evidence. If the two testimonies were different, they would definitely be silenced for the sake of the reputation of the Holy See. It's okay, kid, take your time to recall. I'm not in a hurry. Archbishop Good is like a kind father, with a smile on his face that makes people feel warm and at ease. Your Excellency the Archbishop, we have received a tip-off that there are dark creatures in the inland castle. Teacher Mars is taking us to the castle immediately. Mark is still recalling that memory. Yes, take your time and tell me everything you remember. Archbishop Good watched everything calmly. We arrived at the castle, and I was assigned to guard the door. Then many disciplined knights surrounded us, and we were forced to fight back. Afterwards, we received an order from Mr. Mars to break out of the encirclement, but we were blocked and couldn't get out at all. This is what Alpha faced. And then the teacher and the knights came out, along with the Dark Knight captain. The teacher said they were all corrupted by darkness. Who are they? The Knight of Discipline who prevented us from leaving. How did Captain Mars get killed? How did you escape? The Dark Knight Commander is a powerful figure who is on par with the Holy Knight Commander. It is impossible for them to escape with these people. It was the Holy Knight Commander who arrived at the last moment and saved us, but the teacher was seriously injured in the battle with the Dark Knight Commander and died. Mark didn't dare to say that it was the Holy Knight Commander and the Dark Knight Commander who jointly strangled him and his men. How did you break your finger? It was done by the Holy Knight Commander. Why did he hurt you? I was contaminated by the power of darkness. Lord Knight, please help me deal with it. The two asked and answered each other, back and forth. How do you know there are dark creatures in Ayn Rand Castle? I didn't receive it. Teacher Mars received it. Alpha is just a small soldier, how could he be involved in such secretive matters? Why did the Holy Knight Commander cut off your finger? Do not know. Didn't you just say that the Knight Commander cut off your fingers because you were corrupted by darkness? The answers to the same question seemed different twice, and Good seized the opportunity. That's my guess. I don't know the real reason. The two people's rapid questioning made Mark nervous. Alas, the Discipline Paladin order is finished. Good's questioning was over, and the two men's statements were roughly consistent, but this was not what Good wanted. The Vatican is not a monolithic entity and there are power struggles within it. But this is the answer the Vatican wants. For the sake of honor and light, the Discipline Paladin fought with the Dark Knight for 300 rounds, refusing to retreat, but was finally wiped out. This is a heroic story, a story that will live forever. But all this has nothing to do with Mark. What Mark needs to understand now is the original owner's consciousness and memory and the integration with this body. According to Alpha's memory, this was an era similar to the Western Middle Ages, the 14th and 15th centuries, during the Eastern Ming dynasty, when the Holy See of Light was above the country. The Vatican is located in the center of the world, with 4 major empires and dozens of small countries on its side. This is of course Alpha's subjective consciousness. Alpha is a devout saint who strictly abides by the 10 Commandments and has almost no other hobbies except hard training. From Alpha's memory, Mark simply pieced together the reasons for the demise of the Order of the Discipline Paladins. That is to strictly abide by the 10 Commandments of the Church, which is very difficult for anyone, let alone those nobles who are used to being superior to others. Even one commandment is as difficult as ascending to heaven. So gradually the major empires became less pious and began to pretend to obey while actually disobeying. Even the knights within the Vatican cannot achieve such a level, and the true order of the Holy Knights has only more than 1,000 people. In order to change the church scriptures, cater to the major empires and maintain his rule, the Pope had no choice but to abandon these more than 1,000 knights. However, these have little to do with Mark now. Mark does not have the lofty ambition to overthrow the Vatican. Fortunately, Alpha left the Discipline Paladin order, otherwise Mark would not be able to adhere to the 10 Commandments for his entire life: greed, pride, jealousy, anger, gluttony, laziness, lust, stealing, speaking, and killing. However, the strength of the Discipline Knights is also related to the disciplines they abide by. As long as they adhere to any of the 10 Commandments for more than 1 year, they will be recognized by the Holy Ring and thus gain powerful strength. After holding on for more than 10 years, the power of the Holy Ring reaches its peak. Every 3 years you can gain the ability of the second commandment, but of course adhering to the commandments is the basis. Most people stick to one or several of the precepts, gain the power of the precepts first, and then slowly abide by the other precepts. If you obtain any kind of discipline power, you may become a discipline knight. Of course, there are some people who strictly abide by all the 10 commandments day after day for 10 years. Such knights are called discipline paladins. According to this classification, Mark is at most a discipline knight now. Another important piece of information is that the Holy See has 3 major knightly orders: the Knights of Light, the Knights of Discipline, and the Knights of Holy Spirit. The Knights of Light are the main force of the Holy See. The Knights of Discipline are senior knights who obtain the power of discipline within the Knights of Light and are the strongest military force of the Holy See. The Holy Knights are knights trained by the major empires. Under normal circumstances, they are managed by the major empires. Once a holy war occurs, they are under the jurisdiction of the Holy See. The Discipline Paladin is the top fighting force of the Discipline Knights, and has now become history. As for the classification of knights, there are 10 levels in total. Apprentice Knight, Junior Knight, Intermediate Knight, Senior Knight, Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, Gold Knight, Platinum Knight, Paladin, Divine Knight. Alpha is a Junior Knight, but he has a discipline bonus and his strength is at the level of an Intermediate Knight. According to the previous plan, after this mission, Alpha will undergo the assessment of Intermediate Knight and the Second Commandment. Of course, below the Apprentice Knights there are the lowest level Knight Squires, who should not belong to the category of knights, but are just servants who protect the knights. Alpha also has 10 knight attendants, all arranged by Mars. Alpha has only met them once and has never managed them. To be honest, the foundation that Alpha left for Mark is very good, but now everything depends on Mark himself. Alpha, senior brother just wanted to protect us at that time. He didn't really want to expel us from the Discipline Paladin Order. Now only Minjin and Alpha are left. Teacher Ming-En, I know. I will keep my discipline in the future and will not let you down. Mark will not stick to the 10 Commandments day after day for 10 years. How is that possible? No, Alpha, now you have to forget all the rules of the Discipline Paladin. We are just an ordinary Discipline Paladin. Ming-En knew it wasn't safe now. They are still watching us. We can't give them any excuses. What are your plans next? Alpha is the child of Ming-En and his junior brother Mars, but his junior brother died on the battlefield in his early years. Both Mars and Ming-En treat Alpha as their own child. I don't know either, Teacher Ming-En. Mark's plan is to stay at the Night Academy and start studying again. After all, Alpha is an ascetic monk who pays little attention to anything other than cultivation. It can be said that Mark still has only a superficial understanding of this world. I'm ready to leave here, anywhere is fine, only when I leave here can I feel at ease. Listening to Teacher Ming-En's thoughts, Mark also felt that he was too naive and thought that this matter would just pass like this. Then I plan to take the second ring and intermediate night exams first, and then I'll go out for a walk. Mark also wanted to go outside and see if this was Earth and whether there was an Eastern Empire. The intermediate night assessment can be conducted in any intermediate city. You can temporarily stop the assessment in the Vatican. The second ring test should not be conducted in the capital, you can go to other imperial capitals to receive inheritance. For a 2-ring knight in his 20s, this speed of discipline would worry some people. Okay, teacher, then I will go out for the trial after Halloween and New Year. There's only 1 month left until Halloween. Well, do you know why the Holy Knight Commander wants to cut off one of our fingers? Seeing that Alpha seemed to be coming to his senses, Ming-En seemed to want to say something. My Lord Knight, are you afraid that we will continue to keep the commandments? He wants to cut off one of our fingers so that we can no longer compete for the top 10 commandments. Chapter 3. I'm sorry Master, I haven't experienced the test of discipline. Emma lowered her head and dared not face Mark. After all, the status of a knight's squire was only slightly higher than that of a slave, and Mark had the power over life and death. When did this happen? Tell him that right after he fell, right after Mars left, you followed me, and your other servants also ran away, so it's not you who is powerful, but Teacher Mars. Gudrys taunted mercilessly. Do you all think so? Looking at the 3 servants in front of him, Mark was actually not too angry. After all, he was not familiar with them, and his soul was a person from the 21st century. He did not have many thoughts about the slave owners, nor did he think of deciding their life or death. It's just that as a man, I have some wild thoughts. People are born equal. There is nothing wrong with pursuing freedom, but you just jumped into another cage. This is the money you spent on them, 100 gold coins each, a total of 1,000 gold coins. Gudrys threw the money bag away in a mocking manner. I am now restoring your freedom. You can leave at will and go wherever you want. In response to Mark's words, several people did not take any action. This is your last chance. Is what you said true? A servant came out and looked at Mark in disbelief. You can leave now, or I can walk you out. Mark didn't have too many thoughts. A forced melon is not sweet. I choose to leave. The students don't think highly of Mark, and certainly don't want to become playthings of these second generations. Wait a minute. Mark took out 100 gold coins from his purse and handed them to the woman. The further you go, the better. Someone took the lead, and finally 3 servants chose to leave. The 4 stayed with Gudrys. Wait, they can't leave. They are slaves that I bought with my own money. How can I let them go? Gudrys was about to take action but was stopped by Mark. They are my people, not your slaves. Mark let them go, but he would not watch them being caught by Gudrys again. You have accepted our money, which means you have sold them to us. It is not up to you. This is Gudrys' idea. You're not even paying for beggars. The weapons and armor they carry are worth at least 1,000, and I won't sell them. Although these servants were introduced by Mars, the money they paid for them was all paid by Alpha using the wages from the Discipline Paladins. With a monthly salary of more than 100 gold coins for 10 years, Mark now has less than 10,000 gold coins on him. Although Alpha usually ignores them, the gold coins spent on each person are real. You are such a stingy knight that even your own weapons are standard. How can you possibly buy special weapons and equipment for them? Gudrys didn't believe it. Then let's make a bet. Go find a weapons and equipment store and ask. If the equipment they have is not worth 1,000, we'll give it all to you. If it's more than 1,000, then calculate it as 1,000, and you have to reimburse me in full. Mark raised the corner of his mouth, obviously with sarcasm. Gudrys, don't listen to his nonsense. He is now a disciplined knight like us, and he only has 50 gold coins a month. It is impossible for him to customize weapons and equipment for a group of servants. One student stood up. The other party was right. There was only one word difference between a disciplined knight and a disciplined paladin, but the treatment was very different. We can sign a document. If these things are not valuable, they will all belong to you. If they were valuable, you would have taken all of their equipment. There were still 3 who did not leave, nor did they choose to join the other side. I'm really short of money now. Mark is not the ascetic monk named Alpha who knows the importance of money. If you don't dare, forget it. I'm going to study. Don't let him go, Gudrys. Didn't you say that Alpha has always been Mars's watchdog? Now that his master is gone, you don't have to care about his face. Go up and teach him a lesson. Some people began to bewitch. Yes, Gudrys, you are our boss. Alpha is not worthy. Alpha is a recognized genius in the Knight Academy, but the key is that he is not on the same path as these second-generation rich and official people. Well, I, Gudrys, want to challenge you, Alpha. Gudrys was finally convinced, overcame his inner restlessness, and challenged Mark. Well, since you want to get beaten again, there's nothing I can do about it. As far as Mark remembers, none of Gudrys's challenges had ever been successful. This was the fundamental difference. Come on. Gudrys, let me see what you can do. Mark put on his knight's gear, drew his sword, and met the challenge. Gudrys used his best weapon, a sharp sword, suitable for thrusting and charging. Mark chose a long sword, which is a weapon more suitable for fighting. The 2 men began to fight fiercely, their weapons intersecting in the air, making crisp sounds. Gudrys is very skilled and his swordsmanship is as smooth as flowing water. However, Mark's strength was even more astonishing. Each of his swords contained powerful force, making it difficult for Gudrys to resist. During a confrontation, Mark's sword suddenly became extremely heavy. Mark could clearly feel the direction and location of Gudrys's rapier, but he was unable to control his body at this moment. In the end, the rapier created intense sparks on the armor, but Mark still failed to completely dodge it. Oh my god, delayed reaction. Unexpectedly, the problem he was worried about still came. Mark controlled Alpha, but a lag problem occurred during the fierce battle. Obviously the consciousness can keep up, and the body can keep up, but the consciousness cannot give the body the fastest response. Gudrys swung his sword as fast as lightning, making it impossible for Mark to dodge. Under Mark's unwilling gaze, Gudrys taught Mark a severe lesson and knocked Mark to the ground completely. Gudrys raised his sword high, and at this moment he was the king. Mark knew that he had lost, and this time he lost miserably. Everyone looked down at him, without a trace of sympathy in their eyes. I told you that you are Mars's watchdog, said Gudrys, you are no match for me. Mark did not answer, he just watched the other person leave silently. Mark climbed up with difficulty. Although his face was bruised and swollen and he looked miserable, he was eager to find out the condition of his body. Aren't you leaving? Unexpectedly, these 3 servants came forward and helped Mark up. We are your knights and squires for life. No matter whether you are poor or prosperous, as long as you don't drive us away, we will always protect you. The knights' squires were just high-level slaves, and those squires who wanted to leave their masters could be killed on the spot by their masters. Is this your confession to me? Looking at the 3 female knights, Mark still felt that there were good people among them. Alpha, we are your knight squires, and we follow the commandments of the Holy Paladin. If you force us to do something that goes against the commandments, then please take our lives. The female knight thought Mark wanted to get her body, so she immediately expressed her attitude. Just kidding, I'm just trying to ease the tense atmosphere. And now there are no more disciplined paladins, you. Mark didn't know what to say. Do whatever you want. I plan to leave the Knight Academy after the holidays, and you should think about your future plans. The 3 female knights looked pretty good. Except for their slightly rough skin, their looks and figures were top-notch. However, Mark could only watch them but could not touch them. What? The female knight was very surprised, and there was doubt in her eyes. Don't worry. There are still more than 20 days until Halloween. Try to think about it. You don't have to make a decision during this time. If Mark was not in the academy, the 3 night attendants would not be able to stay in the academy. I choose to go out with you. Mark had just said there was no need to answer, and a knight made the decision. What's your name? Although the 3 of them were his attendants, Mark could not call out their names. I am Tasri Good, aspiring to become the strongest sword of the disciplined paladin. The little girl's young face showed a determined expression, and it was obvious that this was not a joke. Why did you decide so quickly? The sensible decision should be made after January, not now. Because I am your knight squire. More official answers. To be honest, bragging is not a quality a disciplined paladin should have. Mark became serious. First, I am your knight squire and I obey your decision. Second, I want to become the strongest sword of the disciplined paladin. You defeated me, and I must defeat the strongest you with my own hands. Third, I'm hungry and I have no money to eat. Tasli has the same personality as the previous alpha. Although he aspires to become the strongest, he doesn't want to care about other mundane matters. Alpha will carry out the tasks and plans arranged by Mars without fail. Okay. Take these 100 gold coins and spend them well. Mark gave no one 100 gold coins, and there were still 400 left. Mark will not treat the 4 people taken away by Gudries as saints and send them back. Now what do you decide? The money has been paid and there is nothing to worry about. I'm with you. Tasri didn't hesitate at all. And for what? There are only knights and squires who were driven away, but no knights and squires who left on their own. Are you trying to drive us away? No, if you want to leave, go by yourself. Mark still has some fantasies. Don't make a decision yet, you two. You can choose when you leave. Master, you have changed. Suddenly, the female knight next to Tasli said something. This surprised Mark. Alpha, who was originally serious and indifferent, became like this. This sudden change might arouse unnecessary suspicion. I know, it must be because Teacher Mars's departure was a huge blow to you. Don't worry, Master, we will always follow you. What's your name? Among the 3, the little lowly in front of them talked the most. I am Lena Liddell, Master. She is Fathom Beth. Lena also introduced the heavy sword knight who was walking at the end. Master, were you unable to control your body during the battle just now? How did you know? This was exactly the situation Mark encountered in the battle just now. It was the same when I had my first duel. I was watching the opponent's attack, but I couldn't control my body. I could only watch myself get beaten. Lena felt the same way and understood it deeply. But this isn't my first time fighting. In fact, for Mark, this kind of battle was really the first time. In his previous life, Mark only studied martial arts for 1 semester in the physical education class at school, and everyone was just joking. That's post-war phobia. I'll take you to see a teacher. She has a way to treat you, Master. Lena pulled Alpha and ran away. Tasli and Fatim knew where they were and followed from a distance. From now on, you 3 can just call me Alpha. Master, I don't like it. Okay, Master. Lena brought Mark to the school clinic and woke up Teacher Sharna who was still sleeping in. Teacher, there is a new student who suffers from severe post-war phobia. He doesn't know what to do, so he asks you for help. I hope you can help him. Lena said politely. You still have to rely on me at critical moments. Sharna felt happy. Come in. Sharna stretched. She often stayed up late and slept in, so she not only had a beautiful face, but also a graceful figure. Wow! She is so beautiful. This should be the owner of the medical clinic. Mark said silently in his heart, his face slightly red, obviously a little embarrassed. This boy is so shy. Sharna thought silently when she saw Mark's look. Teacher Sharna. I'm counting on you. Lena said sincerely. Mark looked at the 2 of them in confusion, not knowing what had happened. Shanner frowned. Post-war phobia is difficult to treat, but there are ways. This is the first time this child has fought. Has anyone died? For the first time, teacher, someone died. Lena spoke first, regardless of Mark's confusion. It's your first time, is this your first time and you have post-war phobia? This is normal, don't worry. Sharna comforted Mark. Looking at your condition, Did you just get into a fight with someone? Seeing Mark nodded, Sharna looked at Lena. You don't have any vision at all, and you still want to learn medical skills. Hurry up and apply the medicine. It turns out that Lena and Sharna have this kind of relationship. No wonder the tone just now was very familiar. Okay, let me do it, teacher. Lena took the external injury medicine and applied it carefully to Mark. What happened in the battle just now? Everyone's post-war phobia is different and requires targeted improvement and treatment. I can see clearly, but my body can't keep up. Lena said quickly. Go away, I'm not asking you. Sharna pushed aside the head that was leaning over. Teacher, it's similar to what Lena said, but it feels a little different. Seeing Sharna's alluring and intoxicating figure approaching, Mark quickly shifted his gaze. What's different? I can see the other person's movements clearly, and I can feel my body avoiding or resisting them, but my consciousness cannot control my body to react quickly. In other words, Mark cannot control the body left by Alpha. Can you be more specific? Even if I don't control it, my body can instinctively avoid the attack. Rely on instinct to avoid attacks. Sharna looked at the big boy in front of her with interest. Are you still a virgin? Ah! Mark's face turned red. In this world, Alpha is a pure virgin. Teacher, we are all disciplined paladins. How could we possibly break the rules? Lena explained again. Look at this. Suddenly Sharna threw a punch. Mark couldn't react at all, but his body accurately avoided the opponent's attack. After several tentative attacks, Sharna already had a feeling in her heart. I almost know the details, but I want to ask you a question. Sharna sat on the chair in an unladylike manner. Teacher, you say. What do you think of the disciplined paladin? Chapter 4. When Mark heard Sharna asking what he thought of the disciplined paladin, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. As a newcomer to the Knights Templar, he did not know much about the organization and had not formed his own opinions. Of course this is Mark, not Alpha. Mark knew that the disciplined paladins were responsible for carrying out a series of tasks and plans formulated by the Pope's Council. These include leading and organizing the tribunal of the Church, dealing with disputes and corruption within the Church, and combating all kinds of heresy and evil forces that endanger the interests of the Holy See. To be competent in this profession one needs firm belief, excellent martial arts and noble moral character. I think the disciplined paladin is a very great and sacred profession. It is a force that upholds justice and faith. Mark finally expressed Alpha's thoughts. Although this idea is still immature, Alpha believes that he will continue to study and practice in depth and eventually become an excellent disciplined paladin. Unfortunately, he will not see that time. Of course this is not what Mark thought. It's not a good thing to lie to a doctor. Sharna knew at first sight that Markin was not sincere. Any system that hinders development will be eliminated by history. The original disciplined paladin treaty is no longer suitable for this era. This is Mark's own idea. It is impossible to restrain an individual solely by relying on precepts. Oh, I didn't expect that the disciplined paladin would have such an idea. Sharna did not expect that the young man in front of her would have such an idea, and she treated Mark coldly. Then why did you become a disciplined paladin? The 10 Commandments constrain oneself, not others or the group. The 10 Commandments are a system that constrains people, but as the times change, the 10 Commandments are too restrictive without corresponding power control, and sooner or later they will be replaced by another system. Mark's consciousness is the law, which is just a basic consciousness that constrains individuals. The 10 Commandments are meant to make everyone a saint, but how is that possible? You mean the Holy See of Light has declined? I didn't say that. Mark wouldn't be fooled. That means others have become stronger. Sharna knew what Mark meant and no longer made things difficult for the young man in front of her. From now on, there will be no more order of the disciplined paladins in this world. Sharna's eyes were full of loneliness. The order of the disciplined paladins has disappeared, but the disciplined paladins will never disappear. There will always be a shortage of knights who want to become saints. Will you become the next leader of the disciplined paladin? Sharna seemed to know the identity of the young man in front of her. My 6 senses are not pure, so I can't become a disciplined paladin. Mark will not give up this colorful world and beautiful life. It seems like you were pretending all this. As soon as Mars left, you showed your true colors. Sharna has seen too many people like this. Maybe. At least there is hope as long as we are alive. The more I pretend to be devastated, the more relaxed the Vatican will be towards me. Whether you are genuine or just pretending, it doesn't matter now. Your symptoms are that you are not well trained and your consciousness cannot keep up with your body's reaction. You need to strengthen your training to improve your reaction speed. The problem has returned to its original state. Sharna is just a doctor and teacher, and cannot interfere in the major affairs of the Vatican. Ah! This is different from the treatment method I used last time. Lena said quickly. Of course they are different. You had a natural reaction to seeing blood in your first battle, but he had a disharmony between his consciousness and body caused by the bloody killing. It will be fine after a period of training. Sharna no longer dwelled on this matter. Lena felt a little disappointed after hearing what Sharna said. She thought she could learn more combat skills and training methods from Sharna, but she didn't expect the situation to be different from what she imagined. In the following time, Lena and the other two gave Mark targeted recovery training beside Sharna. Do I doubt whether you are really the Alpha? Your reaction is too slow. Mark is just an ordinary college student, and his basic reaction can only be considered normal. How could he possibly reach the level before Alpha in such a short period of time? It seems that Mars has dealt a heavy blow to you. Looking at Mark's innocent eyes, Sharna could only blame these problems on this incident. It seems difficult to get you back to your previous level in a short period of time. I thought it was just an ordinary problem, but it turned out to be a big problem after I took over. Teacher, is there any quick way to solve this problem? Mark knew the cause of the problem, but couldn't explain it. At the current training speed, it will take at least 2 years for you to return to your previous level. I can only provide you with some medicinal herbs and training methods to improve your nerve response, but it will take a year to recover. Sharna tried almost every method, but there was no possibility for Mark to change the current situation in a short time. Unless... Sharna seemed to have thought of something. No way, this method is not suitable. Teacher, what did you say unless? Lena heard the teacher mumbling to himself. The power of the Holy Ring. The first 3 precepts increase physical strength, and the 4th to 6th precepts increase the 5 senses. Unless Alpha awakens the 4th precept now, do you think it is possible? The minimum interval between each level of precepts is 3 years, and the 4th precept requires 12 years. The key point is that this is the minimum interval time, and it cannot exert the maximum effect of the power of discipline. It can be said to be a complete method of killing the chicken to get the eggs. Yet, I've only been doing it for 5 years. This method is totally ineffective. Lena has only been Alpha's servant for 5 years and is now able to accept the power of discipline. Although she can get various bonuses, 5 years and 10 years are 2 different effects, and Lena is not ready to accept the test now. Hearing this, Mark's heart moved. Mars had given Alpha the power of triple commandments before. Although it still needed time to settle before it could be activated, Alpha's body would be able to accept the 2nd commandment next month. He could try this method to activate the 4th commandment in advance. Alpha is an amazing kid. He started training at the age of 3 and took the discipline assessment. In a dozen days he will be 22 years old. Thinking of this, Mark was no longer too worried and just continued training step by step. During this period, Lena began to frequently visit Sharna to ask questions about medical care and cultivation. Although the answers she got were different each time, Lena would listen and think carefully every time and try to put these techniques into practice. Lena also began to actively look for opportunities to train, constantly improving her physical strength and reaction ability, especially using Mark Tasley and the other 2 as experimental subjects for training. Gradually, Lena discovered that the strength of several people had improved significantly. The 4 were able to control their bodies and strength more easily, and became more decisive and confident in battle. 20 days passed quickly and brought great improvement to Lena and the other 2. As for Mark, he is still far from reaching the level of Alpha before, and can only be considered as recovery training. Perhaps, what really matters is not the starting point at the beginning, but the growth and progress achieved during the process of hard work. During this period, the relationship between Mark, Lena, and the other 2 also developed greatly. The most hard-working one among them is probably Tasley. Determined to become the strongest swordsman, Tasley never stops for a moment. Tasley knew that she needed to continue working hard to become a true warrior like Alpha, so she began to think about how to further improve her strength. Tasley recalled the experiences and battles during this period and realized that she still needed to learn and understand combat skills and tactics more deeply, and draw experience and lessons from them. So, Tasley began to take the initiative to ask Alpha and Sharna for advice, and constantly challenged her own limits. Tasli worked hard to improve her perception, physical fitness, and reaction speed, and gradually mastered various combat skills through repeated practice. In the following period of time, the cooperation between Mark and the three servants became more tacit and efficient, and they were able to respond and deal quickly with different enemies and situations. Although they encountered difficulties and setbacks in the beginning, it was these experiences that helped the four of them better understand the nature of combat and gradually grow into better fighters. In addition to study and training, Lena focuses on medical aspects. Lena believes that only with a healthy body and a positive attitude can one better face various challenges and difficulties. Therefore, she pays attention to diet and rest, and reduces stress and anxiety through meditation and relaxation to maintain a good mental state. Fatum was very silent. During the more than half a month they spent together, Fatum and Mark exchanged no more than 10 sentences, which were basically just greetings like good morning and good night. Apart from training, Fatum's only hobby is food, and he studies how to cook in his spare time. Alpha, your transfer appointment has come down. You will be the leader of the 9th Knights of Light in Cross City in the Fatalia Empire in the West. You will have great power. Sharna seemed to be congratulating Mark, but her expression was full of worry. Teacher, are you talking about the City of Desire in the Fatalia Empire? Lena was still aware of these strange stories. Teacher, is it impossible for Alpha to be the leader? Tasli didn't believe the news at all. Is there anything strange? Mark didn't understand these things and didn't think there was anything wrong. It is true that the ignorant are fearless and a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Sharna didn't know how to evaluate the boy in front of her. Lena, give him some common sense. Sharna didn't want to waste her words. Okay, teacher. Lena cleared her throat and started her performance. Lord Alpha, the Knights of Light are directly under the Holy See of Light. The 1st to 5th legions are stationed in the Vatican, and the 6th to 9th knights are stationed in the 4 major empires respectively. The basic number of people in each knight group is 10,000, and the leader of the knight group must be at least a silver knight and must pass the Pope's test before taking office. Lena looked at Lord Alpha. Oh my god, I'm just a junior knight. But Teacher Mars was only a bronze knight, but he became the leader of the Knights Templar. Alpha thought of the old leader Mars who protected him. Mars's knight rank is bronze knight, but he is a 5 rings knight and can upgrade his knight rank. Also, Mars is the highest level of discipline paladin, which is a special case. Sharna explained at the right time. That is to say, no matter in terms of rank or contribution, I do not meet the requirements for succession. Is there any special situation with this place called Cross? Mark seemed to have grasped the key point. Let me do the talking. Sharna took over Lena's topic and began an in-depth introduction. The Fatalia Empire is a country full of desire and power, and Cross City is the 2nd largest city in this country, a city full of prosperity and luxury. The Fatalia Empire did not send out the Holy Knights in several expeditions by the Holy See of Light, and even the Holy See's Knights of Light seemed to be out of control. Located in the city of Cross in the Fatalia Empire, this is a city full of desire and power. In this city, people's desires and greed are infinitely magnified. Power, wealth, beauty, drugs, etc. These desires make people crazy and selfish. Your current identity is the leader of the 9th Order of the Knights of Light of the Holy See. You need to deal with various political and military issues, as well as problems within the Holy See. You must be fully aware that this country has strayed from the embrace of the God of Light and has become more chaotic and dark. In this city, people can sacrifice the interests of others for their own benefit. You need to face various political and military challenges. You need to judge the situation and make the best decision. At the same time, you also need to deal with problems within the Vatican. You are transferred here to serve as the head of the Knights Templar, which is a position with great power, but it also means that you will face more risks. You need to ensure that your knights will not rebel. You need to find the forces behind them and suppress them. You also need to maintain peace and stability in the city, fight crime and bad forces. You need to maintain peace and stability in the city in the name of justice. In this city, you need to face various challenges and risks. You need to show your wisdom and courage while respecting the rights and interests of others. Of course, in the struggle for power, there are enemies as well as friends. Only by finding friends in the darkness can we overcome difficulties, walk out of the darkness and embrace a bright future. You have been transferred here to serve as the leader of the 9th Knights of Light. This is a position of great power, but it also means that he will face more challenges. Sharna seems to know a lot about the situation in the Fatalia Empire. The Fatalia Empire is out of control, and the 9th Knights seem to have rebelled. Isn't that sending us to our deaths? Lena frowned. Teacher, how come you know so much about the Fatalia Empire? Mark asked curiously. Because that's my homeland. I couldn't stand the smoky, dark, and bloody atmosphere there, so I came to the Vatican. I didn't expect there is darkness here too. Sharna didn't want to think about this anymore. That is, when I got there, I had nothing. Nothing was trustworthy, and everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. In fact, Mark didn't want to take over, but his current strength didn't allow it. Do you know what your biggest difficulty is right now? Sharna wanted Alpha to realize the difficulty of this journey. Except for a head of the group appointed by the Holy See, there is nothing else, no people, no money, and no background. Mark also knew that he had nothing. Yes, your biggest difficulty right now is that you have no money. The expenses of the Knights of Light stationed in foreign countries are basically borne by the major empires. But the Fatalia Empire has completely stopped paying for the group since the 1930s, so you have to rely on yourself for everything. If you have money, you can hire mercenaries, adventurers, or even form a legion of less than faithful people. Sharna glanced at Alpha and felt relieved to see that there was nothing wrong with Alpha. Sharna seemed to have her own purpose and was deliberately testing whether Alpha only had the god of light in his eyes. Just now, I suggested leading that faithless army. This is the greatest insult to the Knights of the Vatican. If not, I can choose not to take office. Mark did not have much desire for power, especially to be the leader of a group that required great wisdom and ability. Mark thought he did not have that kind of strength and brain power. No, if you don't go, you won't survive tomorrow. Chapter 5. Ah! If I go, I will die. If I don't go, I will die too. So what should I do? Lena covered her head anxiously. You guys stay. I can handle the Fatalia Empire on my own. Mark touched Lena's head to comfort her. No, I am your servant and I must protect your safety. After spending these days together, Lena realized that Alpha Knight was a very good knight, except that he sometimes couldn't help but like to take advantage of others. This is for you, maybe it can help you. Sharna took off the medal around her neck. This is... Mark was a little overwhelmed holding the medal. This is a noble medal. Anyone who possesses it can pass freely in the king's palace. You can use it to disguise yourself as a noble's attendant. Sharna carefully put the medal on Mark's chest, her eyes filled with reluctance and sadness. Teacher, just because I wear your medal, I won't become yours. There seemed to be a hint of expectation in Mark's eyes. After all, Sharna is a rare beauty. Sharna's figure is tall and straight, like a blooming rose, exuding a charming fragrance. Her eyes are as bright as stars, deep and mysterious, as if she can see through everything. Her clothes are exquisite and gorgeous, and every detail shows her nobility and taste. Her manners are elegant and generous, and her every move reveals a unique charm. Her smile is as bright as the sun, warm and kind, but beneath that gentle appearance lies strength and courage. Sharna must be a true aristocrat. You can tell she is different just from her skin that is so smooth that it seems to be blown away. Lenatisley and the other two are also beauties, but long-term training has made their skin rough and dark, which is completely incomparable to Sharna. You wish for it. You are not qualified enough to pursue me. Sharna was also amused by Alpha. But I can give this to you. If you encounter a life-threatening situation in Cross, you can take it out. It may help you turn things around. As she spoke, Sharna took out her family heirloom, a crystal-clear necklace that emitted brilliant light. The necklace is inlaid with a gem that looks like a pupil, revealing a mysterious power. Lena looked at the necklace and was shocked. She knew that this necklace was unique to the Eastern continent, but she didn't expect it to appear here. Is this a token of love, Teacher Sharna? Mark didn't know how precious the gem was, but he knew it was a token of his teacher's love. Roll. Sharna kicked the Alpha who was rushing towards her away. It's not without a price. Tell me. Do you want me to marry you, teacher? Be serious. I'm serious. If there's a day when I need you, you have to help me. Of course, this is not something that violates the commandments. It is just for the sake of our people to live and work in peace and contentment. Sharna looked into the distance, as if there was someone she cared about in that direction. Okay, teacher, as long as I can do it, I will definitely not refuse. I'm tired, let's go. Do you believe that he is the boy who changed the times? Just as Sharna lay down, a figure appeared behind her silently. I do not know. Sharna seemed to be aware of the other party's existence and did not show any surprise or panic. You don't know, you gave him the celestial stone. Jean in the shadow was very surprised. A feeling. Sharna didn't have much certainty. He won't succeed. None of the people sent by the Holy See can withstand their temptation. Women, lovers, money, killing, they will use everything to corrupt people. I know. Sharna smiled faintly, but there was sadness in the corners of her eyes. As the second princess of Fatalia, every decision you make must be based on facts and you cannot act arbitrarily. What's the difference? Sharna has been waiting for the opportunity to rise and save all people from danger. The other party didn't know how to answer. They have been here for nearly 10 years. It is not so much that they yearn for holiness, but rather that they are forced to leave. Let's make a bet. Sharna knew that the other party didn't believe it. What bet? Let's bet on whether my sixth sense is accurate. Lena, New Year's Day is coming in 2 days, let's go shopping for some holiday items together. Mark took Lena and walked towards Tasley and Fatim's dormitory. Master Alpha, are you taking advantage of me again? Lena wanted to break free from Alpha's hand, but she didn't have enough strength. Besides, Lena was willing to be held by Alpha like this. You're walking too slowly. Let's go buy some clothes and daily necessities. The school cafeteria will be closed after tomorrow, and we have to cook for ourselves. Mark would not admit that he took advantage on purpose. Mark has already received the appointment letter and has dropped out of school, and he still has a week left before leaving. Lena, you should also change into some casual clothes later. You should relax properly these few days. Seeing that Lena was also wearing half a set of knight armor, Li Lingfeng could only watch but not touch. A knight should always be vigilant and not forget his fighting instinct. Lena followed the commandments. This is the Vatican, the capital of the Holy See. Who dares to cause trouble? Mark pushed Lena to an empty corner. Master Alpha, what do you want to do? Lena's face turned red and she wanted to resist, but she had no strength in her hands. It's okay. There's something on your face. Let me blow it for you. Mark slowly approached Lena's little face, looked at her tempting red lips, and kissed her directly. Oh my God, Lena, why did you bite me? Mark remembered that if a woman closed her eyes and pouted her lips, she could be kissed by default. How come Lena bit his lip just after they kissed? Who told you to have bad intentions? Don't you dare to bully me next time. Lena ran out without looking back. Next time it won't be a kiss. Mark's mouth corners turned up and there was a smile on his face. Isn't this good? Don't wear training armor all the time. Seeing the three of them changing into normal samurai uniforms, Mark watched with admiration. Isn't this a bargain for you, Master Alpha? Lena glared at Mark with peach blossom eyes. Come on, let's go buy some daily necessities. I'll be on the road in a few days. Whether he goes far away or not, Mark can no longer stay in the Vatican. Roll. Seeing that Alpha was about to put his hands on her, Tasley pushed Alpha with her elbow. Oh my God, are you going to kill me? Mark covered his chest in pain. That's all your own fault, don't blame others. Tasley walked straight ahead, not caring about Mark's situation at all. Are you okay, Lord Alpha? Unexpectedly, Fatim, who had been silent all the time, actually showed concern. It's okay, I'll be fine after a rest. The one the three were least familiar with was Fatim. Fatim, don't worry about Alpha, he is just pretending. Lena pulled Fatim and quickly left Mark's side. Alas, I met the wrong person. Mark could only laugh at himself. This is the first time Alpha has stepped out of the school since coming here. It is medieval Europe, and the buildings on both sides are tall Gothic buildings. Mark doesn't know if this is the Earth, but since he is here, he will make the best of it and survive well. It would be best to make money to become a noble, marry a few beautiful wives, and it would be worth the trip through time. Business in the Vatican is very developed, with many merchants on both sides, but the most common items are blessing items such as holy water and amulets. Mark doesn't believe these things, at least he won't spend too much time on them. The second is weapons and equipment. There is a huge gap between advanced equipment and ordinary equipment. Mark had 400 gold coins on him, so he could only equip himself with one set of intermediate equipment at most, let alone any advanced equipment. The key is that Mark has no shortage of weapons and equipment. The previous Alpha was a cultivation maniac, and all his expenses were spent on cultivation for himself and a few of his servants. Now the equipment is pretty good, especially the weapons, which are high-end items. Today we are going to buy some dry food and some new clothes. This is the goal for today. And some medicinal herbs. After being glared at by Lena, Mark had no choice but to compromise. These dry food are enough for the 4 of us to eat for a month. In addition, each of you should change into 2 sets of clothes. Everyone can choose what they like. Mark was directing the task while standing in the middle of the road. 2 minutes later, everyone dispersed. Aya, what's wrong with Master Alpha today? Why are you acting like a lackey? That's right. That's right. As our guardian knight, how come you have become just an errand boy? Look how much they like it. Faced with the crazy ridicule of the 2 people, Alpha could only swallow his anger, because he was just the money bag for 3 people today. After all, consumption definitely costs money. If they really want to buy some strange things, it may be too early for Alpha and his friends now, and they don't have much chance to get them. Tasri, let's go look at some clothes. If she really wants to buy clothes, it's obvious that Tasli needs to buy more clothes, after all, she exercises the most. Being women, the 3 of them now don't have many clothes. This, and that one is good too. Looking at the gorgeous clothes in the store, Mark pulled Lena and Tasli. This time, the 2 men did not attack Mark. In front of outsiders, they were still very considerate. It turns out that our Lord Alpha likes this kind of clothes. Lena looked at Alpha with some ambiguity. This is just normal women's clothing. Mark didn't think there was anything wrong with it. It's just that the 3 women are basically wearing training uniforms, school uniforms, and samurai uniforms, and there seems to be no normal women's clothing. How much is the suit, boss? Miss, you have good taste. This is the most popular style this year, and it was custom-made for aristocrats in the north. The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up. Stop talking nonsense. How much is it? Tasli was very straightforward. 15 gold coins. It's too expensive, 10 gold coins. Unexpectedly, Tasli would bargain so directly. My beautiful lady, if this happens, I won't even be able to get back my costs. The auntie looked very conflicted, as if she was really confused. 8 gold coins. If possible, 1 set for each person, is that okay? Mark knew that the price had to be cut in half. No, let's go. Mark pulled Lena and prepared to leave. 9 gold coins, 3 sets. Seeing several people leaving, the boss couldn't stand it anymore and just added a little more to the price. Okay, deal. Mark didn't want to waste too much time. Go try on some clothes that fit you, I'll wait for you at the counter. Lord Alpha, look at this dress. How about it? It looks good, right? After changing her clothes, Lena immediately came to Mark. It looks pretty and suits you very well. Mark looked up and saw Lena's seductive figure. The light in his eyes revealed his inner thoughts. Lena, do you think this blue one looks good? Or pink? Or white? Tasli swallowed as she spoke, and it seemed that the next words would be very difficult to say. After all, Alpha was beside her. Lord Alpha, Tasli is asking you what color clothes you want. Lena pushed the question to Mark. Pink, please. Tasri will look great in pink. When Tasli heard Mark say that she looked good in pink, she turned away embarrassedly. Lord Alpha, this pink dress probably doesn't suit Sister Tasli. Do you want to see Tasli wearing clothes like this? Lena interrupted. Then choose the blue one for Tasli, she looks heroic. Choose the pink one for Lena, she looks lively and cute. Choose the white one for Fatma, she looks youthful and beautiful. This time, Mark made the recommendation based on personal circumstances, which was very rational. That's good enough. Lena nodded with satisfaction. Boss, pack these 3 items and settle the bill. Okay, 1 piece is 9, 2 pieces are 17, and 3 pieces are 25 gold coins. The boss seemed to have learned arithmetic from a physical education teacher. Mark didn't say much. After paying the money, he took the 3 girls to continue shopping in their new clothes. Now that the dry food is ready, pick out a piece of clothing and 2 pairs of shoes. A few people kept walking around, and passers-by kept looking at these 3 beautiful girls, feeling both envy and jealousy. Hey, look at those 3. They must be the group of rich girls from the new district. What a waste of their clothes. This is incredible. This outfit may be worth more than what we earn in our entire lifetime. I heard that the rich people in the new district are all crazy. They dare to spend 86,000 yuan on a piece of clothing. 86,000 yuan, do you know how much 86,000 yuan is? 1 gold coin is equal to 10 silver coins, which is about 100 copper coins. 86,000 is 8,060,000 copper coins. I'll go, one piece of clothing is enough for me to work for 100 years without eating or drinking. What does that have to do with me? I still can't afford it. That's right. I'd rather work in a store than spend my days drinking and partying like them. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get to work. When we have saved enough money, we can go back to the countryside and get married. The salary in the Vatican is quite good. A normal waiter can earn more than 100 gold coins a year, which is about 5 to 10 times that of other areas. Therefore, the Vatican attracts a large number of people who want to get rich quickly and have adventures. While they were chatting, Lena also noticed the attention and criticism from people around them. Lord Alpha, did you hear their conversation just now? People around us are talking about us. Don't care about what others say. They are biased and criticized out of jealousy. All we need to do is keep our inner peace, follow our hearts, and strengthen our beliefs. The most important thing is that we ourselves cannot lose our composure. Hey, isn't this our good-for-nothing Alpha? How dare you hang around here? Chapter 6. Hey, isn't this our good-for-nothing Alpha? How dare you hang around here? What a disgrace! An annoying voice suddenly sounded behind him. Who is this? Mark didn't remember recognizing the long-haired young man in front of him and was still trying to remember who he was. Lord Alpha, he was the student with Gudrys last time. His name seemed to be Tartarus. I heard he was a baron. Lena whispered in Mark's ear. The title of nobility is real. You three are following this loser, aren't you afraid of being sold out by him? You might as well follow me and enjoy the good life. Tartarus looked at Tasley and the other two with lust in his eyes and shouted arrogantly. Originally, Tartarus did not dare to provoke Alpha, but now Mars behind Alpha has fallen, and he was severely beaten by Gudrys in the previous battle. All this dispelled Tartarus' fear. Tartarus wants to climb up the ladder by stepping on Alpha's reputation and take away everything from Alpha, including his honor and women. Who is this idiot? Alpha pretended not to know. Alpha, I challenge you in the name of nobility. Tartarus actually took off his gloves and threw them at Alpha. Are you looking for me to compete? Mark knew this tradition. Lord Alpha, this is a duel to the death. It will only end when one side admits defeat or dies. You are not allowed to withdraw during the duel, you are not allowed to find a replacement, and no revenge is allowed for any casualties. Tasri knew the rules of the duel to the death, and she approached Alpha and explained in a low voice. If you're afraid, then get through my crotch and leave all three of them to me. Tartarus's target now is Lena and the other two. Alpha is their knight commander, that is, the slave owner, who can decide everything for them. Okay, I accept the challenge. But they are my friends, not slaves, and no matter whether they win or lose, they are free people. Mark still lacked confidence. But if you want to challenge me, don't you want to put some stakes on it? If it was the Alpha before, fighting was fighting, and there would be no nonsense. What do you mean? I want 3 Chongsams in the store if I win. Alpha looked at the Oriental Chongsams in the store behind and decided to buy them immediately. Well, if you win, I'll buy it. 3 Chongsams cost at most 100 gold coins. For the sake of fame and women, Tartarus fought hard. What about your bet? Tartarus thought this was unfair. You are the one challenging me. If you are unwilling, then you are not accepting my conditions. I have the right to refuse. Besides, I am so famous, you want to step on me to climb up, isn't this a gamble? Mark understood the other party's purpose, everyone pushed the wall down. Okay, let's compete right away. After all, he is the challenger. No, I don't believe you. You give the money to the boss first. If you win, you take the money back. If I win, I will come and get the clothes. Mark started to nag again. Humph. Although he felt ashamed and dissatisfied with Mark's distrust, Tartarus still gritted his teeth and paid the 200 gold coins. This is Tartarus's pocket money for the entire winter vacation. If he fails, he will have to live on bread for 2 months. Tartarus, we believe in you. You can definitely defeat that bastard. The people around started to make a fuss and actually started a gambling game. We can duel now. To be honest, the atmosphere here is really fierce. If it were in my time, this would be considered street riots or brawls. But here, the knights who maintained order actually isolated the crowd, and some knights even participated in the gambling. Lena, buy me 100 gold coins for myself, and you can take the rest. If I lose, you leave here immediately, don't look back, don't hesitate. Mark knew that the other party would not show mercy. If he failed again, Lena and the other two would not be able to protect him. Grown-ups. It's decided. Don't worry about me. Mark turned around and joined the battle. Aren't you wearing protective armor? Tartarus showed a hint of surprise when he looked at Alpha, who was unequipped. I don't need to deal with you. In fact, Mark knew that the weight of the armor was a burden for Mark now. Now Mark can only wear leather armor or light armor at most. Alpha's plate armor seriously affects Mark's movements. I'm afraid that 50% of the failure in the previous battle was caused by the heavy plate armor. Of course, because of the defense of the plate armor, Mark did not suffer any harm. Then don't blame me for being rude. Tartarus took out his rapier. Mark also drew out his sword like the other party, and the battle between the two was about to break out. The two of them were entangled with each other in an instant, their figures moving quickly and abruptly, and every collision caused violent energy ripples in the void. Mark's moves were simple and direct, and each strike brought with it strong shock and impact, which broke Tartarus's fighting skills into pieces. Tartarus's attack is like that of a poisonous snake, tricky and strange, appearing and disappearing from time to time, making it impossible to defend against. The two men fought back and forth, and soon they had exchanged dozens of moves. The scene was extremely intense, and the audience around them were dazzled. However, even though Mark used Alpha's body, after a long time Mark's strength and speed were still not as good as Tartarus, and gradually, he began to be at a disadvantage. Haha, Alpha, you are a waste. Do you think you can defeat me? Tartarus saw Mark's disadvantage, laughed, and increased the power and frequency of his attacks. Tartarus' body turned into a series of afterimages, shuttling back and forth in the void. Every attack he made carried terrible lethality, completely suppressing Mark. Hearing Tartarus's ridicule, Mark couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. Mark knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose and would most likely be killed by Tartarus. Mark gritted his teeth, desperately recalling his past training and combat experience, trying every possible way to save the situation. After being suppressed by Tartarus for several minutes, a look of determination suddenly flashed across Mark's face, and then his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of Tartarus. Humph, you want to escape? It's useless. Tartarus snorted coldly. When he was about to chase after him, he suddenly felt a powerful force coming from behind. Tartarus turned around hurriedly, but it was too late. Mark's fist had already hit him hard, knocking him directly to the ground. At this moment, Mark didn't care about anything. He just went up and punched and kicked, completely losing the elegance of a knight. Kill. Unfortunately, Tartarus's plate armor defense was too strong, and Mark's attack had too great an effect, and Tartarus finally stood up. Trash is trash, we knights have to solve everything with swords. Victory represents everything. Only by being alive there is hope. As a modern man, Mark will not use a knight's duel to decide the outcome of a battle. What heresy! No wonder the Pope wants to exile you to the decadent land in the West. In the eyes of the nobles, Mark was simply exiled. Kill. The fight between the two started again. Mark successfully avoided all the attacks with his flexible movements. The fierce sparks did not cause any violent sparks on the plate armor, but they could not cause any substantial damage to Tartarus. If I hit you once, you will definitely die. Tartarus can withstand Mark's attack 100 times, but just once, Mark will definitely lose. As time went on, Tartarus's movement speed was greatly reduced. The plate armor provided advantageous defense, but it also brought about a significant consumption of physical strength. Mark was also out of breath and could only grit his teeth and persevere. Finally, in a confrontation, Mark knocked down Tartarus again. However, facing the turtle shell of Tartarus, Mark really didn't have any better solution. Although the gap in the armor is a weakness, it is impossible for the opponent to stab Mark quietly. Mark locked Tartarus' right hand and tried to knock away the opponent's rapier, but in terms of strength, Mark seemed to be no match for him. Mark could only choose to use his feet to kick the opponent's head hard. Although it did not cause any substantial physical damage, it dealt a severe mental blow to Tartarus. Ah! You are not worthy of being a knight. Tartarus struggled to break free from Mark's restraints. But just as he stood up, Mark kicked him in the knee and he fell to his knees. Mark took the opportunity to kick the enemy to the ground again, followed by a complete mental critical hit. No, how could I lose to a loser like you? Tartarus struggled to stand up again. But just before Mark's obscene attack came, Tartarus actually fell straight down. Yeah, Lord Alpha won. Lena cheered. Although Alpha's methods were dishonorable, the victory was real. Tartarus's failure was actually more due to anger, and he did not suffer much physical damage. Tasley, I asked you to place a bet with me. I bet 50 gold coins, and the odds are 2 to 1, which means I have 150 gold coins. I now have 200 gold coins. Lena shouted happily. These 200 gold coins were her own little piggy bank. Fatum, you also bought Lord Alpha's victory. How much did you buy? Lena pulled Fatum and started looking for the dealer to exchange the reward. Knight's commandments, gambling is against the commandments. Tasley still insisted on her own commandments and creed. Among the crowd, Mark seemed to see a familiar figure. Hurry up and get your clothes. Mark pulled the excited Lena and Fatum, and did not notice the disappointment in Tasley's eyes. Lord Alpha, this is the money for this time, a total of more than 600 gold coins. Lena has not yet woken up from the joy of winning the money, and she doesn't even care about Mark holding her hand. Okay, let's go buy medicinal herbs together later. But you two must have made a lot of money. Mark also saw the two people participating in gambling. I would have bet everything on you earlier. Lena was a little annoyed that she didn't bet everything. Why is Tasley so lost? Maybe he regrets not participating. Lena guessed. Tasley, if it doesn't work, I'll make it up to you. Mark took out 100 gold coins. I don't want it. Tasley is a true knight of discipline and doesn't care about the money. Don't you think that as a knight, you should fight in an upright manner instead of using such a rogue style of fighting? No. Tasley's tone clearly contained a hint of dissatisfaction. Mark saw this was the reason from the other person's eyes. Which is more important to you, a proud defeat or a cowardly victory? Mark also wanted to win proudly, but his strength was there and Mark just wanted to survive. Can't I live with pride? Tasley wanted to become the strongest knight and live with pride. Can you always be the strongest person? There is hope only if you live, but if you die, there will be nothing. But this is not the chivalry we pursue. This is the most orthodox chivalry that Tasley accepts. When you go to the battlefield, you will know that staying alive is the most important thing. Try on the clothes first, and then I will take you to meet some people. Mark recalled Alpha's memory and seemed to remember something. Lord Alpha, I don't want to wear this cheongsam. Lena had just changed her clothes and only showed her head in the fitting room. Let me see. Mark pulled open the door curtain. No. Lord Alpha. Lena wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Don't look at me, it's so embarrassing. Lena covered her chest and split her thighs, exposing her perfect figure, which made people fantasize. The brocade gown is elegant and graceful, and the curves of the gown reveal her slender figure. The charming manner is full of ecstasy, and the graceful stroll is like a flying swallow. Mark silently recited the verses from his memory. Lord Alpha, what did you say? It sounds so nice. Lena no longer concealed herself and circled in front of Mark. It's nothing. This is a poem by Dongfang. I just wrote it down based on my feelings. Mark was almost stunned. But it's still so embarrassing, my butt is almost exposed. Lena still pulled the door curtain and changed. Then wear it for me alone in the future. No, you just do dirty things to me. How could Lena not understand Alpha's little thoughts? Lord Alpha, what do you think of me? Unexpectedly, Fatum had also changed into a cheongsam. Lena is the cute and playful girl next door, Tasley is the cool and heroic overbearing president, and Fatma is the quiet and elegant lady from a noble family. The cheongsam is more suitable for the quiet Fatma. Before opening her lips, she hears the sound, yet her body remains motionless, intoxicated by plums and peaches. If a girl wants to look charming, she should wear a pretty cheongsam. Mark started to praise again. Although I don't understand it, I feel it's very poetic. Fatum was very satisfied with Alpha's praise, but he didn't dare to spread it. I want the same praise too. Tasli said with a hint of desire in her eyes. The water is as leisurely as Chu's waist, and the beauty is as fragrant as grass and silk. Her jade-like bones and icy skin are always calm, yet she can make the green lotus leaves sway. The scars in my eyes are deep and profound, and the blue rain in my dream is still beautiful. The graceful and beautiful Longjong style, the flowing poetry under the wrist is even more heroic. You've passed. What are you going to take us to see now? Tasli now has two things in her mind, one is the commandments and creed, the other is what Alpha said. Boss, pack everything up. Chapter 7. Lord Alpha, where are we going next? After walking out of the commercial street, Lena asked the question in her mind. They had been on the street for some time, but she didn't know what to do and just wandered around aimlessly. Alpha showed a mysterious smile and said, I'll take you to a good place. You'll know when you get there. Let's go quickly. After saying that, Mark led the three of them towards the outskirts of the city. An hour later, several people stopped at a remote alley. Lena looked around. This place was remote, with old residential buildings on both sides of the road. It looked very desolate. The gloomy environment bred the power of darkness. Lena couldn't help but feel a little scared. Alpha seemed to see her concerns and comforted her, don't worry, just follow me. After saying that, several people walked straight into a slum. Lena gritted her teeth and followed, but she held Alpha's arm tightly. Although it was broad daylight, the slum was very dark. The narrow passages were filled with tattered clothes, and the sun shone through only a few spots. Lena followed Alpha carefully and came to the door of a low-rise house. Alpha went forward and knocked on the door. Soon a heavy voice came from inside the door, who is it? It's me, Alpha, open the door. There was silence for a moment, then there was a sound of a lock turning, the door was opened, and a skinny middle-aged man appeared at the door. He looked at Alpha and Lena warily, and finally stopped his gaze on Alpha. Lord Alpha, why are you here? Alpha walked into the room and asked instead of answering, Diggory, why don't you invite me in to sit down for a while? After all, I was once your knight commander, too. Lord Alpha, the room is very small and I'm afraid you may not be able to adapt to it. Please come in. The middle-aged man quickly opened the door and invited Alpha and the others in. Mark sat on the greasy little stool that the man had wiped clean, and the three women stood aside. That silhouette is you, right? There was no doubt that the person Mark saw was Diggory. Lord Alpha, this is all my fault. I shouldn't have violated the knight's commandments and participated in gambling. This is what we won, and I am willing to hand it all over. Diggory thought that Knight Alpha was here to call him to task, so he immediately knelt on the ground. Anyone else? Diggory was once his knight's squire, but he retired due to his age, declining strength and injuries on the battlefield. But once you are a knight's squire, you are a knight's squire for life, and once you receive a sign from your knight's master, you cannot disobey him in any way. Lord Alpha, it's us. We know we were wrong. These are the gold coins we won. We are willing to hand them over. Two men came out of the back room and knelt down with Diggory. Stand up. I'm not here to call you to task. Besides, the discipline paladin order has been disbanded. You don't have to strictly abide by the discipline in the future. Looking at the gold coins on the table, there are only 3 in total. I'm afraid this is all the 3 of them have. It can be seen that their lives are very difficult. Lord Alpha, are you going to abandon us? Although life is not easy, being a knight's squire is their honor and it is a spirit that is ingrained in their bones. I'm not abandoning you. I'm leaving here soon. There's no point in you staying. Alpha knew that knight squires were lifelong positions and they stayed only to respond to the call. But they need to take care of their own living. A true knight squire cannot do mercenary work, at least he cannot fight for money. What else can these people do besides fighting? They live in poverty. It is not too late for you to leave the Vatican, go to a remote area, and start your life again. The oldest of them is only in his 30s or 40s, and all of them have the strength of a junior knight. It is not too late to start over now. This is also the fate of most knight squires. After all, not every knight squire will abide by the rules and respond when called upon. But here is 100 gold coins. Divide it among the 3 of you for travel expenses. If you have family members, take them with you. This place is not suitable for you. The Vatican is already full of intrigue, and the knights who strictly abide by the commandments cannot survive there. Lord Alpha, are we still your knight squires? Can we leave with you? Feeling the difference in Alpha, the three of them burst into tears of gratitude. For the first time, they sincerely hoped to become Alpha's squires. Don't you want to be my knight squire? Of course I am willing. We will be your servants for the rest of our lives. As long as you say a word, we will rush there immediately no matter where in the world we are. It's not convenient for me to take you with me this time, so you should leave by yourselves, live your own lives, and settle down. Whether you are a bodyguard or a mercenary, you can live well. Alpha stood up and prepared to leave. Sir, can we recruit warriors in your name? The three knights already had this idea, but no matter how much they insisted, they could not withstand the ravages of life. Okay, but you must not break the law or harm the people, otherwise I will destroy you wherever you go. This is Mark's bottom line. Yes, sir, we promise to obey your instructions. Looking at the disappearing figure, hope glimmered in the eyes of the three people. If the three of them leave without Alpha's permission, they would be deserters. But how long can a person persist in such a life? Faced with the collision between ideals and reality, most people choose to compromise. Have you ever thought about how you will live when you are old or lose your fighting ability? Being a formal knight is relatively secure and includes a salary. If one becomes a noble, he will have a fiefdom, no matter how big or small, and it will be guaranteed. But a knight's squire is a slave. If the knight's lord is kind, then there is still a purpose, at least he won't starve. Are you going to abandon us, Lord Alpha? Lena looked at Mark pitifully. Then do you want to follow me for the rest of your life? I'll be your knight's wife. Mark had no objection. With Lena's beauty, Mark would definitely have no chance of winning her over in today's society. Lord Alpha, can I take this as your confession to me? Lena narrowed her eyes and her face flushed. Then do you accept it, Lena? I need to think about it. Lena knew that acceptance was the best option, but such a thing was simply unattainable. In fact, female knights usually form pairs with other knight attendants, which makes it easier to recruit them when necessary. Few female knights end up following the Knight Lord. After all, no matter how beautiful a female knight is, she will eventually grow old and lose her beauty. Where are we going now, Lord Alpha? Fatim asked curiously. Let's go to the back streets. The back streets are almost connected to the slums. However, the back streets are very chaotic, with fights, drinking, gambling and almost all crimes can be found here. It is a paradise for criminals and a hell for ordinary people. There are countless gangs in the back streets, more than 20 of them, big and small. After playing today, I can play again tomorrow. It's no big deal. Few people from the back streets go to correctional institutions or hospitals. Most of them are beaten half to death and then thrown into some corner to fend for themselves. Mark led the three of them through the brightly lit streets. There were fights everywhere, blood and flesh everywhere on the ground, and perhaps there was a dead body in the corner. Give way, give way. The sudden reminder attracted the attention of several people. A figure shuttled through the crowd as smoothly as a loach, facing the noisy streets without any sense of obstruction. Gather. Looking at the loach rushing towards them, as if it wanted to get in between them, Mark immediately took a step back. Faced with four people standing close together, Loach had no choice but to squeeze past. Before leaving, he glared at Mark fiercely. Who was that just now? Lord Alpha? Lena asked curiously. It could be a thief, a criminal, or someone in a hurry. But if we want him to squeeze in among us, it depends on fate and the other party's intention. Mark didn't want to give up the initiative. Sir, what's that sound? Lena seemed to hear some weak voices. You can go in and take a look. Mark pointed to the dark alley next to him. As someone who has experienced this, Mark certainly knows that this is the extravagant sound of lovemaking between men and women. No. Lena was a little scared. Run. Someone is killing someone. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from a distance. Several gang members started fighting on the street. The street that was once crowded with people was now littered with corpses and bloodstains, and the entire street was filled with the stench of blood. Don't go over there, you can't stop these things. Mark pulled Tasley's shoulders and stopped her. In fact, they were originally knights, paladins, knights of light, and even knights of discipline. However, due to various reasons, they left the knights and fell into depravity, becoming what they are now. How could they do this? Even if they leave the knight team, they still have to abide by the commandments. Tasley believes that commandments are imprinted in the mind, not external rules. No matter where you are, you must observe the precepts. Those who abide by the commandments are the knights from the slums. Over there, they abide by the commandments and are poor and destitute, while here, they kill for fame and fortune. Mark took a few people to continue visiting this mixed street. Dad, please don't sell my sister. I can make money for you. Please. The sudden noise woke up the distracted people. Helm, I never thought that a gambler like you would have such a beautiful daughter. Could it be that your ugly wife had an affair and gave birth to her? A wretched man was directing 3 big men to drag the girl who was only 13 or 14 years old. If this is brought back, I'm afraid its tragic fate is already known. Boss, this girl is not a virgin. A wretched man actually touched the little girl's pants with his right hand. Helm, did you do this? I can't sell it at the price you said. The trafficker looked at Helm angrily. Instead of letting others get a bargain, it's better to let me get a bargain. I just lost my virginity last night and am still very young. 15 gold coins is very cheap. Helm bargained in a vulgar manner. That's the price for a virgin. I'll sell it to you for a maximum of 10 now. If you don't sell it to me, I'll leave. The trafficker roared angrily. The 2 men bargained, not taking the brother and sister on the ground into consideration at all. Brother, go quickly and don't stay here. When the sister saw her brother's appearance, a glimmer of light appeared in her lifeless eyes. You beast, how could you treat your sister like this? The little boy angrily rushed towards the man he called his father. Get out! I provide you with food and drink. Can't you let me play for a while? Besides, I will sell you too. Helm was so angry that he didn't care about his own son. Ah! You little bastard, you dare to bite me! Helm kicked the thin little boy off his leg and covered his thigh, wailing in pain. 15 gold coins for 2 people. If you don't want me, I'll sell it to someone else. Helm shouted angrily. What do I want this boy for? For charity. The traffickers were not very interested in the little boy. You can make him work and let him sell his body. I heard that some people particularly like little boys. The gambler Helm knows a lot. Please save my brother. I will serve you like a slave. The little girl knelt on the ground and kowtowed, regardless of the physical and mental pain. But there were many people watching the fun, but few took action. This kind of thing happens every day in the back streets. There have been many people selling their children in the past, and this number will continue to increase in the future. Okay, I'll give you 15 gold coins. In order to avoid any further complications, the human trafficker took action. Wait! Suddenly a female voice shouted, and Tasley walked out from the crowd. Female knight, I advise you not to get involved in this matter, otherwise I will not be polite. Looking at the other party's dress, the human trafficker thought that the other party wanted to ruin his good deeds. Tasley felt relieved after getting Mark's nod. Here are 20 gold coins. I want them. According to the knight's commandments, Tasley cannot take action against these human traffickers. After all, the slave trade is not illegal. Okay, here you go, both of them. Helm grabbed the gold coins excitedly. Let him sign this. Mark threw the indenture contract to Tasley. Sign and seal. Tasley grabbed Helm's hand and pressed her fingerprint directly on it. You robbed the person our mafia wanted, and you will not have a good end. Seeing the gorgeous clothes and the large number of people, the human traffickers could only go back and call for help. Let's go, we can't stay here anymore. What are you two going to do? Tasley was about to follow Mark, but saw the little girl was about to run over. My sister is going to get the luggage. No need, just go. Mark asked Tasley to take them away directly. Sure enough, before the few people walked out of the back street, they were stopped by a group of gangsters. Hand over all your money and all your women, or you won't be able to leave today. The human trafficker was hiding in the crowd, and now what was left behind was not only money, but also Tasley and others. I'll lead the charge later, Tasley will follow behind, and Lena and Fatim will charge forward together. Mark knew that things could not be resolved amicably, so he would not be polite. Kill. Chapter 8. Don't let any of them go. A dozen gangsters armed with long knives immediately surrounded them. Kill. Mark was not willing to be outdone and went straight up to him. At this moment, Mark's strength can only be regarded as a junior knight. It is no problem for him to fight these gangsters alone, but it is inevitable that he will have some difficulties in a group fight. The key is that without armor, injuries are inevitable. In this era, any wound infection is fatal. When faced with the siege of more than a dozen gang members, Mark faced them fearlessly. Holding a long sword and with an agile body, he moved freely among the gang members and struggled to resist their attacks. Although he only had the strength of a junior knight, he did not fall behind for a while thanks to his courage and skills. During the fight, Mark discovered that the gang members were not as strong as he had imagined. Many of them were just ordinary street thugs and had not received systematic training. This surprised him a little, but also made him more determined in his belief. But soon, Mark found that his situation was somewhat unfavorable. There are more and more gangsters around Mark, and the weapons in their hands are becoming more and more fierce. He felt that he was a little overwhelmed and his body began to feel tired. But he understood that he could not retreat because behind him was a kind woman and 2 children. Tasley and the other 2 were also in crisis. Their strength was not as good as his, and they would be timid when facing the fearless thugs. Just when Mark felt a little desperate, he suddenly heard a shout. Mark was pleasantly surprised to find that a group of knights in armor were rushing towards him. Their armor was shining and they looked extremely majestic. These knights, armed with spears, bravely advanced forward, and for a moment, the entire battlefield became extremely intense. When Mark saw this scene, even though he had just killed someone, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he felt excited. "Master Alpha, we are here." Diggory took off his helmet. Behind them are Takis and Minglet, who were once knight squires, including Alpha and Mars. With the addition of dozens of armed knights, the gangsters were no match at all and had to admit defeat and give up. "Lay down your weapons and surrender immediately." Suddenly, a group of disciplined knights on war horses rushed over and surrounded everyone. "I'm Disciplined Knight Alpha. We were attacked by gang members. They are all our servants who came to help us." Mark walked forward to negotiate. "Alpha Michelle." A knight commander came out. "Yes, I am Alpha Michelle." Mark straightened his back. "Okay, Alpha Michelle, the Pope wants to see you, follow me. Everyone disperse or I will kill you without mercy." The knight commander gave his last order and turned around to leave a warhorse for Mark. "Diggory, take them back first. We are safe now. Lena, you guys go back to school and wait for me to come back." The Pope summoned Mark, so he did not dare to delay. After giving instructions, he immediately followed. Mark followed the Knights of Discipline to St. Peter's Basilica. Along the way, Mark kept asking himself, why did the Pope recruit him? Why did he arrange for him to go to the Fatalia Empire? Mark thought a lot along the way, and it was probably related to the Disciplined Paladin. Following the knight in front of me, when I arrived in front of the square of St. Peter's Basilica, the square was already full of people. Mark looked up and saw that in addition to the fully equipped paladins, there were more clergymen wearing robes and mitres. Only then did Mark realize that this time the Pope was not just looking for him, but had summoned all the cardinals, so he had to be careful. There are less than 200 cardinals in total. If spread out across the world, there are no more than 5 cardinals in one country. It is usually difficult to see one of them, but at this moment there are so many of them standing in the square. Everyone was worshipping, and Mark quietly walked from the corner into the church. Mark was thinking about something and entered the church from the side door. The inner hall is wider than the outer hall, with 2 rows of hundreds of giant stone pillars supporting the semicircular dome. The sunlight shines in through the stained glass windows and is cut into colorful spots by the stone pillars. The Pope and 12 cardinals stood in front of the altar, all with their eyes closed, holding the Bible in their left hands, their right hands on their chests, and muttering something. Mark didn't dare to disturb them. He stood quietly by the side, observing their words and actions. After a long time, the Pope opened his eyes and said loudly, "Brothers and sisters, the love and grace of the Lord are with you. We pray to the Lord here for his blessing and guidance. Now I have an important announcement to make." The Pope looked around and his eyes finally fell on Mark. "Yesterday, inspired by the Lord, a sacred unicorn appeared in our territory. This is an unprecedented sacred object, representing the will and blessing of the Lord. According to ancient prophecy, whoever can gain the approval of this unicorn will become the savior of our church." After screening and testing, the person who was finally chosen was a young paladin, the Alpha Knight from the Order of the Disciplined Paladins. As soon as this statement came out, the whole place was in an uproar. This was a major event concerning the future of the church, but the opportunity was seized by an unknown young man. Looking at Alpha's appearance, it doesn't seem like he has any special abilities or background. Mark was confused. What on earth was going on, and what was the sacred unicorn? I now officially appoint Alpha Michel as the leader of the 9th Knights of Light of the Fatalia Empire. It seems that all the previous preparations were made for this matter. Mark was confused and accepted the baptism of the Pope under the guidance of an archbishop, and was also given the medal of the Knights Templar and the letter of appointment. Since this operation is extremely dangerous, we are now activating the angel blessing formation. Before Mark could react, a sacred light descended from the sky, like a mother's embrace. Mark felt the blood boiling in his body, and he felt comfortable and excited. The 9th Knights of Light? Mark was confused when he heard the name. It was not until the Archbishop said that this operation was extremely dangerous that Mark realized that he seemed to be about to become a big shot. After receiving baptism from the Pope, Mark carefully put away the Medal of Light, which symbolized his identity. He took a quick look at the name on the appointment letter, Alpha Michel. He knew he would be that person from now on. Mark couldn't help but wonder if the original owner of this name would come to visit him if he broke his promise. Just as Mark was daydreaming like this, he was brought by the Archbishop to an empty square. There was a formation pattern in the center of the square, which looked like an angel descending from a religious legend. At this time, a group of priests appeared from nowhere around the square and were running towards the formation on the square. Let the great God of light protect our warrior and grant him the most powerful strength so that he can defeat all evil. Mark came to his senses when he heard the prayers of the priests around the square. He noticed a dazzling light emitting from the center of the square, enveloping him completely. Before Mark could react, the light flowed through his whole body like a hot spring, making him feel comfortable and excited, as if every cell in his body had been awakened like never before. The whole process seemed to last for a long time, so long that Mark felt that he had merged with the light. He felt a brand new self growing rapidly. I declare that Alpha Michel officially becomes the Holy Son of the Church of Light and possesses the absolute blessing of light. Mark felt that his mind was clearer than ever before, and a sacred aura emanated from his body. It was as if he had transformed into the legendary God of Light, possessing endless power. Mark stretched his hand into the air and felt the air was full of energy particles. As long as he wanted, he could call upon these energy particles to turn them into his own power at any time and become invincible. However, at this moment, a strong sense of crisis emerged in Mark's heart. Mark quickly scanned the surroundings and soon discovered a dark energy rushing towards here from a distance. Mark frowned. This dark energy made him feel as if he was facing a demon from hell, causing his whole body to tense up involuntarily. This is impossible. This is the headquarters of the Church of Light. How could there be dark energy here? Mark was filled with shock and confusion. Could it be that the evil forces have infiltrated here? At the moment Mark was thinking, the dark energy had already surged to the edge of the square. Those priests who were previously illuminated by the holy light were now as if swallowed by darkness. They fell to the ground in pain, their faces distorted as if they were in great pain. This is dark magic, stop it quickly. Mark felt even more uneasy when he heard the Archbishop's voice. Mark didn't think too much and raised his hand to wave towards the dark energy. A beam of bright energy shot out from his hand and hit the dark energy directly. The forces of light and darkness intertwined in the air, causing a violent explosion. The entire square shook at this moment, sand and dust flew everywhere, and the surrounding buildings were crumbling under the impact of this force. Mark's heart tightened. He felt that the dark energy had not been eliminated yet. Instead, it was taking the opportunity to rush towards Mark. As the dark energy continued to pour in, Mark felt his body becoming heavy and the air around him became thinner and thinner. He seemed to be in an endless darkness, unable to find a way out. No, I can't be swallowed by the darkness. Mark gritted his teeth and struggled to break free from the shackles of darkness. Suddenly, he felt a severe headache, as if countless ants were crawling in his brain, making it almost unbearable for him. Damn dark magic! Mark raised his head with difficulty. It was discovered that the priests who were originally illuminated by the holy light in the square had now been completely swallowed up by the darkness. Their bodies had been corroded by dark magic, becoming dark and twisted, like evil dark creatures. We must stop them. Mark endured the headache, gathered the remaining light energy in his body, and prepared to launch another attack. However, at this moment, an even more powerful dark energy attacked him from the other end of the square. Mark was shocked. He felt that this dark energy was more ferocious than the previous one and was almost impossible to resist. There is no other way, I can only fight to the death. Mark took a deep breath, condensed the light energy in his hands, let out a roar, and rushed towards the dark energy. The forces of light and darkness intertwined in the air, causing huge energy fluctuations, and the entire square was shaken by this force. Mark felt as if his body was pushed backwards by an invisible force, and he could hardly stand still. No, I can't lose. Mark gritted his teeth, condensed the light energy in his body again, and launched a more violent attack on the dark energy. You clown, a grain of light! Just when Mark was about to be swallowed, the Pope took action. Rays of sacred light descended from the sky, breaking the darkness in an instant, and everyone was bathed in the sunshine again. Everything happened in just a moment, and all the priests returned to normal, as if everything that had just happened was an illusion. Alpha Knight, follow me. Mark followed the Pope to a secret room. After entering the house, the Pope slowly pushed open a stone door. With a creaky sound, the stone door slowly opened. The view in front of me suddenly opened up. The furnishings were simple yet extremely majestic. A huge conference room table took up most of the room, with chairs placed on both sides. The walls were painted with murals that told of the various scenes that the great holy knights had experienced. It looked very shocking. Sit down. The Pope patted Mark's back and motioned him to sit down. The Pope sat on the chair, looked at Mark kindly, and said, I am glad that you have not been swallowed by the darkness, child. The power of darkness is invisible and cruel, and can easily destroy a person's will. But I believe that in this world, light is always stronger than darkness. As the Pope spoke, he placed his hand on Mark's shoulder. A soft white light seeped out from his hand, warm and comfortable. This feeling reminded Mark of his parents, who had once soothed his soul in this way. Now, the Discipline Paladin Order is facing an unprecedented predicament, and we must unite to deal with it. And you, Alpha, are the new hope of the Order of the Holy Knights of Discipline, and you will shoulder a mission that is more difficult than ever before. Mark felt excited and inspired as he listened to the Pope's words. Mark knew that the Order of the Discipline Paladins was one of the most powerful forces in the entire continent, but they had encountered various troubles in recent times, causing the Order of the Discipline Paladins to face a devastating disaster. I need your help, Alpha. I hope you can reorganize a group of holy knights in the Fatalia Empire. Chapter 9. Your Holiness, I will live up to my mission and complete the task to re-establish the Order of the Knights of Discipline. Mark obeyed the Lord's arrangements as if he was possessed. This is a high-level fighting technique that will increase your strength. You will set out the day after tomorrow, so go and choose your mount and equipment now. Mark somehow walked out of the secret room with the fighting chi technique. Everything that happened today was so inexplicable, only the matter of the 9th commander of Fatalia was known in advance. What is the remaining Holy Sun? Holy Baptism? Advanced Fighting Chi Ju? Your Holiness, is it worth it for you to spend so much money on him? Just as Alpha left, a figure appeared in the secret room. The Fatalia Empire has broken away from the control of the Vatican, and the 9th Order of the Knights of Light exists in name only. I need someone to clean up the mess. The Pope regained his composure and analyzed rationally. But no matter his strength or strategy, he is totally out of touch with the crowd. How can he turn the tide in such chaos? The mysterious man had already investigated Mark thoroughly. He has withstood the praise of light and can remain bright in the darkness. This is enough. The Pope has sent out 4 waves of troops, some of whom are powerful, some are proficient in conspiracy and intrigue, and some are good at winning people's hearts, but unfortunately they all failed. They threw themselves into the arms of darkness one by one, so the Pope used dark baptism to seduce Mark. Believe in God's arrangement. If you want to become the Son of God, you must accept the test. No matter what choice the Pope makes, it will not have much impact on the Vatican. The key issue now is the Baize Empire in the East. Although the Baize Empire obeys the arrangements of the Holy See, it is recruiting soldiers internally. The Fatalia Empire was filled with internal problems and contradictions, which made it impossible for them to expand or shake the foundation of the Holy See. Your Holiness, do you really want to rebuild the Order of the Holy Knights of Discipline? I hope he blooms far away. The Order of the Discipline Paladins puts too much pressure on the Pope, making him afraid to enjoy life, but the Order of the Discipline Paladins' powerful strength also makes the Pope reluctant to give up. Don't worry, my Knight Commander. Alpha has lost a finger because of you, so he can no longer become a saint. The advanced fighting skills I gave him can be cultivated quickly, but it also puts a heavy strain on the body. The Holy Baptism only improves his recovery ability and prevents him from dying too early. All of this will not allow the order of the Holy Knights to stand up again. The Pope knew what the Knight Commander was afraid of. After all, it was the Knight Commander who planned the destruction of the Order of the Disciplined Paladins, and he was just afraid of Alpha's revenge. Your Holiness, I have dedicated everything to God. I will clear all obstacles for you. Here are your horses, weapons, armor, supplies, and funds. In fact, only the 12 cardinals and the Knight Commander knew Mark's identity as the Son of God, and no one else got the news at all. Okay. Mark packed up his things and walked towards the school. Herod, Herod. A familiar sound of a horse brought Mark's thoughts back to reality. This is Chasing Wind and Jiying. Through Alpha's memory, Mark knew that the two horses in front of him, as thin as firewood, were the mounts of Alpha and Mars. But how did it become like this now? They are all Gus war horses, the best war horses in the world, and Mars selects the best war horses among the Gus war horses. Brother, can I have these two horses? The Pope only gave himself one spot, and Mark didn't know if it would work. Alpha, although they are also Gus war horses, they may be sick. They haven't eaten for 10 days. I'm afraid they won't live long. If you are replaced or die, don't look for me. The knight explained the situation in advance. I promise not to cause you any trouble. I will be leaving the Vatican the day after tomorrow. Okay, I can change it for you. You can also take the equipment in the stable. The knight turned and left, holding the warhorse Gus in Mark's hand. Zhuofeng, Jiying, how did you become like this? Mark brought some dried beans and slowly fed them to the two war horses. When the warhorse saw the acquaintance, it actually started to eat voraciously, and it was obvious that it was almost going crazy with hunger. Mark tied the saddle and equipment on the ground together, preparing to drag them back later. Zhuofeng and Jiying were unable to lift them now. After eating and drinking, the two war horses gradually regained their spirits. Mark led two horses and walked towards the school. With two horses, Mark's speed slowed down a lot. Mark had a hint of doubt in his heart, and he didn't know why their war horses had become like this. In his opinion, these two Gus horses are the best war horses in the world. They have excellent speed and endurance and are the dream mounts of knights. Mark decided to take good care of the two war horses in the next period of time and help them recover to health, which would be worthy of this body. After walking for a while, Mark saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. Florentino, why are you here? Mark asked in surprise. Florentino was Mark's classmate at the Vatican Academy and one of his good friends. He is a gentle and kind boy who often helps Alpha and other classmates. Florentino was also surprised to see Mark. Alpha, weren't you going to leave the Vatican? Why are you back now? Florentino asked. I'm here to say goodbye to everyone. Mark said. No one paid much attention or concern to Alpha's departure, so Mark had to leave quietly. Lord Alpha, have you been deceived by pulling two horses like this? Seeing Alpha coming, Lena was the first to greet him. Pack up, we'll leave tomorrow. Mark didn't want to leave the day after tomorrow, after all, the day after tomorrow was New Year's Day. So anxious. Lena took the equipment dragged over by Alpha. These were all Mars's high-end equipment. Mark would not give up. Well, wash the equipment and brush the horses. Let me take care of these. The little boy brought back had a good look. Well, you wash up first. There was no special expression in Mark's eyes. He was thinking about how to accommodate the two people. Tasley took the little girl to see teacher Sharna for a checkup. The little girl was bleeding from her lower body. It was horrible. Lena obviously also saw the tragic experience of the little girl. Her eyes were full of sympathy and inexplicable fear. Is Fatim cooking? It was almost time for dinner. Well, yes, Fatim is smoking some meat, and there's dinner. Accompany me to the slums to find Diggory and the others. Time was very tight, Mark needed a carriage, and the easiest way without getting cheated was to find someone he knew. Okay, Master Alpha. Lena was happy to accompany. Lena, what is the Son of God? Mark had been wondering whether the Pope really valued him or was just fooling him. Judging from the Pope's momentum, he is the Son of God, the leader and the one who is practicing him of light and advanced magic, and it seems that he takes it very seriously. But looking at Simagion's knights, they didn't take him seriously at all, so it was still the same as before. Holy Son? It is possible to become a knight of the Pope, which is a great honor. Lena was very surprised. How come Lord Alpha didn't even know this? Just one. No, almost every knight commander is a son of God. Those who have made significant contributions to the Holy See can also become sons of God. There are 10 of them now. Lena's explanation made Mark feel disappointed. It's just a badge of honor. This is a scam, a stupid scam. It's just casting a wide net and focusing on catching fish. After Lena finished explaining, Tasley and the little girl also came back. Mark prepared to go to the slums after dinner. Sister Tasley, how is the little girl Ham? I hope she's okay. Looking at the little girl with lifeless eyes, Lena asked worriedly. Teacher Sharna said it was okay, it was just that the little girl had just had her period, and the beastly man ruthlessly abused her, causing her to bleed profusely. The teacher told the little girl to keep it clean and wash it with salt water. It's not a big problem, but it looks terrible. Okay. I was scared to death. I thought someone would die from that kind of thing. Lena finally felt relieved. Lord Alpha, how do we accommodate the 2 people outside? Tasley was more concerned about this matter. Although he got Alpha's permission, he saved the person himself after all. Send them to an orphanage. It's not that Mark didn't want to look after the 2 of them, but he couldn't protect himself. But Tasley wanted to say something but was interrupted by Mark. Or you can take them in, I'll pay the money and you take care of them. Taking them in is not just about providing a meal, it also includes education, security, etc. Money is not a problem, but Mark doesn't have the energy to discipline them. But the welfare home is not a place for human beings to stay. It is basically an open base for human trafficking. Unexpectedly, Fatim had also stayed there. Fortunately, he met Mars, otherwise his end would have been very tragic. The best outcome for those in the orphanage is to be chosen by a wealthy family and become a do-everything maid, or to be sold to a brothel to serve clients, or to be kicked out of the orphanage when they are 15 or 16 years old and have no knowledge of anything, and to be left to fend for themselves. Benefactor, we can work like horses and oxen for you, we can do the laundry and cooking for you, please don't drive us away. The little girl Ham rushed in at this time. The little girl also realized that the only man inside was the one in charge. As long as you take my brother away, I can go out and make money, and I'll give it all to you. The little girl Ham only hoped that her brother could survive and live like a human being. Sister, I won't leave. We must be together, no matter life or death. The little boy Hanta also rushed in. Eat first. Mark hadn't thought it through yet, so he could only put it off for now. My lord knight, my master knight, please don't drive us away. I will work like a slave to repay you. Ham hugged Mark's thighs and begged. You guys follow Tasley first, we'll talk about it later, let's eat first. Mark took the food brought by Fatim and ate some simply. To be honest, the food here is really simple, just bread, grilled meat and a few vegetable leaves. It's okay to eat it for a few meals, but it would be very uncomfortable to eat it every day. Lena, come with me. Tasley will take them to pack their things and set off tomorrow afternoon. Mark took Lena out of the academy. Whether you have money or not, come and take a look. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Don't be cheated. Genuine mythical beast mounts are on sale. Don't miss it if you pass by. It's a good deal to buy a dragon horse for the price of a donkey. Various hawking sounds were heard everywhere, and the road in the middle was also severely congested. Lord Alpha, how do we get in? Lena became scared when she saw the crowded crowd in front of her. Mark had not expected that the back streets would be so bustling at night, with all kinds of hawking. Don't worry, I will protect you. Mark pulled Lena into the crowd. Of course, he knew the current situation. It might not be an easy task to find Diggory. Mark took Lena's hand and walked forward, shaking off those who were trying to scam people and squeezing out those who were shouting, and brought Lena to the area where Diggory was. Diggory, are you in there? The dim light showed that there was someone inside, but there was no response to Mark's question. Dong dong dong. Mark knocked several times, but the door remained closed. Mark gestured for the 2 to stand to the sides and kicked the door open. Don't come in, or I'll be rude to you. I was facing 3 people, who seemed to be a family of 3. The man was standing in front of me, shivering while holding a fork. Where are the people who live here during the day? Mark did not step into the room, but just asked outside. They sold the house to us and it's ours now, the man answered bravely. Where did they go? I don't know. I just saw them packing their bags and seemingly leaving town. Why don't you open the door? This is a slum, we dare not open the door at night. The security in the slum is not good. Even with such behavior, no one has come out to check it out. Okay, fix the door. Mark threw a gold coin in as compensation for the cost of repairing the door. After watching the man fix the door, the two left. Lord Alpha, 1 gold coin can buy an iron door. He just repaired it, and 1 silver coin is enough. Lena complained. Then go back and get the money back. Mark would not bargain on this. No. The reason why Lena didn't go was probably because she didn't dare. Lord Alpha, what should we do now? Lena followed Alpha's footsteps and came to the back street again. See if there is anyone selling horse-drawn carriages. Mark didn't want to go to the carriage shop. It was normal to be cheated. In Alpha's memory, there were many private individuals selling horse-drawn carriages in the back streets. They all come to the Vatican to reside permanently, but there is a fee for entering the Vatican with vehicles and horses. Once you choose to reside permanently, you must get rid of the vehicles and horses. Unless you are very rich, you can buy another car with a year's travel expenses. Mark wandered around the back street for a long time and finally found a suitable carriage in a corner. Although this car does not have a gorgeous appearance or aristocratic logo, it is comfortable and spacious enough. The key is that the wheels are actually installed with high elastic springs, which shows that the owner is also a person who enjoys life. This carriage is nice, what do you think? Mark asked Lena beside him. Lena nodded and said, it looks good, and the price shouldn't be too expensive. What 30 gold coins? Chapter 10. What, 30 gold coins? So expensive? I can buy a new car with that money. Mark walked forward and had a brief conversation with the seller. The seller told him that the carriage had just arrived at the Vatican not long ago, that it was of very good quality, and that it had been built in no more than a month. As for why the price is so high, it is because a lot of modified parts have been added to it, such as shock absorbers and springs, a full metal frame, and even the 2 horses are prairie horses. Although the steppe horse does not have explosive speed, it has great endurance and adaptability, and can adapt from ice and snow to scorching desert heat. Mark carefully inspected the carriage and found that it was indeed a good carriage. Mark was very satisfied, but the price was too expensive, so he bargained with the seller. Robinson, you've sold this carriage for half a month, and the parking fee is almost 5 gold coins. If you don't sell it now, you'll be wasting it. I didn't expect someone to mock me at this time. If you want to take care of it, I'm happy to do it. I'll offer you 15 gold coins. If you want to sell it, I'll take it now, but you have to pay for parking yourself. So Robinson would only get 10 gold coins. Get lost. I won't sell it to your car dealership. It turned out that the other party was from the car dealership and came here specifically to get a bargain. 15 gold coins, do you want it? If you do, I'll sell it to you. Robinson looked down on the other party and directly sold it to Mark at the same price. But 15 gold coins is not cheap. After all, the cost of modification cannot be included in the cost of selling the car. Okay, then the parking fee will be on me and you take the 15 gold coins. Mark didn't want to take too much advantage of the other party. In the end, Mark bought the carriage at a reasonable price, and the owner also gave Mark the now useless tent and fodder. After all, the carriage was gone, so there was no point in keeping these. The two quickly completed the handover, and the carriage officially changed hands. Idiot, 15 gold coins can buy you a new car from us. Since Mark bought a carriage, he was no longer his customer, so the boss mocked him. Idiot. Mark made an international friendly gesture to the other party. Okay, now we have our own carriage. Mark took Lena's hand and came to the carriage. Get in, we can set off. Lena nodded and got on the carriage with Mark. Mark took control of the reins and drove the carriage forward. Along the way, Lena seemed very excited and kept looking out the window. She saw many new sights and felt the prosperity and bustle of the city. Master Alpha, isn't 20 gold coins a bit too much? I think 15 gold coins is about right. Lena was still feeling bad about the money she had just spent. After all, the boss had already said 15 gold coins, and it was Alpha who took the initiative to pay for the travel expenses. We'll take the Vatican's special route, so there's no need for travel fees. Mark wasn't a fool, and he had no intention of paying the parking fee. Then we get the tent and fodder for free. Lena didn't dwell on it anymore. Look at these curtains. They are obviously high-end products. They are very effective in keeping out wind and rain and keeping warm. They also have shock-absorbing effects. This is the best carriage I have ever ridden in. Lena was now looking for the advantages of the carriage. While driving, Mark asked Lena to introduce the city's history and culture to him. Lena told him that this was once a great city with rich cultural and historical heritage. It's really magical that this city has so many stories and legends. Lena sighed. After all, Lena was just a little girl, so she naturally paid attention to those tragic love gossips. Of course, this is one of the greatest cities in the world. Mark said proudly. Looking at the scale of this city, it is huge and magnificent even in modern society. If this is Earth, it should be the 13th or 14th century, the Ming dynasty in the East. If there is a chance, Mark wants to go to the East to take a look, after all, that is where he belongs. During this era, many countries developed rapidly, and people's living standards and cultural standards continued to improve. It was after this era that the West began to exert its strength and gradually surpassed the East. Let's go. Let's go back and have some rest. Mark held Lena in his arms and drove towards the school. Lord Alpha. Lena couldn't break free and could only follow the other party's actions. Go back to sleep. Mark didn't keep his word and actually went to the second highest point in the Vatican to see the scenery. The highest point is the Pope's St. Peter's Basilica. Lord Alpha, this is not a school. Lena finally came to her senses from her daze. Well, this is Mona Heights. It was originally the highest defense platform in the inner city. But no one has attacked here for more than 1,000 years. Now it has become a tourist attraction. You can see the entire Vatican clearly from here. Alpha drove the carriage to a relatively quiet corner. How beautiful! Lena exclaimed. From the Mona Heights, you can see the beautiful scenery of the entire Vatican. There is no hustle and bustle of the city here, only a refreshing breeze and a peaceful atmosphere. Lena was attracted by the beautiful scenery in front of her, and she couldn't help but stretch out her arms to feel the breeze brushing her skin. Alpha looked at Lena with a smile. He knew that this girl loved nature very much. Feeling the tranquility and beauty here might be her best choice. Lord Alpha, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Lena touched her face, but there was nothing. It's okay. In my eyes, you are the most beautiful scenery. Lord Alpha, you are teasing me again. I am going to ignore you. Lena lowered her head and did not dare to look at Alpha. Mark couldn't help but lift Lena's chin and gently kissed Lena's little mouth. Master Alpha, this is not okay. We can't be here. Feeling Alpha's heat, Lena woke up. This was outside. But how could Mark, who was so hot, turn off the heat? Lena's clothes had been taken off halfway. It's okay. The carriage has good sound insulation. How could Mark give up the delicious food that was already in his mouth? Then Lord Alpha, please be gentle to me. I won't die. Lena gave up struggling, but her whole body was still tense. Just as Mark was about to launch the final attack, he saw the tears in Lena's eyes and woke up instantly. I'm sorry, Lena, I was too impulsive. Mark put on Lena's clothes. Lord Alpha, I love you and I can give you anything. Lena was prepared, but Alpha gave up at the last moment. Then why are you crying? Mark knew that the other party was not sincere. I'm scared. Ham is bleeding from his lower body. I'm afraid I'll die too. It turned out that Lena was frightened by this. That man is a beast. I will be gentle. Mark held the naked Lena in the carriage. Then Lord Alpha, is it possible now? Lena was actually a little expectant. Not now. I'm afraid you'll regret it. Although he said this, his hands were still touching Lena's body dishonestly. I do not regret. Then let's wait a few days. Tomorrow I will prepare for everyone to go separately. Mark found that he had been saying to let them go, but he did not give several people a chance. What do you mean, Master Alpha? I'm going to let you go first. I'll wait for you outside West City until noon, and then I'll rush to the town of Rona in the west to stay for one night, and officially set off the next day. Mark meant to give everyone time to think about it, and they didn't have to be together. Master Alpha, don't you trust us? I believe you, but I also have to give you a chance to choose. If you continue to follow me, I will eat you, so I will let you go today. Mark really drove back this time. Master Alpha, I will definitely follow you. Director, the guy has come back and is driving a horse-drawn carriage. Should we stop him? As soon as Mark's carriage entered the school, someone began to tip off. Let's go to the dormitory and block him. The school has a clear rule that horses are not allowed to enter. Is he ignoring my words? A man in the director's office was furious. Okay, let's go over there. Don't you know that horses are not allowed in the school? Now we are going to take your horses, do you want to resist? Several knight students, led by the director, prepared to take away the 2 war horses. You are not allowed to take away Lord Alpha's horse. You are not allowed to. The little boy held the horse's thighs tightly, but it was of no use. Why don't you do anything about those rich people riding in on horses? Tasley argued, but it seemed to be of no use. I don't care. I just saw you. You violated the school rules and must be punished. The fat master was covered in fat and showed no mercy. Unless the fat man looked at Tasley with lustful eyes. Don't even think about it. Tasley refused immediately. Take him away, don't be polite. If you resist arrest, you will be killed. The fat man gave the order directly. Wait a minute. Who is it? Who dares to object? The fat man turned and looked at the person who objected. 2 familiar figures appeared at the door of Tasley's dormitory. The tall man was wearing a tight suit and a long sword on his back. He stood straight and energetic. His eyes were clear and deep, as if they contained endless wisdom and power. If not Mark and Lena, then who else could it be? Yes, sir, Lord Alpha is back. Ham suddenly became excited. Mark strode into the dormitory door with Lena following behind him. Lord Alpha, you are finally back. They wanted to take our horses away. Only at this moment did Fatim realize the meaning of Alpha. You have violated school regulations by bringing people into the school on a horse-drawn carriage. I am now formally notifying you that all your belongings will be confiscated. The fat man didn't care who the other person was. As long as they violated school regulations, they must be taken away. Oh! Who is bigger, you or the Pope? Mark had a smile on his face, as if he didn't take the fat man seriously. Of course, the Pope is greater. No matter how the fat man cursed in his heart, he could not say bad things about the Pope. The Pope asked me to come here to pack my bags and take office, and you actually had the audacity to confiscate the warhorse given to me by the Pope. You are so bold. Mark could only choose to act in a pretentious manner and bully others. Impossible, how can you meet the Pope? The fat man didn't dare to believe what Mark said. Believe it or not, I'm going back to pack my bags. If there's no horse when I come out, I won't leave. When the Pope asks why we didn't leave, I'll say you stole it. Mark pulled a few people and turned to go into the dormitory. Director, what should we do? Should we take these horses away? A knight didn't know what to do. Do you believe his lies? I have been here for 30 years, and except for the sacrificial ceremony, I have never met the Pope. How old is he and what qualifications does he have? The fat man's voice became weaker and weaker. I heard that Alpha Knight is preparing to go on a diplomatic mission to the Kingdom of Fatalia, but I haven't heard that the Pope has personally summoned him. A well-informed knight said. Okay, then get out of the school as soon as you finish moving. The fat man didn't dare to do anything rash, so he could only leave someone to keep an eye on them. Hey! Mark's bet was right, the fat man didn't dare to do anything rash. In fact, no one would care if the fat man took away the carriage. The Pope did not send out the information about the private meeting, nor did he explain his situation to the public. Mark didn't dare to act recklessly. If this news got out of his mouth, he might not be able to leave the Vatican at all. Lord Alpha, shall we pack our luggage now? Lena asked curiously. We'll pack up tomorrow morning. Let's have a meeting now and set off tomorrow morning. Mark didn't want to leave the dormitory right away. It was so cold at night. What about them? There was still a night outside. It's okay. If he urges you, just pick up a piece of clothing and throw it at him. Mark didn't want to pay attention to them. I'll tell you something tonight. We'll set off tomorrow morning. Everyone go their separate ways. We'll meet outside the West Gate at noon. What if we get separated? What if we're late? Fatim asked worriedly. You guys go ahead, I'll go straight to Zymen Avenue afterwards. If there aren't enough people, I'll stay outside Zymen until noon. In the afternoon I will rush to the town of Rhone, 10 kilometers away, to rest for a night and set off the next day. You guys should think about it carefully during this time. If you want to leave, you don't have to say goodbye to me. If you stay, you will have to suffer with me in the future. Mark gave them a chance to think about it alone. Lord Alpha, I want to go with you. Unexpectedly, the most silent Fathom was the first to refuse. No, whether you like it or not, you must go separately. Mark rejected all proposals. What about Ham and Hanta? Lena got the news in advance and was not too surprised. They are too young, let them follow me first. Mark's answer determined the future of the two children. Okay, you guys go to bed first. I'll be there later. Mark looked at the night outside the house, but he was still very worried in his heart. If the other party really took away the carriage, Mark wouldn't have much to do. Come out here, how long will you finish cleaning up? The knight roared angrily. After all, it was winter and the cold wind was biting and unbearable. The Pope didn't even urge me, so who do you think you are? Mark stood at the door and refused to go out. You are just a lost knight. If you have the guts, let's have a competition. I didn't expect the other party to have this plan. Okay, since you have this plan, I will help you. After receiving the praise of Light, Alpha felt that his fit with his body had greatly increased. Now, let alone using 80% of Alpha's strength, 50% should not be considered a big deal. The key point is that the effect of the Light tribute is probably more than just this, and Alpha wants to figure out the situation. Come on, Alpha Michelle. Chapter 11. Alpha and the young knight looked into each other's eyes, and a battle was about to break out. The two fought without hesitation. The fight became increasingly intense. Alpha can defeat these challengers with his rich combat experience, but that doesn't mean the same can be said for Mark. The strength of the young knight should not be underestimated. With his agility and youthful physical strength, he always maintains a fierce battle with Alpha. However, Mark is gradually adapting to the power of this body, and his strength is steadily improving. This time Alpha is wearing plate armor, but it only protects the main body of the body. The limbs are leather armor, and the head is not protected, so that Mark's reaction speed can be maximized. The battle between Alpha and the young knight became more and more intense. Alpha relied on his rich combat experience to constantly look for the young knight's flaws, but the young knight's strength should not be underestimated. Relying on his agility and ever-increasing strength, he engaged in a fierce battle with Alpha. Alpha saw the progress of the young knight and couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart. Alpha decided not to hide his strength anymore and began to show his true strength. Alpha swung the sword in his hand vigorously, and a bright light emanated from the sword. The young knight was enveloped by this light and felt that his breathing became difficult. Alpha took advantage of the young knight's panic and rushed towards him quickly, stabbing the young knight's chest with the sword in his hand. The young knight was unable to dodge and had to use the sword in his hand to block Alpha's attack. Alpha's attack was so powerful that the young knight's arm went numb and he almost lost his sword. The knight quickly adjusted his posture, ready to fight Alpha again. Alpha saw that the young knight was not defeated by his attack, and he felt a little admiration in his heart. Alpha knew that he had to go all out to win the battle. So, Alpha began to release his fighting skills, and a strong electric current condensed in his palm, directly covering the long sword. This is the special skill activated by the lightning tribute, the lightning technique. The young knight immediately swung the sword in his hand, trying to cut off the electric current, but found that the current was so strong that it bounced his sword away. The electric current hit the young knight's body, and he suddenly felt an intense numbness and almost lost control of his body. However, the young knight did not give up. He stood up with difficulty, gathered his strength again, and prepared to meet Alpha's attack. Alpha was even more impressed by the young knight's performance. He knew that the young knight had a bright future and his strength would improve day by day, and he might even surpass himself in the future. Finally, Alpha decided to let the young knight go. Alpha retracted his thunderbolt, nodded to the young knight, and turned away. "What's your name?" "I'm Athos Gulide." "Is this your true strength?" Athos looked at Alpha in disbelief. After all, the previous battle in which Alpha failed was still vivid in his mind. Originally, with his own strength, he should be able to defeat Alpha easily. "Yes, I just admire you, so I showed you my strongest power. Go back and practice hard, you have a bright future." Alpha panted and closed the door. The lightning spell, which only took more than 10 seconds, consumed a lot of Mark's energy. At this moment, Mark could only sit down and rest. "I will definitely defeat you next time we meet." Athos left in embarrassment. Lord Alpha is becoming stronger and stronger. Tasli looked at Mark's current situation. The first game was a complete defeat, the second game was won by stealing a chance, and the third game was a complete victory. Through these repeated victories, Tasli saw Alpha's strength. It's just that Lord Alpha is recovering his strength. Lena knew Alpha's situation and of course explained for him. What will you choose tomorrow? Lena had already made her choice, but she didn't know how the two sisters would decide. I don't know. Looking at Lena's eyes, Fatim didn't know how to choose. Before, as servants of Lord Alpha, we had no choice. Now Alpha has given us a chance, which is a new life for us. I will not abandon Alpha. Lena was the first to express her choice. What else can you do without Master Alpha? Our current strength is not even comparable to that of a junior knight, so no one would choose us. The best way is to become a knight yourself, but this requires the recognition of the church, at least a junior knight, and a large amount of resource supplies. Even the choice of a knight's squire is a mutual one. The knight chooses a strong squire, and the squire chooses a strong knight. The two are united, and they rise and fall together. When the knight returns home in glory, the squire will also have a good destination. If the choice is not good, even if he does not die on the battlefield, his future will be miserable. Forget it. I'm going to rest. Looking at the two silent sisters, Lena knew that Lord Alpha's decision was right. Tasli, what about you? Fatim has no lofty ideals, he just wants to think about living well. I don't know, I want to be the strongest sword, the strongest disciplined paladin. But Lord Alpha seems to have forgotten the original starting point, and I don't know what is right. Tasli has dreams, and she is afraid that following Alpha will wipe out her dreams. After spending half a month with Alpha, Tasli knew that Alpha was a good person, but this was not the kind of master Tasli wanted. Then you should follow Lord Alpha. Alpha is going to the troubled land in the west, where fighting is essential, which is suitable for you to hone your fighting skills. Fatim did not have such lofty ideals, he just wanted to live a stable life. If Alpha just went to live in the garrison, Fatim would not hesitate at all. But Alpha is not the knight master I'm looking for. Tasli has her own ideals and ambitions. But who can become your knight master now? The order of the disciplined paladins is finished. The two of them didn't know yet that the Pope asked Alpha to go to the west to rebuild the order of the disciplined paladins. I'm going to rest, Tasli. Since they had nothing to say to each other, the two chose to remain silent. Perhaps this separation will be eternal. I slept so comfortably. Alpha opened his eyes and found Lena lying next to him. Smelling Lena's body fragrance, Mark's body reacted. Lord Alpha, you're awake. I'll go prepare breakfast for you. Lena's face flushed and she slowly got up. Forget it, let's get up together. We're leaving today. Looking at Lena's complete clothes, the two of them just slept together and did not take the last step. Fatim had already gotten up and prepared breakfast, and Hamhanta had packed his luggage and was feeding the horses. Zufeng and Jiying had recovered well. Although they were still skinny, their eyes were full of brilliance. Ah! Lena, why did you come out of Lord Alpha's room? Did you guys do that? Fatim looked at Lena in surprise. Alpha didn't explain and went to wash up. Just a little bit more, Fatim. Lena already regarded herself as the Alpha's woman. Lena, aren't you afraid that Master Alpha will abandon you when you get old and lose your looks? Few knight squires choose their knight masters, because knight masters have the right to choose, and when they get old they will basically choose young and beautiful women. I believe in Lord Alpha. Lena seemed very confident. Tasli spent the night in deep thought, she knew she couldn't give up her dream of becoming the strongest disciplined paladin. But Fatim's words also confused her, she was not sure if Alpha was a suitable master. Despite their differences, Tasri was grateful for Fatim's advice, knowing she needed more thought and decision. The next day, Tasli woke up with dark circles under her eyes and didn't even hear Fatim's greeting. Whoever finishes packing first and leaves first, I'll be the last. At the dinner table, everyone was eating what might be their last breakfast. You two will load all the luggage onto the carriage later. Mark glanced at the Ham sisters. Okay, Master Alpha. The two of them ate breakfast quietly. I'm full, I'm leaving first. Tasli was the first to carry her luggage. I'm leaving first. After a while, Fatim also packed up and left. Lord Alpha, I don't want to go alone. Lena hung on Mark's arm and acted coquettishly. No, you must walk to the west gate alone. Mark's refusal was also firm. Then I'll wait for you at the West City Gate, Lord Alpha. Lena stuffed the luggage directly into the carriage so that they could travel easily. Hanta, go wash the dishes, and Ham, go load the luggage onto the carriage. Mark loaded the armor and heavy objects onto the carriage, and at the same time tied Zufeng and Jiying to the front of the carriage. With 4 horses pulling the carriage, it looked very grand. Why aren't you leaving yet? Do you want me to take all your carriages away? The fat director had gotten up very late, and he didn't expect that these carriages were still parked here. The Pope is not in a hurry, so why are you in a hurry? Alpha packed his luggage and carried Ham and Hanta to the carriage. I've already given you a lot of face. Don't push me too far. The fat man's face was certainly not given to Mark. A good dog doesn't block the road. I'm going to set off now. At noon, Mark sat in the front of the car and prepared to set off. Get out and never come back. You are not welcome here. The fat man roared. It's up to you. Next time you invite me, I won't come. Alpha drove slowly forward. Wait, Alpha, I want to challenge you. Even leaving was uneasy. Alpha, I want to challenge you. The one who stopped the carriage was the intermediate knight Gudrys. After hearing that Athos was defeated in the morning, Gudrys knew that Alpha had hidden his strength. I've already lost to you, why are you still challenging me? Alpha didn't pursue fame too much and didn't want to accept the challenge now. I want to defeat the real you and prove that you are the one who entered the Order of the Disciplined Paladins through the back door. Gudrys wants to truly defeat Alpha to prove himself. Okay, but I need 100 gold coins as a bet. Mark was short of money and had to get more money before leaving. Then you have to pay the same price. 100 gold coins is not a small amount. It is Gudrys' pocket money for a month. Forget it, I'm leaving. Alpha would not join the war without a reward. Okay, I'll go. Gudrys agreed with gritted teeth. Take it out and give it to me. I don't believe you. I leave it to you. What if you run away? Gudrys didn't believe Alpha either. It's up to you. Even if you defeat me, I can't leave. Alpha had a rogue expression. Take it. Gudrys had no choice but to agree. Okay, let's go to the playground. Alpha tied the carriage to the side of the playground and stepped onto the ring. Gudrys is very strong, not weaker than Athos, so Alpha needs to be careful in the fight. While Gudrys was cautiously watching Alpha, he regretted why Alpha didn't leave the holy city of Vatican earlier. In a few minutes, Gudrys had launched more than 10 attacks, all of which were easily blocked by Alpha, but Alpha's upper body armor also left many scars. After expending a lot of physical energy, Gudrys knew that if he couldn't defeat Alpha within a few breaths, the outcome would be hard to predict. While defending, Gudrys was looking for the opponent's weakness. Suddenly, Gudrys felt a flash before his eyes and all the strength in his body disappeared instantly. Then he felt a sharp pain all over his body and his eyes went black. After Gudrys fell to the ground, he saw Alpha who defeated him and shouted frantically, I will not admit defeat, I will not admit defeat, you took the back door, you took the back door. He shouted more than 10 times before he stopped. It turned out that when Gudrys was defending with all his might, Mark used his skill Phantom to create 3 phantoms. Gudrys miscalculated and couldn't tell which one was the real Alpha, so he could only hit the phantom all over and was severely injured. At this moment, Mark did not take Gudrys seriously and kicked Gudrys off the ring. The Phantom Sword skill is the sword move that Mark learned from the advanced fighting spirit technique given by the Pope last night. As a result, he went to bed late and didn't even notice Lena sneaking in. Gudrys paid great attention to gains and losses, which is why he was attracted by the first use of the Phantom Sword. How is that possible? Gudrys, who was standing in the ring, was full of disbelief. I don't accept it. Gudrys was dissatisfied with the result. Okay, let's do it again. Mark wanted to completely defeat this annoying Gudrys. The two looked at each other, and an unprecedented fighting spirit instantly erupted. This time Mark did not use any special fighting skills, but just ordinary swordsmanship attacks, which was also Alpha's weakest foundation. The improvement of basic swordsmanship requires years of accumulation and cannot be achieved in just a few days or months. Now Mark is also relying on the foundation left by Alpha, but Mark's laziness is also consuming this foundation. Hey, hey, hey! The two were almost evenly matched in terms of strength. The battle between Mark and Gudrys became more and more intense, and they both knew their strengths and weaknesses. Mark knew that he was faster but not as strong as Gudrys. Gudrys knew that he was very strong but not as fast and flexible as Mark. So they decided to use the most basic fighting style, just using their own characteristics to fight. They began to attack each other, swinging their weapons again and again, trying to make the other lose balance. Mark's swordsmanship was light and fast, and every attack made Gudrys feel very difficult. Gudrys's attack was very fierce, and every attack was very powerful, so Mark did not dare to fight easily. The two sides kept attacking, neither of them gave the other any advantage. They faced each other with firmness and determination in their eyes, neither of them slowed down their attack. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mark couldn't help but recall the time when Alpha practiced swordplay with his elders when he was a child. He was still very young at that time, but he was also full of love for swordsmanship. Alpha remembered what an old senior said, the highest realm of swordsmanship is not skill, but state of mind. At first, Alpha did not understand the meaning of this sentence, but now, Alpha seems to understand it a little. Alpha took a deep breath, threw away the distracting thoughts in his mind, and focused only on the battle in front of him. Mark swung his sword faster and faster, and each attack was very accurate. Gudrys also gradually discovered Alpha's changes. He felt that the opponent's attacks were becoming more and more difficult to defend against, and his speed and strength became stronger. In the end, this battle without any fighting skills, fancy techniques, or conspiracy ended with Alpha's victory. Alpha won the competition by relying on his endurance. It should be the special effect brought by the Hymn of Light. Gudrys looked at Mark's departing back, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. I will definitely surpass you, Alpha. Chapter 12. Lena, why are you sitting here? Alpha shouted in surprise. Alpha drove the carriage and saw Lena sitting on the side of the road less than a kilometer away. I'm tired and I don't want to leave. In fact, Lena was afraid that Alpha would leave by other routes, so she deliberately waited at the farthest place where she could see the academy. You will regret this. Alpha had no choice but to jump off the carriage. I regret missing you. Lena threw herself into Alpha's arms. Okay, let's go together. Mark held Lena and got into the carriage. Lord Alpha, why are you here so late? Lena sat there for a long time and almost wanted to go back to look for it. Sister Lena, the master had a fight with someone at school. Ham explained while sitting on the other side. Ham and Hanta were learning how to drive a cart, and these things would be their job from now on. Okay. Lena didn't ask any further questions. Ham, are you feeling better? Lena changed the subject. Well, it's much better now. It won't hurt as long as you don't move too much. Ham's face was red and he lowered his head, obviously feeling a little depressed. It's okay, we are a family from now on, and everything will be fine. Lena patted Ham's shoulder to comfort him. Master Alpha, I would like to ask you to teach us martial arts. Suddenly Ham knelt down in front of Mark. It was quiet for a while. Lena couldn't make the decision for Mark, and Mark didn't have the time to teach them martial arts. Learning martial arts is hard, can you stick with it? Mark asked seriously. I can. Ham and Hanta shouted in unison. Once you learn martial arts, you can't regret it. I will train you with the strictest chivalry. Alpha just wanted the two to give up the idea. Master Alpha, as long as you don't drive us away, we can definitely hold on. No matter how hard or tired we are, we will never give up. Ham's expression was firm. Well, Lena, you can take care of them from now on. Alpha handed the two people over to Lena. Of course, the best candidate is Tasley, but Alpha is not sure whether Tasley will stay. Ah! Lord Alpha, you promised me, why do you let me take them? Lena didn't dare to object directly, so she had to express her dissatisfaction in a tactful way. Why don't you want to come with me? Alpha's expression became serious. No, I do. I do whatever you say. Lena agreed immediately. That's better. Alpha pulled Lena into his arms. This isn't a good idea, Lord Alpha. Although Lena said it wasn't a good idea, her body honestly leaned in Mark's arms. Then go sit in the car. Mark said with a sly smile. No, I'll just sit in Lord Alpha's arms like this. Lena said coquettishly. The carriage in front, please go faster. We still have a long way to go. The sudden reminder forced Mark to give up teasing Lena. Excuse me, leave immediately. Alpha had to speed up. Because of the order from the Holy See, the gatekeepers did not make things too difficult for Alpha and his men. Just seeing that this carriage had 4 horses, 2 of which were skinny, I thought there was a special purpose, so I looked at it a few more times. Mark parked the carriage outside the city and waited. Logically, Tasley and Fathom should have arrived long ago, but there was no one outside. Lord Alpha, how could Tasley and Fathom do this? You were so good to them, providing them with food, water, clothes, and money, how could they abandon us? Lena looked around and came back to start complaining. Everyone has their own aspirations. Don't force it. Mark also let it go. If it's not his, even if he forces it to stay, his heart will be dead. In fact, Tasley and Fathom had already left the city. Tasley was looking for her own answer, while Fathom was confused and had not thought it through at all. Moreover, Fathom was just watching the carriage from a distance, neither leaving nor getting on. Lena, make a fire and prepare some hot food. We'll leave after we finish eating. It would be impossible to not have any thoughts in mind. This is the only way to delay some time. Lena, your cooking skills need to be improved. Mark was eating the bread that was as hard as stone, and it tasted like chewing wax. Before, Sister Fathom cooked, and I can't cook. Lena was also very aggrieved. Ham can cook, but he has never made this kind of hard bread and doesn't know how to make it. Forget it, let's just grab some hot water and eat something. But the Ham siblings were enjoying their meal. As for hot water, that was Alpha's specific request. He was not used to the food here, but hot water was still okay. Let's go. They won't come. Alpha looked at the few city gates with some disappointment, and finally drove the carriage slowly forward. After they finished their lunch, they took a rest until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Neither Fathom nor Tasley showed up, and they believed that they would not come out next time. Lena, we are about to start a new life. Are you afraid? Facing the new journey, Alpha had no confidence at all. As for the task assigned to him by the Pope, Alpha had never considered it. At present, Mark is still studying this world. Mark is unable to practice the Do-Chi technique that Alpha practices on his own. Fortunately, the foundation left by Alpha is good, and his body's Do-Chi can grow slowly and autonomously. The good thing is that Mark can use this power, otherwise he would curse the sky. After traveling through time, other people's losers became geniuses, but after traveling through time, how come the genius became a loser? As long as I'm with Lord Alpha, I'm not afraid of anything. Lena doesn't have any lofty ideals. She just wants to follow her man and have food and drink. Okay, then let's treat it as a journey of life. However, Mark is more looking forward to living his life again, so that he will have no regrets and make the most of his youth. After a journey of more than 10 kilometers, the carriage finally arrived at around 5 in the afternoon. The town was not big, with more than 100 people and only one hotel. There was no choice. Mark rented 2 rooms. After dinner, the 2 Ham sisters fed the horses. Mark was still studying the advanced fighting skills given to him by the Pope. The Do-Chi Ju is mainly divided into 2 parts, one is the method of practicing Do-Chi, the other is the technique and method of using Do-Chi. Alpha could only learn the techniques of using fighting Chi, but he could not find the key point of the method of cultivating Chi, let alone learn it. If you can't master the Do-Chi Ju, you will never be able to break through to the advanced knight in your life, and you can only be regarded as an ordinary warrior. Only when you successfully release your Do-Chi and wear Do-Chi armor can you be regarded as embarking on the path of cultivation. Lord Alpha, what are you researching? Lena sneaked up behind Alpha. It's okay, I'm just studying the fighting techniques. Mark didn't hide anything. This is an advanced fighting technique. See if you can learn it. Alpha did not have the idea that if he could not learn it himself, he would not let others fail to learn it either. Lord Alpha, can I really learn this? Lena looked at Alpha in disbelief. After all, as a knight's squire, the skills they learn are the most basic, which also limit the squire's limits. The reason is to fear that the squire will surpass his master and thus break away from the knight lord. It's okay. If you can learn it and stand on your own, maybe I will need you to protect me in the future. If Alpha cannot master the fighting Chi, he will be a lower level knight all his life and really need the protection of Lena and others. Lord Alpha, I will never leave you in my life. Lena hugged Alpha and kissed him hard. Hurry up and memorize it. I'll check on you tonight. Alpha's hands were dishonestly caressing Lena's delicate body. Ah! How can I remember that in one night? Lena's mind was so focused on the fighting Chi technique that she seemed to have forgotten even that she was being taken advantage of. You study first, I'll go outside to get some fresh air. Neither Alpha nor anyone else could study calmly here. Then I'll stay here tonight, Lord Alpha. Lena's voice was so soft that even she herself might not have heard it clearly. The town of Rona is very small, with just a few dozen houses built on both sides of the main road. In addition, it is the intersection leading to Ferret and Naal, but it is only a dozen kilometers away from the Holy See, so it is not large and is only used for rest. With this scale, if this place is more than 100 kilometers away from the Vatican, it is basically just a rural village. The length of the town is only 100 meters, and there are sparsely scattered on both sides of the road. It is only around 6 or 7 o'clock now, the sky is gloomy and dark, most people have turned off the lights and gone to bed, and the few scattered houses can't even illuminate the deserted streets. Not far from the town is a small hill over 100 meters high. It is bare with only a few small trees dotted here and there. The view is clear at a glance, and Alpha has no interest in climbing. Who is there? Suddenly, movement in the grass attracted Alpha's attention. Alpha drew out his broken sword and stood on guard, but he didn't get too close. Looking at the trembling grass, Alpha took a few steps back, thinking it was a stray cat or dog, or a homeless person. Alpha took out the half-brick steamed bun that he hadn't finished eating at noon from his pocket and threw it over. For you. Ah. Fortunately, Alpha just threw it over, otherwise there would be screams inside. Are you okay? Do you need treatment? Alpha knew he was in the wrong, but still didn't get closer. If everything is fine, I'll leave. Alpha slowly stepped back. It's better to leave than to worry about other things. Ah. How can we eat such hard bread? A familiar voice came from the bushes. You know Lena's cooking skills, why don't you come back and help us cook? A sudden voice came from behind. Ghost. The woman in the bush was startled and rushed out, revealing a familiar face. Who else could it be but Fatim? Lord Alpha. Fatim lowered his head and dared not look directly at the other party. Fatim, why are you here? Alpha pulled Fatim to sit aside. I don't know where to go, so I just keep following you. Fatim said aggrievedly. Then why didn't you call us? Alpha's carriage was very slow, just the speed of a normal person. Fatim was a martial artist, so it was easy for him to catch up. I don't know where to go. Fatim said the same thing. Fatim's face was covered in dust and there was a hole at his knee. His shoes were also worn out. I'm afraid he had suffered a lot along the way. Let me show you. Alpha carefully lifted Fatim's right leg and checked the wound on the knee. Lord Alpha, please don't. Fatim couldn't break free, so he could only let Alpha tear open his pants and wipe the wound. Have you thought about what to do in the future? Alpha knew as soon as he asked that it was a waste of time. He hadn't even considered the current problems, so how could he consider the future? Why don't you continue to be my attendant? No. Fatim refused outright. I don't want to be a knight, I just want to be a quiet chef. This is Fatim's ideal. How about you be my woman and cook for us and take care of logistics? Alpha said suddenly, and even Alpha himself found it unbelievable. But Fatim did not object. Fatim is not as independent as Tasley. He is very gentle and hesitant. He usually asks others to make decisions for him. If Fatim makes decisions on his own, it will turn out like this. He can't decide anything. That's it. You will be my woman from now on. You don't have to fight. Just provide us with logistics. Alpha picked up Fatim's delicate body and walked towards the hotel. If Fatim continued to think about it herself, I'm afraid her life would be over. Then should I sleep with you? Fatim muttered in a mosquito-like voice. Not for now. Things have to be done step by step, and the little girl can't be scared. Oh. Fatim didn't know whether to be relieved or disappointed. Boss, another room please. I'm sorry, sir, the house has been rented out. The boss also wanted to make money, but Rona town was not big and there were only a few guest rooms. Okay. That's okay. Alpha carried Fatim back to his room, and Lena was nowhere to be found. I'll get you some water, you take a rest first. Alpha put Fatim down and went downstairs to boil some water for himself. Lord Alpha, let me do these myself. Although he followed Alpha back, Fatim would not forget his identity as a servant. You are the injured today, so let me do it. Alpha pushed Fatim down. The service of the hotel is so inadequate that the guests are even asked to boil their own water. There was no other way. Alpha had to find the boss, who only gave him directions. He could only do it himself. Lord Alpha is still so gentle. Fathom took off his dirty clothes and treated his wounds. Suddenly, he heard the sound of Alpha pushing the door open and fiddling with something. Sorry, I didn't know you weren't dressed yet. Alpha was seen holding hot water and towels. He seemed a little flustered. He hurriedly put the towels and water on the table, closed the door, and left the room. Fathom looked at Alpha's departing figure, a trace of resentment emerged on his face. Do I have to take the initiative? Fathom was not unwilling to take the initiative, he just didn't want to express his feelings first. Cowardly Lord Alpha! Fathom murmured in a low voice, feeling helpless. At this moment, Alpha happened to push the door open again. Fathom put on his coat, but the hint of charm she revealed made Alpha feel burned with anger. You stay here tonight. I'll move out. Alpha blushed and hurriedly apologized as he walked out of the room. In his panic, he accidentally knocked over the things in his hands. Fathom looked at Mark's departing figure, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I didn't expect that, Lord Alpha, you are still so shy. Fathom still lowered his head to clean the wound, but he felt much better. Outside the room, Alpha, who was walking in the corridor, heard the moaning sounds coming from the room. His body stiffened, and the seductive body of Fathom appeared in his mind, and a heat suddenly surged into his heart. Alpha shook his head desperately, trying to calm himself down, and quickly fled the place. Chapter 13. In the dead of night, a deep voice stepped into Alpha's room, and a figure tiptoed towards Alpha's bed. The two people on the bed didn't say anything, they just felt it all silently and acquiesced to everything. Suddenly, two female voices rang out at the same time, You are not Lord Alpha. Lena. Fathom. They both called out each other's name at the same time. Suddenly, the room went quiet and the two fell into an awkward silence. Lena mistakenly thought that the person on the bed was Alpha, and reached out to take off Alpha's clothes. Fathom thought that it was Alpha who climbed onto the bed, so he didn't say anything and acquiesced to the other party's behavior. Lena, is this how you climbed onto Lord Alpha's bed? Suddenly, Fathom hugged Lena's delicate body. If Lord Alpha wanted it, you didn't resist. The two hugged each other, very ambiguous. I am Lord Alpha's woman, what does it matter? Lena let go of Fathom. Me too. Said Fathom. What's wrong with your leg, Fathom? Lena asked worriedly when she touched Fathom's bandaged wound. It's okay, I bumped into it while following your carriage. Fathom replied. Well, I'll show you tomorrow. Have a good rest at night. Lena put on her clothes and walked out of the room carefully. Close the door quickly. If it is eaten by others, it will be a real loss. Lena reminded in a low voice. I know, go to bed now. Fathom was still in shock. If it wasn't Alpha or Lena, Fathom might have been abused by outsiders. In that case, even if Alpha was willing to keep him, he wouldn't have the face to stay. Lord Alpha. Lena approached the carriage cautiously and called softly. Alpha had just calmed down his inner restlessness and almost fell asleep, but was awakened by Lena's call. Alpha asked gently, What's wrong? Lena. Lena took the opportunity to get into Mark's bed, with dissatisfaction in her tone, Why did you find Fathom back without telling me? It's so warm. Lord Alpha. Lena crawled into the quilt, but found that Alpha's body was far away. Lena, it's very dangerous for you to do this. Alpha's lust, which had just subsided, burned again. Alpha is not a bad person. Can he eat me? Lena hugged Alpha tightly. Yes, I am a werewolf and I am going to eat you. Alpha roared in his heart. He could no longer hold on and turned into a werewolf and pounced on him. That night, the moon was high in the sky, shining silver light all over the earth. Inside the carriage, the spring scenery was endless. I stayed awake all night until dawn, when the carriage finally stopped shaking. Finally, I can have a normal breakfast. With Fathom's return, everyone finally had the opportunity to taste the delicious food. It's good enough to have something to eat, but you're so picky. I won't cook for you anymore. Lena yawned and walked over, but there was something wrong with her walking posture. Fathom's cooking is still the best. Although Alpha's complaints to Lena were a bit unpleasant, it is undeniable that Fathom is recognized as the best chef. I will cook for you from now on. I have decided to stay. After talking to Lena, Fathom decided to stay. Okay, a warm welcome. Alpha took the lead in hugging Fatim, and others followed suit. We'll set off in the afternoon and head to the city of Naal, where we'll rest for 2 days and welcome the new year. Tomorrow is New Year's Day, and Alpha doesn't want to spend the new year on the road. Navi City is a full 100 kilometers away from here. We have a long way to go. Lena complained. She hardly slept last night and wanted to make up for her sleep during the day. Objections are invalid. Whoever finishes eating last will wash the dishes. Alpha finished eating first, put down his bowl and chopsticks and left the table. Lord Alpha, how could you do this? Lena hadn't even started eating. Sister Lena, eat slowly. I'll wash the dishes and clean up. The Ham siblings took the initiative to take on the final cleanup. Okay. I will teach you real skills in the future. In order to avoid washing dishes, Lena could only start temptation. It seems like you are recovering well. In a week at most, you two will be able to walk briskly. Alpha came to the stable to check on the condition of Wind Chaser and Shadow. The Wind Chaser recovered well, having gained a lot of weight in 2 days. He would be back to his original appearance in a week at most. When the Wind Chaser saw an acquaintance, he rubbed Alpha's face affectionately. Come with me. Let's go out for some fresh air. While everyone was not finished eating, Alpha took Zufeng and Jiying for a walk outside. The exquisite carriage moved slowly on the rugged mountain road. The turning of the wheels did not bring too much bumps, as gentle as a dragonfly skimming the water. The sleepy Lena had fallen into a deep sleep, but in the carriage, Fatim was concentrating on studying the advanced fighting techniques of fighting Chi Aoju. This secret book was originally a precious gift given to Alpha by the Pope himself, but Fatim got it. She pondered over it again and again before going to bed, determined to protect Lord Alpha. Lena smiled sweetly in her sleep, recalling the beginning of this journey, which was not as full of surprises and expectations as she had imagined. On the contrary, the long journey made her feel exhausted, but compared with being able to get closer to Master Alpha, Lena was in a very happy mood. Fatim focuses on studying the secret manual, believing that only by becoming stronger as quickly as possible can he protect Lord Alpha. The road ahead is long and difficult. Fatim had already realized this in the previous battle, otherwise he would not have hesitated. But now that he has decided to stay, he will not regret it. Alpha said that if they encountered greater danger, it would not be enough to rely solely on the low-level fighting skills taught in school. The advanced fighting chi technique was given to Lord Alpha by the Pope, and Lord Alpha did not keep it for himself and gave it to 2 more people. This selflessness made Fatim determined to protect Lord Alpha. Fatim pondered over the advanced fighting spirit techniques repeatedly and finally gained some enlightenment. Fatim felt that her body functions were improving rapidly, her aura became stronger, and the solidity of her fighting spirit was also greatly improved. As time went by, Fatim gradually mastered the essentials of advanced fighting skills, and Fatim began to try to integrate it into his own attacks to improve his abilities. Fatim's fighting spirit became more and more violent and sharp, and every attack was accurate. Fatim felt that he was gradually embarking on the right path to becoming powerful. However, at this moment, Fatim suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, her body felt like it was on fire, and her fighting spirit began to run wild. Fatim felt panic and despair in her heart, and she realized that the fire of her life was gradually extinguished. At the critical moment, Lena suddenly woke up and saw that Fatim was abnormal. She was overwhelmed with worry. Lena decisively performed treatment and tried her best to save Fatim's life. Lord Alpha, there is something wrong with Fatim's body. Alpha immediately stopped the carriage and hurried to check on Fatim's physical condition. However, this was extremely difficult for Alpha, after all, his own fighting spirit had not yet started to work. Fatim, can you hear me? How do you feel now? Alpha felt Fatim's hot body and for a moment he didn't know how to save him. I'm so hot, I feel like my body is going to explode. Fatim shouted with his last bit of strength. Alpha placed his palm on Fatim's chest, trying to calm himself down. Although Alpha could not use his fighting spirit to practice, he could easily control the size and direction of his fighting spirit, achieving precise control. Don't resist, don't resist. Feeling Fatim's hot body and the violent fighting energy, Alpha slowly controlled and guided the fighting energy in Fatim's body to flow in the original direction. Slowly, Fatim's body returned to normal and his temperature returned to normal. Alpha had not expected that the fighting spirit technique given to him by the Pope would be so overbearing, like a flood and a beast that could not be stopped. At this moment, Alpha finally understood why the Pope had cast the holy blessing on him. Without the blessing of the holy blessing, Alpha would have been killed by this technique. Lord Alpha, I feel very good now, very comfortable. Although he almost lost his life just now, Fatim felt refreshed and his limbs were smooth and unobstructed afterwards. You almost lost your life, and you still dare to practice. From what Fatim said, he was ready to continue practicing. You can't practice this technique now. Wait until I find a solution before practicing it. The Dochi Aoju is domineering and brave. To practice this kind of technique, one must have strong support. Obviously, several people do not have that condition. Then what are we practicing now? Having felt the domineering power of the fighting chi art and the feeling of overwhelming power, Fatim simply looked down upon the basic fighting chi art of the school. Learn my fighting spirit technique first. Alpha's fighting spirit technique is the practice technique of the disciplined paladin. Although it is not as domineering and powerful as the fighting spirit pride technique, it is also an advanced fighting spirit technique. Okay, Master Alpha. Fatim considered himself as Alpha's man, and gladly accepted Alpha's gift of Dochi-ju. Mark stuffed the Dochi Aoju into his arms, and would never try it easily before finding the trick to practice. Lena and Fatim both had a very solid foundation to begin with. Now that they heard there were better fighting secrets, they studied even harder. Soon they found the feeling and their practice became more efficient. Master Alpha, can we also practice fighting spirit? Ham asked weakly. Lena, now you are responsible for taking care of them too, and you are responsible for teaching them how to fight. Alpha himself doesn't know how to do it now, so how can he teach two people? It's me again. Lord Alpha. Lena pouted, looking quite dissatisfied. Then you cook and be the logistics manager. Alpha gave Lena these two choices. Okay. Can't I teach them? Lena had no choice but to agree. Because of Fatim's matter, it was already past 6 in the afternoon when everyone arrived at Naal City, and that was even at an accelerated pace. Let's find a place to stay first. 3 rooms. Alpha said. Lord Alpha, we will have many places to spend money in the future. We cannot waste too much on accommodation. 2 rooms are enough, one for you and one for the 4 of us. Fatim is now the logistics manager, and she is adept at handling these matters. It's too crowded and inconvenient. Alpha didn't think much about it. It's okay, Lord Alpha. Hanta is just a 10-year-old boy, it's no big deal. Of course, tomorrow is New Year's Day and Hanta will be 11 years old, but he's still just a child. Let's see if there are any smaller rooms first. Alpha always felt that the 2 rooms were too crowded. However, it was fate that 3 consecutive hotels had no rooms or only the last one. There was no other way. When he heard that the 4th hotel only had the last 2 rooms, they were directly reserved by Fatim. After packing up their luggage, Alpha and his group started their trip to the night market. Although the night market is small and the variety of snacks is relatively scarce, the toast and grilled meat here attract many people to come and taste them. The toast is made from local flour and yeast. It has a soft and elastic texture and is topped with colorful jam and honey, making you salivate. The barbecue is made from locally raised beef, lamb, and pork, and the meat is delicious and fragrant. In addition to toast and grilled meat, Neville Night Market also has some other special snacks, such as fried chicken, grilled corn, and grilled sweet potatoes, etc. Although these snacks seem simple, their taste is unique and memorable. At the night market, Alpha, like other tourists, was attracted by the delicacies. They tasted the toasted bread and grilled meat and felt their unique taste and texture. At the same time, Alpha also met some enthusiastic locals and exchanged ideas with them about food culture and local customs. Although the Naal night market is small in scale, it is a place full of vitality and characteristics. Here, people can taste local food, learn about local culture and history, and feel the enthusiasm and friendliness of the locals. Like other tourists, Alpha also had a wonderful experience in this small night market. After spending an unforgettable time in Naal night market, Alpha and his group left the night market with a sense of satisfaction. Although the night market is not large, it is a place full of vitality and characteristics, which makes people linger. Everyone ate a lot and bought some things. Fatim's clothes and shoes were broken, and Alpha added another set for each person. Lord Alpha, let me sleep with you tonight. Lena woke Alpha up as soon as he lay down. Isn't this a bit too bad? In fact, Alpha was quite willing. What's wrong with that? Do you want Fatim to come too? Lena teased Lord Alpha. Forget it, let's stay. Alpha hugged Lena and carried her back to his bedroom. Can you bear it tonight? Alpha asked distressedly. Then Lord Alpha, please be gentle. Lena hugged Alpha's neck and looked at him lovingly. You're such an annoying little goblin. Alpha couldn't hold on any longer. So does Lord Alpha like me? Of course I do. I'm going to eat you alive right now, little goblin. Chapter 14. The 2 days passed by in a flash. During this fleeting time, several people especially enjoyed a leisurely and relaxing time, and fully savored the pleasure of eating, drinking, and having fun. During this wonderful time, several people temporarily put aside their usual intense training and completely immersed themselves in the joyful atmosphere. Lena, who was nestled in Alpha's arms, suddenly asked, Lord Alpha, what do you think Tasli is doing now? Alpha thought for a moment and replied, pursuing your own dreams. In his impression, Tasli is a woman with ideals, a woman of the new era. Lena nodded and continued, at that time, if you didn't separate from Tasli, she wouldn't leave on her own initiative. Lena knew Tasli's character very well and knew that she would not choose to leave Alpha on her own initiative. Alpha sighed and said, a forced melon is not sweet. If Tasri's heart is not here, she will just be a walking corpse if she stays. It is better to let her pursue her own dream. Hearing Alpha say this, Lena couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But Alpha was also content, at least there were still 2 people left, and now life was extremely good. After a while, Lena suddenly asked, Master Alpha, my 4th circulation seems to be blocked. Can you take a look at it for me? During these few days of getting along, Lena and others discovered that Alpha had extremely strong control over his fighting spirit. He often helped check and clear problems with the blockage and operation of fighting spirit, which was extremely beneficial to Lena Fatum's fighting spirit practice. Alpha nodded and silently helped Lena check the problem of the circulation of fighting spirit. Although after a few days of examination, Alpha found that the speed of his fighting spirit was only 1/10 of that of a normal person, he still had endless advantages. Lena and Fatum can practice for a maximum of 4 hours a day, while Mark can practice for 24 hours without interruption, which is 6 times the speed of a normal person. Overall, Mark's fighting spirit cultivation speed is about half of Lena's. However, what Mark didn't know was that the servants chosen by Mars for him all possessed extremely high talents, at least twice as fast as ordinary people, and Mark's current fighting spirit cultivation speed was almost equivalent to that of a normal person. However, this cultivation speed is only 1/3 of Alpha's original body. The cultivation speed has been seriously reduced, and the strength has been seriously reduced. Go to sleep, little girl. Alpha turned over and pressed Lena under him. Lord Alpha, do you think we will have a baby? Lena asked worriedly. It's possible. When Alpha thought of this, the fire in his heart was mostly extinguished. Now is not the time. When was your last period? Alpha knew it was a little late to discuss this. Does it have anything to do with this? Lena was obviously a little embarrassed. You can calculate the safe period and roughly determine whether there is a problem. As a modern person, Alpha knows this simple common sense. It's been about 20 days. It should be here in the next few days. Lena hugged Alpha's body shyly. Well, that should be no problem. Alpha's passion for love was ignited again, like dry wood and raging fire. Lord Alpha, the road ahead is forked, which way should we take? At this moment, Lena and Hanta were driving the carriage. Fatum and Ham will take turns to be the driver. During each shift, Alpha will ride the warhorse and be responsible for guarding the team. Lena, look at the map. Our next stop is Bristol. Which road should we take? The warhorse and carriage stopped by the roadside. Lena looked down at the map. Lord Alpha, the map shows that the road on the right leads to Bristol, but there is a skull sign on this road. What does this mean? Lena looked at Lord Alpha with some confusion. That means there must be danger, so we should be careful. If we go around from the left road, how much further will we have to go? Mark asked, not wanting to take any risks. About 100 kilometers. Lena estimated and replied. 100 kilometers? That'll take 2 days of walking. Forget it, let's just walk there. Alpha said as he waved the whip, signaling the carriage to continue moving forward. Now they don't need to rush. According to the speed of everyone, they only travel about 50 or 60 kilometers a day. The carriage continued to move forward on the endless mountain road. There seemed to be something wrong with the map in the carriage. The place where there should have been a village was now empty. A few hours later, as night fell, the carriage arrived at a hilly area. The night sky was dark, dark clouds covered the sky, a heavy rain poured down, and the temperature in the air dropped sharply. Everything indicated that this would be a sleepless night. Lord Alpha, there are no road markings around. We seem to be lost. The biting cold wind made the people in the car involuntarily tighten their clothes. There is a big rock ahead where we can rest and put armor on our horses. Alpha looked around and said, I'm going to scout the surrounding area. You guys don't leave that place, and don't light a fire to cook yet. However, in this dark night, the wind was biting cold, and there were tall trees with dense branches and leaves all around. Alpha couldn't even see his own hands. The horses walked with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and the trees on both sides intertwined to form a green wall. If there are enemies hiding in this forest, it would be difficult to find them. Alpha didn't walk far before he had to return the same way. However, the uneasiness in my heart became stronger and stronger, as if some danger was lurking and was about to erupt. Maybe I'm too sensitive. We have already left the city and there shouldn't be any danger. Alpha comforted himself and slowly walked back to the big rock. A gust of cold wind blew, and Fatim, who was sitting in the carriage, shivered. He looked up and found that Ham was shivering too. It feels like the temperature has dropped a lot. It might snow heavily soon. Fatim said. Whether it snows or not, we have to light a fire, so that no one will be cold. Mark patted Fatim's shoulder and said to Hanta in the car, Hanta, come with me to find some firewood. Okay, Lord Alpha. Hearing Alpha's words, Hanta straightened his clothes, lifted the curtain of the carriage and got out. Fatim prepared to make a fire and Mark and Hanta went to the nearby area to carry firewood. Mark earnestly instructed, Fatim, you stay here to watch the fire and cook, and let Lena and Ham put cotton clothes and armor on the warhorse, just in case. Although everyone is fine now, Mark's uneasiness in his heart has not decreased at all. Outside the carriage, the strong wind blew sand and stones onto Alpha's face, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Mark had to raise his hands to block his eyes and squint to look around. Hanta, take these firewoods back and light the fire first, then follow Lena to dig a windbreak pit. It is definitely impossible to build a tent in the current weather, so we can only wait until the weather gets better. Okay, Master Alpha. Hanta ran back quickly with the firewood he had picked up. Mark chopped a few pieces of wood and also rushed back. Why is there nothing? Maybe we have come to the wrong place. Fatim muttered as he walked to the back of the carriage and took out a flint. The firewood was lit, the flames gradually rose, and everyone's uneasy hearts calmed down. The huge rock stood there, blocking most of the cold wind for everyone, otherwise it would be unknown whether the firewood could be lit. Lena dug out earth and rocks to build a windbreak to ensure the safety of the fire. As long as there is fire, there is hope, and everyone is looking forward to it. Fatim tended the fire and cooked, and everyone did their part to keep the fire burning. Lord Alpha, you're back. Fatim looked at Alpha in amazement and found that he was holding 2 rabbits in his hands. There is a hunter's trap here, there must be people living nearby. Alpha said. Of course, Alpha didn't catch the rabbit himself, he just stole the hunter's work. Under the cold night sky, everyone sat around the campfire eating barbecue and drinking hot soup, feeling a little comforted. At this moment, Lena suddenly stopped chewing, listened attentively, and said, Master Alpha, did you hear the cry for help? Alpha also stopped and listened carefully, but unfortunately heard nothing. Fatim said, No. Did Lena hear it wrong? Lena replied uncertainly, Maybe I heard it wrong. Everyone fell into a brief silence again. Help, help. A cry for help suddenly broke the silence and everyone's heart was startled. Fatim, stay and protect them. Lena, come with me to take a look. Mark reacted quickly, put down the food in his hand, picked up his weapon, and lay directly on top of the boulder to observe the situation around him. Lena followed closely behind, climbed up the boulder, and surveyed the night sky. In the 2 people's blurred vision, in the jungle not far away, 3 people were being chased by a group of ferocious wild beasts. Mark made a prompt decision, I'll go rescue them, you keep an eye on the surroundings. After saying that, Mark picked up his weapon and immediately rushed into the jungle. Lena also picked up her weapon and kept looking around to prevent any wild animals from taking the opportunity to attack. Mark ran quickly in the jungle, constantly dodging trees and rocks. Soon, Mark approached the woman in the front. At this time, the beast was rushing towards the man at the back, and the man had no way to retreat. Mark rushed forward and slashed at the beast's head with his sword. The beast let out a howl and was instantly knocked away. Mark took advantage of the situation to deal with the wild wolf in front of him. Mark rushed to the man and pulled him up. The man looked at Mark with grateful eyes and kept saying words of thanks. "You go behind the stone first, I'll cover you." Before Mark finished speaking, the wild wolves behind him came one after another. Lena came over, and the two of them retreated alternately. Facing the more than 10 demon wolves in front of them, they did not dare to act rashly. The man said gratefully, "Thank you very much. If you hadn't saved us, we would have died. Now is not the time to thank you. You should take care of your wounds. The crisis is not over." Mark stood on the stone against the cold wind, while Lena and Fatim stood guarding the fire on his left and right. At this time, the little girl in the woman's arms looked at the barbecue and started to grumble. She said softly, "Dad, I'm hungry." Alpha said, "You guys eat first, we'll keep watch." The others were not idle either. The number of wolves in the outer area had increased to dozens, and they were staring at everyone eagerly. The wild wolves were not in a hurry, they just surrounded everyone, as if they were waiting for something. At that time, the wind was biting cold, and small hailstones were floating in the sky. The hailstones the size of a fingernail sparkled in the light, as if foreshadowing the coming of a bigger storm. Mark stayed on the stone for half the night, and everyone took turns to take over, and they were all exhausted. Mark realized that the wild wolves surrounding them were not only waiting for them to run out of energy, but also waiting for them to lose their will to fight, and then they would swarm over them, and no one would be able to escape. The few people they rescued did not seem to be completely defenseless, so how they were forced into a desperate situation by the wild wolves, Mark did not know. As time passed, Mark and his companions looked at the increasing number of wild wolves, feeling extremely anxious. Seeing that the night was already late, Mark and his companions were on the verge of mental collapse. It's not a solution to keep wasting time like this. We must find a way. Mark broke the deadlock. We're all going to die here if this goes on. Wait a minute, I'll go out and lure away the wolves, and you guys take this opportunity to leave quickly. No, how can we let you take the risk alone? I'll be the one to go. Lena was the first to object. Yes, benefactor, if we go, we will all go together. Even if we die, we will die together. No, you are injured now, you can't move. Even if we all go together, it will only cost a few more lives, and there is no guarantee that everyone can be saved. Someone among us must get out alive, and we must inform others of the situation here. When Alpha looked at the others, everyone was silent. Everyone knew that Mark was right. Wait, Alpha Knight, you are a real knight. The man seemed to have something to say. Thank you for the compliment, my friend, but now is not the time to talk about this. We need to find a way to leave here as soon as possible. Do you have any suggestions? Mark certainly didn't want to become the target of the wolves, and he was waiting for the man's next solution. Yes, our village is 5 kilometers ahead. As long as we hold on, we should be safe. The man originally just wanted to go home, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. This village is not on the map. Lena searched while holding the map. Yes, our village is not on the map. Because it is surrounded by mountains on all sides, no one can find it unless we are here. The man finally told the truth. Mark glanced at the three of them and thought that this place was so secluded, it seemed that the other party must be living in seclusion here. You should have some rules, right? Mark asked while looking around for something. Yes, our rules do not allow any outsiders to come here. The man nodded, and it seemed that he did not intend to hide anything. Then why did you take us there? Lena asked somewhat dissatisfiedly. Because you are our benefactors, and the situation is urgent now, we must report the problem. The man's smile gradually disappeared, and a hint of worry appeared in his eyes. What do you mean? Mark's heart tightened. Logically speaking, this is already within the patrol range of the village. How come there is no news at all after such a long time? The man became more and more worried. Maybe it's because of the snowstorm? The patrollers didn't come out. Lena asked suspiciously. No way, no matter if it's a storm or anything, they won't stop patrolling. Because this is our home, we have to make sure it's safe. Chapter 15. Then let's hurry to your village. 5 kilometers is not very close, we need to get there as soon as possible. Alpha realized that the situation was more dangerous than they thought and didn't want to waste any time. Alpha then made his arrangements. Lena and I will be responsible for the surrounding security work. Fatum will drive the car, and Ham and Hanta will hide in the carriage and don't come out. There were only 2 sets of warhorse protective gear, and Mark decisively put them on Zufeng Jiying, arranging them on both sides to protect the horse in the middle. Alpha Knight, can you give me a weapon? We also want to join the battle. The man stood up, and the woman who had been silent behind him also straightened up. I leave the dagger for you to defend yourself. Take care. Alpha and Lena rode on their war horses, but Fatum was a heavily armored knight, but Alpha arranged him to drive, which seemed a little unreasonable. Lord Alpha, I am a heavily armored knight. Let me block everything in front, and Lena stay to drive the carriage. Unexpectedly, the seemingly weak Fatum is actually covered in iron armor, showing his manly body of steel. Okay, Lena, you and Fatum switch. Without time to hesitate, the two changed positions. Everyone has to survive. The carriage began to accelerate slowly. Be careful to protect the war horses. Alpha was afraid that the magic wolves would attack the war horses. Without the carriage, the chances of everyone surviving would be slim. If we follow this road, we will soon reach a pass, and then we can just go straight up the mountain along the stream. The man started to move. Although the magic wolves kept attacking and Alpha and Fatum used their spears to drive them away, it was too difficult for the two to kill the magic wolves, and the panicked magic wolves posed a huge threat to everyone. The constant harassment of the demon wolf slowed down the carriage. Fortunately, the carriage frame was made of iron, otherwise it would not have been able to hold on. Even so, the surrounding wooden structure was still smashed to pieces, and many places were torn by the wolf's claws. Fortunately, there were 2 short swords in the carriage for self-defense, so the demon wolf would not be too presumptuous. Awoo, awoo. Suddenly, the magic wolves collectively howled towards the sky. Although these magic wolves posed a huge threat, they could not cause any substantial damage to the carriage in a short period of time, so the carriage could only sigh in despair and do nothing. Awoo, awoo. Something in the distance seemed to respond to the call of the magic wolf. Everyone be careful! Lena exclaimed. Alpha roared, kill them! Alpha knocked over a demon wolf with his spear. Lord Alpha, we have to save our energy, otherwise we won't be able to hold on. Fatum reminded. I was impulsive. Alpha also knew that this was a protracted battle and he couldn't waste his energy because of a momentary impulse. The carriage reached the fork in the road with difficulty, and finally saw the pass along the stream path. Through this narrow path, we could reach the village. We have to be careful now, there are often wild beasts here. Especially in this kind of weather, they are more easily frightened. The man reminded that there are not only magic wolves ahead, but also other creatures. Don't worry, we will protect ourselves. Let's get to the village as quickly as possible so that we can get help as soon as possible. Alpha was very confident. The originally peaceful mountain road became extremely steep at this moment. The wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger, making it almost impossible for everyone to move forward. The weather here is so bad, I'm worried we will get lost. Lena said a little worried. Don't worry, I'm familiar with the terrain here, we won't get lost. The man tried to comfort everyone. However, things did not go as they wished. Halfway through the journey, they heard the howling of wolves in the distance. There are wolves. Go kill them! Alpha shouted. The previous summoning of the magic wolves was probably to summon this group of wolves. Lord Alpha, there is someone in front. Fatum suddenly reminded. How is that possible? Alpha looked ahead in surprise, but the facts before him were unbelievable. There were actually 5 knights behind the wolf pack, and the other party had no intention of rushing over to rescue them. Bruce, look and see if they are your villagers. Alpha thought, this place is only 1 kilometer away from that village at most, and what happens here will definitely have a reaction in the other village. I'm Bruce, who are you? Perhaps because the distance was too far and the wind and snow were too strong, the man couldn't see the faces of those people clearly. Bruce, I'm Betsy. You're finally back. The village was attacked by monsters and suffered heavy losses. Betsy took just 1 step forward and stopped, as if waiting for something. The surrounding monster wolves did not attack either, as if they were waiting for some order, staring at everyone eagerly. Bruce, we have found a way to control the magic wolf, come here quickly. Betas shouted. Bruce looked in surprise at the strangers who came to help him. He didn't know who these people around best were and why they chose to help him in such bad weather, but he knew best. Bruce wanted to go alone to check out the situation, but was blocked by the woman in the carriage. Bruce, something's wrong. If they controlled the wolves, why did they attack us? The woman in the car asked with a questioning tone. Alpha also felt a little suspicious. These demon wolves did not attack everyone for the purpose of killing. Instead, their purpose seemed to be to stop everyone from moving forward. Bruce was silent, not knowing how to explain. Betas had always been his competitor, and the relationship had always been delicate. Let me tell you. The woman knew her husband's character and always imagined him to be too good. The woman then shouted, "If you are here to rescue us, we are very grateful. But we have some injured people here. Can you come over and help?" Alpha was curious, but didn't ask. "Sister-in-law, the distance for controlling the magic wolf is limited. Please come over, walk slowly, one by one." Betas said slowly, as if to comfort everyone. "I'll go over and try it out, you guys stay here." Bruce wanted to take a risk and try it out. Alpha scanned the surroundings and sensed the potential danger. Alpha knew that if these ferocious wolves attacked, Bruce would be helpless and would die in an instant. "Bruce, you misunderstood. We are not here to harm you, but to help you," Bates reminded again. Bruce raised his head and looked at Alpha. "Let's go together," Alpha said. The carriage moved forward slowly, neither hurried nor slow. Outside the carriage, Betas and others were whispering, seemingly discussing something. When the carriage was halfway forward, the discussion of Betas and others seemed to have come to an end. The surrounding demon wolves also began to get restless. "Bruce, let's leave here quickly. We can't control these wolves anymore." After Betas said this, the wolves began to attack everyone. Moreover, this attack was different from the previous ones. Previously, the magic wolves' purpose was to stop the enemy, but now these magic wolves seemed to be committed to fighting. They would not let go of anything they bit, and everyone instantly fell into chaos. With a loud bang, a sudden thunderstorm illuminated the dark night, and the bad weather intensified the brutality of the fighting. "Bruce, there's something going on in the village." The woman clearly saw the fire and smoke rising in the village in the distance. Even the heavy snow could not cover up the raging flames and thick smoke. "Bates, what exactly happened in the village? Why are you here?" Bruce wanted to hear the other party's explanation. Bruce couldn't believe that this friend who grew up with him would betray him, and he couldn't believe that he would do anything to hurt the villagers. "Bruce, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. We are so powerful, why do we have to hide in this corner?" Betas had a ferocious smile on his face. "I advise you to put down your weapons and come back to the royal city with me. I can guarantee that your family will receive the best treatment." Bruce frowned. He didn't expect that the other party would betray him at this time and even wanted to take him away. Bruce knew very well that he would never lay down his arms, and it was even more impossible for him to go to the royal city with Bethesda and the others. "What royal city? Which country?" Alpha suddenly asked. "This is the area of the Holy See. No country can use military force against the Holy See. This will become an international dispute and more likely to cause a holy war. What does it have to do with you? Why waste time talking to a dead person? Now is the time to let the world see what we are capable of, instead of hiding our strength. That is why I call on the young people in the village to follow me and betray the village." Bates laughed wildly. Bruce looked at Bates in disbelief, the friend he once wasn't very familiar with. Memories came flooding back to them, recalling the happy times they had spent in the village as children, when they had all thought they would protect the village forever, but now Betas was about to betray it. "Are you all crazy? Do you know what you are doing? This is betrayal. You will destroy the entire village," Bruce shouted. The surrounding demon wolves became more and more restless when they heard Bruce's voice. They began to pounce on Bruce and his companions. The number of demon wolves increased, and their attack became more and more fierce. In the chaos, Bruce heard a familiar woman's voice. "Bruce, we have to get out of here quickly. I can't control the wolf anymore." Bruce looked back at the woman, Nars, who was the village doctor and one of Bruce's good friends. "Are you a traitor too?" Bruce asked in horror. The woman shook her head. "Bruce, I don't know what they are doing, but I know you are right. We can't betray the village, we have to protect it." Nars tried her best to control and calm the restless wolf. Bruce felt a little comforted when he heard her words. At least there was someone who wanted to protect this village like him. Nars, think about it carefully. If you go against the master's wishes, he will make you live in a state of suffering. Look back at those women, do you think it's worth it? Betas loudly questioned the woman who was about to betray him. Nars was trembling all over, and couldn't help but think of the women in the village. If they showed the slightest resistance, they would be beaten up by a dozen men, or even killed, which became a luxury. Those people are not human beings, they are beasts. They rape, kill, eat, and torture people in a way that makes people shudder. Nars, we are partners. We must be together even if we die in battle. We must stop them. Bruce's words calmed Nars down a little. At this moment, Bruce seemed to hear the screams from the village, and his tone was firm and resolute. But how can we stop them? They have summoned the magic wolves, and we have no chance of winning. Nars said worriedly. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire village. Bruce suddenly looked at Nars, with a determined light in his eyes. There are always more solutions than problems. Nars, we must unite to fight those demons. Bruce knew that they had to act as soon as possible, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. I believe you, Bruce. Nars looked at Bruce's determined eyes, her heart filled with confidence and courage. Alpha Knight, there is a crisis about our village. I beg you to save my wife and children and keep them away from disaster. And I must go to save my village. Bruce, I'll stay too. Nars' face was cold and her tone was firm. I can do it alone, and I'm going to kill them all. Hatred and violence flashed in Bruce's eyes. Bruce, do you want to use that power? Nasha suddenly stared at her husband in panic, her eyes filled with deep worry. I'm sorry, Nasha. I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. Bruce didn't look back, but turned around and walked into the battlefield resolutely. Bates, you have always dreamed of this kind of power. Now I'll let you see it clearly. Bruce roared, and a stream of blood-red fighting spirit burst out of his body. Bruce, wrapped in red fighting spirit, is like an invincible god of death. He will kill gods if they stand in his way, and will kill Buddhas if they stand in his way. The demon wolf, which was originally powerful and strong, was killed by him as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, leaving only a pile of corpses on the ground. Nothing can stop Bruce except killing. The fighting spirit covered the dagger, and the dagger became extremely sharp. With a 3-foot sword edge, who else but me can carry it? Sir, this is the most powerful combat skill of our Kentro family, soul absorption. It can absorb all life around it, improve combat effectiveness, including the user's vitality. Bruce is burning his own vitality to improve his fighting power, which will become stronger and stronger as he kills more, until his body bursts. Betters doesn't want to fight him. Unless he uses his soul-stealing fighting skills, he is no match for him. The knight next to him didn't believe what Betas said at all, and immediately rushed up to kill him, but after just one encounter, the opponent's head was separated from his body. The other 3 knights had no time to react as Bruce had already arrived in front of them. Only Betas, realizing that the situation was not right, had already escaped. The 3 knights hadn't even drawn their swords before their bodies were cut in half. Fatum, you stay to protect them, Lena, come with me to kill them. Alpha was worried and rushed into the battlefield in an instant. The remaining demon wolves were either seriously injured or frightened out of their wits. After the 2 men strangled several of them, they were completely reduced to stray dogs and fled in panic. With his extraordinary strength, Bruce has already entered the village. The center of the village was already stained with blood, and corpses of villagers were everywhere. The demons were still killing the villagers, and dozens of bandits were surrounding a young girl and committing beastly acts. Perhaps some of their own villagers had joined in, as evil was contagious. The angry Bruce rushed in directly, and for a moment, there were flashes of swords and blood, and corpses were everywhere. Chapter 16. Bruce looked at the villagers being abused, his heart filled with anger and pain, and his thoughts returned to the good times he had with these friends. Instantly, Bruce's anger turned into a firm determination, and he decided to fight those cruel thugs to the end. Suddenly, he found a group of villagers fleeing, including some injured old people and children. These beasts simply don't care about these children and the elderly. But after killing all the men and raping all the women, the remaining ones will be the elderly and children. But at this moment, Bruce's reason has been completely submerged in the impulse of revenge. In his mind, Only by eliminating all the murderers can he calm the murderous intent deep in his heart. Lena, save people. Alpha and Lena had already rushed into the village. They also saw the villagers who were fleeing and decided to rescue them with all their strength. Mani fled with the last few warriors around her. On the way, Mani kept praying, hoping that the gods could save her and the people around her. However, the enemy was too powerful, and many villagers died in the hands of the enemy. Mani was in great pain. If they had not sacrificed themselves to protect themselves, they might not have been hurt. The soldiers in the village sacrificed themselves to protect themselves. Mani felt very guilty and tears flowed down unconsciously. She is Mani, the saint of our village, a sorcerer who can dissolve soul-stealing fighting skills. Among the beasts that surrounded them were also men from the village. God will punish you. Mani looked at the fallen soldiers around her, and her heart was filled with despair. At this moment, Mani seemed to realize her fate. She was no longer able to fight, but she didn't want to see herself being toyed with by the beasts. Mani looked up to the sky, praying that God would punish these demons. Don't let her commit suicide. One of the beasts saw the reflection of the metal in Mani's hand and immediately realized something. Everyone rushed over together. At this moment, Mani didn't even have the strength to commit suicide. Damn you, you stinky woman, you dare to pray. A group of men rushed towards Mani, groping her and tearing her clothes. Mani fought back desperately, but found that she was exhausted and unable to resist. Ha ha ha, you're a saint, right? You're going to be played with by us later. The men laughed crazily. Countless dishonest hands touched and tore Mani's body. After a few touches, Mani was no longer covered with clothes. God, please punish these beasts. If it was just her, Mani might not ask God for help, but the screams of the surrounding villagers were unbearable. Ah! A scream came from behind, but it did not attract the attention of the beasts in front. It was not until half of them fell that the beasts realized that someone was attacking them. Who are you? A soldier stood up, but in his panic, he even held the wrong weapon. I am a knight of discipline. I am now judging your crimes according to the will of the God of Light. Although his inner belief in God was not firm, the practice during this period made Alpha understand that he could suppress these beasts with the help of the power of God. Knight of Discipline, you are from the Holy See. There was a hint of doubt in the warrior's eyes. Do you know who they are? The soldier pointed at the villagers covered in blood. No matter who you are, we are all equal in the eyes of God. God loves the world. Put down your butcher knife and accept God's judgment. Alpha felt like vomiting and felt that he had become a charlatan. Okay, then don't blame me for being rude, brothers, kill them. 5 soldiers surrounded them. At this moment, Lena appeared, pulled Mani to a safe place, comforted her injured heart, and saved other suffering villagers. Bruce was also fighting fiercely with the demons, and with his agility and tenacious will, he blocked the enemy's attacks time and time again. However, these demon bandits are not simple. Some of them possess extraordinary abilities and can easily infiltrate the territory of the Holy See of Light to commit crimes. Facing such an enemy, Bruce did not retreat, but continued to fight tenaciously. With his agility and tenacity, Bruce blocked the enemy's attacks again and again. And his strength was constantly improving, showing the devil what a real devil is. After a fierce battle, Bruce finally defeated these evil beasts. Looking at the evil beasts lying in a pool of blood, Bruce's murderous aura slowly dissipated. At dawn, when the first rays of sunlight fell, everything returned to peace. The demons and beasts were either killed or had already fled. Bruce looked around and was shocked by the scene before him. The entire village was massacred and destroyed, and many innocent villagers became victims. Bruce took a deep breath, holding back his tears, and decided to avenge them at all costs, as well as the thieves and robbers who escaped. Bruce wanted to kill everyone. But Bruce used the soul-stealing fighting skills, and there was no turning back. Bruce sat at the head of the village, quietly waiting for death to come. Bruce. Nasha and Dr. Nars have also arrived, but unfortunately they cannot stop the flow of time. Bruce, there is another way to stop your vitality from burning. At this moment, Mani also came over. Once the soul is used, the vitality will continue to burn, even if the battle has stopped. In a day at most, Bruce will be exhausted and use up the last bit of energy in his life. What method? Saint. Originally, Bruce had a low status and could not contact the saint at all, but now there are only 20 people alive in the entire village, and Bruce has become the strongest fighter in the village. The cost of lowering your cultivation level is to stop the soul sucking and continue its operation. Of course, the wasted vitality will not come back. The reason why Manny became a saint is because of this unique skill. I am willing to do anything as long as I can be with Nasha. Bruce has lost everything and now only hopes to live with his wife and daughter. Okay, leave it to me. The rest of the matter was left to Manny. Manny used her special ability to temporarily stop Bruce's vitality from burning and helped him recover some of his strength. Bruce decided not to escape reality anymore and decided to fight to protect his family and villagers. Lord Alpha. Amid the corpses, Fatim, Lena, and the others searched for their beliefs in the destroyed village. Let's go save people. The survivors had to continue to survive, and everyone began to clean up the almost destroyed village. In the end, out of the several hundred people in the village, only 32 people survived. Among them, 8 girls were tortured beyond recognition, suffering serious physical and mental injuries, and it was unknown whether they could survive. Beasts! How could they do this? Nars tried her best to save the child, but the child in her arms was only 12 years old and had lost all vital signs. I want revenge. I want to kill them all. Nars gnashed her teeth and yelled, Beth, I'm going to kill you. Nars, I will not let any of those people go. Your task now is to save them. There were only 7 seriously injured girls left, one of whom was her eldest daughter. Lord Alpha, where are you? Lena cried out. Lena, when was the last time you saw Lord Alpha? What was he doing? Fatim knew that he had to remain calm at this moment, but he was extremely annoyed. The snow was getting heavier and heavier as time went on. Even if Alpha didn't die in battle, he would be frozen to death. I saw Lord Alpha fighting with 5 warriors, and finally went in that direction. Lena knew that Alpha was creating an opportunity for himself to save people. Let's go over there. If he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his body. Fatim and a few others quickly moved in the direction Lena pointed. Finally, they found Alpha under the ruins of a collapsed house, but Alpha was frozen and lifeless, and Lena burst into tears. The moment Fatim saw Alpha, she felt as if her heart was frozen. She couldn't believe that Lord Alpha, who was so energetic in the morning, had now turned into an ice sculpture. In this disaster, Alpha was not the strongest fighter in the village, but he always stood on the front line and protected everyone. Lena hugged Alpha's body, tears falling like beads from a broken string. At this moment, she knew that Alpha was her heaven, Alpha was her everything, but now Alpha had left her. Lena hated those beasts who raped girls, hated those bandits who destroyed the village, and hated herself even more. She hated why she was unable to protect Alpha. When she thought that Alpha was dead, Lena felt her heart bleeding. Lena swore that no matter who hurt Alpha, she would take revenge with her life. Lena gently stroked Alpha's cheek and said softly, Alpha, don't worry, I will avenge you. As long as I, Lena, am still alive, I will never let those people live. Lena, I'm not dead yet, I'm so cold. Suddenly a familiar voice appeared in Lena's ears. Alpha, Lord Alpha, you are not dead yet. Looking at Alpha's open mouth still emitting a trace of steam, Lena shouted excitedly. Hurry up and carry Lord Alpha back. Fatim also showed a long-lost smile on his face. He thought his sky had fallen, but unexpectedly the sky was still bright. With the help of several people, Alpha finally lay safely in the warm bed. Lena took good care of Alpha, hoping that he could recover soon. Fatim found some herbs and made a bowl of medicinal soup for Alpha. Although Fatim doesn't know how to make medicine, he has learned a little from Lena over the years, and she firmly believes that Lord Alpha will get better. After drinking the medicine soup, Alpha finally regained some strength. He took Lena's hand and said weakly, Lena, I'm fine, you guys go and rest too. Lord Alpha, you should have a good rest first. When you have fully recovered, we will go together to find those bandits and kill them all. Fatim's eyes were full of murderous intent. Alpha nodded and fell into a deep sleep again, which lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, Alpha finally recovered and was able to move normally. Alpha and Fatim discussed and decided to start looking for the whereabouts of the bandits. They planned to go to the nearest city to inquire whether there were any bandit gangs. Rohan, you can't go over there. He is our benefactor. Bruce stood in front of several villagers, as if they had a conflict over something. You know who we are. He is a knight of the Vatican. Once we get out, we will surely die. The hidden village seemed to have his secret. For this secret, they did not hesitate to kill their benefactor. Our village has encountered a great disaster and can no longer bear any risks. Bruce, please get out of the way. Another knight pushed Bruce down rudely. Bruce's strength is greatly weakened now, and he is no match for them at all. What you are doing is no different from those beasts. If it weren't for him, how many of us would be alive? Unexpectedly, Saint Manny also stood up to block the way. But... no buts. If God doesn't give us a chance, we will perish wherever we go. Manny looked at everyone sternly. Then what should we do now? Everyone could ignore Bruce's face, but the orders of the saint could not be disobeyed. I'm going to confess everything to Alpha Knight. If you're scared, you can pack up and leave now. The existence of the village is no longer a secret. Even without Alpha, it wouldn't be long before everyone would leave. There was nothing the crowd could do, so those who needed to pack up packed up, and those who needed to leave left. Nars, there are still several seriously injured people. The reason why they didn't leave now was because the girls couldn't move around. 2 are still in danger, and 1 is out of danger. This means that at most 3 of the 8 girls will survive. Take good care of them. Manny took Bruce towards Alpha's room, with a serious expression as if she was going to die on the battlefield. Sir Alpha Knight, this is the situation. We accept all your punishments. Manny told the situation in the village, hoping to get Alpha Knight's forgiveness. Alpha also learned the secret of the village. In fact, 100 years ago, Bruce's country was considered a pagan by the Vatican, and a holy war was launched, leading to the destruction of the country. Those who survived were identified as heretics, and anyone could kill them at will and receive generous rewards from the church. This gave rise to a group of special knights who specialized in hunting down pagans, and not many people would give up such a generous reward. That's it. Alpha doesn't believe in God, let alone care about pagans. Let's go. Leave here as soon as possible. Let everything that happened more than 100 years ago go with the wind. Alpha knew that even though he didn't care, it didn't mean that others didn't care. With such a generous reward, he had to leave for sure. Aren't you going to punish us, Lord Knight Alpha? Manny looked at Alpha in disbelief. As a knight of the Holy See, he did not kill the pagans immediately, but released several of them. Alpha was indeed different. How about this? I will give you a new identity so that you don't have to hide in the dark. You can become my servants and then walk freely in the world. Alpha's proposal can be said to be the best outcome. Of course we are willing, but to pardon heretics we need a warrant from at least the Grand Master of the Knights. If you do this, we will implicate you. Not just anyone can be a knight's squire. It's okay, it's me. Alpha's strength is not that good, but his status is not low. Under the surprised gazes of Manny and Bruce, Alpha pressed the seal representing the commander of the knights. The seal cannot be pressed by just anyone. It must be pressed by the person himself. Otherwise, there will be no special mark and no meaning of the precepts. Thank you, Knight Commander. Manny held the certificate, which was the certificate that the tribe members had longed for all their lives. As for seeking revenge against the Holy See, they do not have the courage to do so. Although the Holy See has declined in recent years, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and it is not something that ordinary people can change. Chapter 17. Sir Knight Alpha, I am willing to follow in your footsteps, into the arms of God, and bathe in the glory of God. Alpha's answer moved Bruce deeply. He felt a warm current surge in his heart, which made them step from darkness into light. You all have your own families and concerns, and I have my own mission, so let's say goodbye. Alpha himself was also very confused. Where was the future? He had no idea. Moreover, taking so many people on the road requires money for food, drink, and shelter, but he has no source of income. Lord Alpha, where are you going? Once we have arranged our family, we will follow in your footsteps. Bruce continued to ask. Alpha did not tell Bruce where to go next, because he did not know where to go. Bruce wanted to ask more, but was stopped by Saint Manny. Alpha took Lena and the others on their journey again, intending to find out the origins of these bandits. After all, he couldn't just turn a blind eye to seeing these villagers being brutally killed. After Alpha left, Bruce and Manny started talking. Lady Saint, why don't you let me inquire about the whereabouts of Lord Alpha Knight? Bruce asked unwillingly. As a warrior, Bruce must either become a powerful knight or assist a powerful knight. Only in this way can he achieve success, obtain a title, and enjoy a peaceful old age. Manny shook her head and said, Alpha Knight is different from the previous Knight of Light. I'm afraid he will not be tolerated by the stubborn and rigid church. But Alpha is the leader of the knights, so he is most likely sent out by the church. To the west is the kingdom of Fatalia. The relationship between the Fatalia Empire and the church has been bad in recent years. I heard that the 9th Knights of Light of the church are no longer under the control of the church. I am afraid that the leader of the Alpha Knights is going to deal with the 9th Knights. Manny judged the general truth from the most basic information. Bruce roared angrily, wouldn't that be sending Lord Alpha to his death? Manny sighed, this is the Vatican's method. They will not show mercy to people with different ideas, even if they are their own people. Alpha is a true knight and will not flee from the battlefield. Let Alpha go. If he fails, it will be considered as eliminating dissidents. If he succeeds, the Holy See will take back the Knights of Light. No matter what the result is, the Holy See will not lose. Manny thinks too highly of Alpha. Mark is just confused during this period. Maybe he will just leave and disappear after a while. Manny continued to analyze, the 9th Knights of Light are stationed in the sinful city of Cross. I'm afraid the future of Alpha Knight is uncertain this time. She seemed to have seen Alpha's tragic fate. Bruce, however, had already made up his mind, I'm going to follow Alpha Knight. Manny tactfully persuaded, we now have a bright identity and can walk under the sun. We should have a different life. Bruce misunderstood Manny's meaning and thought she wanted to persuade him to start a new business. He immediately became alert, but all this was given by Lord Alpha. Manny explained, what I mean is, what is the advantage of our people? Is it just us? Now the village is almost destroyed, everything has disappeared, what can you follow? Bruce emphasized, the strongest point of our Kentro family is that it produces powerful warriors. Manny pointed out what Bruce didn't want to admit, no, the strength of our Kentro family lies in the skills, which can quickly produce powerful warriors. We now have the skills to quickly train powerful warriors, the wealth left by our ancestors, and now we even have the identity to travel the world. We can definitely train a legion. Manny pointed out the future of the Kentro family. The most important of these is the identity of traveling the world. Without this identity, the Kentro family would be nothing more than cheese walking in the sewer, and anyone who sees them would want to take a bite. I understand. We will focus on training a group of warriors, then find the enemy, and then go to support Alpha Knight. Bruce knew his mission. Yes, that's right. We want to restore the glory of our Kentro family. People with powerful strength will basically not be content with peace. Nars, help me gather all the tribesmen. Bruce is now the village chief and is responsible for all matters in the village. Bruce, 6 soldiers are gone. Some people had already left early because of fear of death. It's okay. Gather all those who haven't left. I have something important to announce, which concerns the future of our Kentro family. Bruce is now a village chief. He wants to lead his people to avenge the humiliation they once suffered. After being reminded by Manny and learning about his own strengths, Bruce resolutely chose to lead his people out of the forest and into a bigger world. When the tribesmen learned that they had to leave the forest and go out into the world, they were resistant because no one wanted to abandon the home where they had lived for generations. Moreover, leading these untrained people into the world does not mean that they can succeed, and may even put them in greater danger. Bruce had made up his mind. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, but he also didn't want to let these tribesmen who had just had a full meal become homeless. When Bruce took out the certificate representing light, everyone chose to leave the homes where they had been hiding for generations and resolutely chose to join the knights led by Bruce. The carriage was driving on an empty road. This road was not marked on the map, and no one knew where it was going. Lena couldn't help but ask, Lord Alpha, where are we going now? Keep going along the road until we find a place with people. Alpha finally repaired the damaged carriage. Although it looked a little ugly, at least it didn't leak air. They were heading northwest now. In the middle of winter, the leaky carriage was as sharp as a knife or an axe, making it impossible to hold on. Let me go in and warm up. Alpha got into the carriage and hugged Fatim's delicate body, feeling her warmth. Fatim glared at Mark, but still acquiesced to his behavior. Smelling Fatim's body fragrance, Alpha couldn't help but let his imagination run wild, and his body also reacted. Lord Alpha, what do you see ahead? Lena's sudden shout interrupted Alpha's good deeds. Alpha had no choice but to touch Fatim's face gently and then walked out of the carriage. Alpha looked in the direction of Lena's finger, and what came into view was a huge castle. The castle is surprisingly large, with a length of 200 meters, a width of more than 100 meters, and a height of 50 meters. It is like a fortress. The outer wall of the castle is severely weathered, and the wall skin falls off from time to time, which is extremely scary. There is no light in the dark castle, which looks extremely weird. The open door is like the mouth of a giant beast, which makes people shudder. Suddenly, the wind blew violently, and the snowstorm that had originally stopped started again, making people unable to help but pull up their sleeves. What should we do? It's getting dark, Lord Alpha. The coming of the blizzard caused the temperature around to drop sharply. No one could bear to sleep outdoors overnight in such weather. Go in and hide from the snow, but don't go too deep. Alpha looked around and there was not even a decent place to hide from the snow. He could only choose this not-so-safe place. The blizzard was getting more and more violent, and Alpha had difficulty walking. His vision was getting more and more blurred, and he could only vaguely see the outline of the castle. The blizzard covered their footprints and merged the castle with the earth. If you didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to find that there was an entrance here. Suddenly, a faint smell of blood drifted into his nose with the wind. Yes, it was the smell of blood. Along with the snowstorm came the smell of wolves. Alpha was terrified and carefully wiped out the traces left by the group, but he still couldn't get rid of the keen sense of smell of these beasts. How could this happen? Lord Alpha, didn't we already get rid of those wolves? Why are there still wolves out in this weather? Lena nervously clenched the iron sword in her hand, listened attentively, and looked around, trying to find any trace of the wolves. Awoo! That's right, it was the howling of wolves, becoming clearer and clearer, and getting closer and closer. Alpha could even see the wolf pack. I didn't expect these beasts to have such a keen nose. I was so careful but they still found me. Alpha's heart was beating like a drum, but he remained calm. He thought to himself, since you have already found me, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll just kill them all. With a roar, Alpha raised his sword and swung it down. The iron sword broke through the wind, flashing with cold light, and rushed straight towards the wolf pack. After a burst of swords and sabers, the wolf pack was dead on the ground, leaving only the last one, gasping for breath. Alpha walked towards the dying wolf, raised his sword and slashed it, killing it with one sword. These are just wolf reconnaissance troops. The main force should be behind us. Let's hurry into the castle. The blizzard affected the speed of humans, but it had a greater impact on the wolves. Otherwise, the wild wolves would not run away knowing they could not win. The carriage swayed into the castle, and suddenly there was a loud noise that was extremely abrupt in this silent environment. The castle's portcullis has fallen. Alpha raised the oil lamp and observed the situation behind. It seems that this place has been abandoned for a long time and has fallen into disrepair. Everything has been severely weathered. Alpha checked the rope of the hanging door. It broke when touched. Perhaps the vibration when the carriage entered just now caused the rope to finally fail. Lord Alpha, look, is that a ghost? Lena pulled Mark's arm, looked through the gap in the suspended door, and looked at the pairs of flashing ghost lights outside. Fear spread in her heart. Don't worry, those are wolves. It's just the reflection of their eyes in the night. Alpha held Lena's little hand and comforted her. Because the carriage could no longer move backwards, he could only stop to rest. The crowd lit a bonfire with the remains of the broken hanging door, and looking at the bright flames, they felt that they were finally safer. Fatim and Ham, make some broth to warm everyone up. Lena, you and Hanta prepare more firewood. I'll go scout the surroundings. Don't leave the area of fire. The castle was too weird, and Alpha had to emphasize it again. In a cave not far from the castle, a group of knights gathered together. Their faces were covered with thick cotton cloth, revealing only a pair of eyes flashing with cold light. One of them raised his hand, and the scene instantly fell silent. We just received news that our advance team was attacked by a wolf pack. According to the survivors, the castle was just 3 kilometers ahead of us, but now it is surrounded by wolves. This news caused people around to start whispering, and it was obvious that they felt a little uneasy. We can't let the operation fail. The leader said, waving his hand to quiet everyone down. We now have 2 choices. One is to abandon this operation and wait for the next opportunity. The other is to send reinforcements to help our advance team complete the mission. We can't miss this opportunity. A voice rang out. That's right. We have been preparing for this for so long, we can't give up just because of a little difficulty. Others echoed. Moreover, the lord of the vampire castle has already issued an order to eradicate them. Now his daughter has been abducted. If we return without success, we will definitely be blamed by the lord. Okay. The leader's tone was firm and decisive. Then we will send reinforcements. This mission is very important and there can be no mistakes. I will personally lead the reinforcements to the castle. Everyone please be prepared and wait for our return. The people around nodded, then stood up and left the cave. The leader looked at their departing backs, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. He knew that this operation would be very dangerous, and how many people could return safely. Under the moonlight, a group of dark knights rushed silently towards the castle. Screams and roars came one after another, and the reinforcements soon crossed a wide plain and arrived at the battlefield in front of the castle. A fierce battle was going on here. The reinforcements saw the castle surrounded by wolves and the advance troops who were bravely resisting. They immediately quickened their pace, and the sound of horses' iron hooves drowned out the screams and roars as they rushed towards the castle. The arrival of reinforcements boosted the morale of the soldiers, but the wolves were not frightened and attacked more fiercely. The reinforcements joined the battle and fought bravely with the advance troops. The leader led the way, swinging his sword continuously, killing werewolves one after another. His face was expressionless, only his eyes flashed with determination. The long swords gleamed in the moonlight, the iron hooves of the war horses kept ringing, and the soldiers waved their weapons and attacked the wolves. There was only determination and confidence on their faces, without fear or hesitation. They knew that only by uniting together could they defeat the enemy. The battle lasted for a long time. Although the wolves were fierce, the reinforcements were even more powerful. The leader killed one werewolf after another, and his heroic performance inspired the soldiers to move forward bravely. In the end, the wolves were defeated, and the corpses piled up in front of the castle. The soldiers cheered and celebrated their victory. Lord Alpha, there seem to be fewer will-o'-the-wisps outside. Chapter 18. This is a great victory. The leader raised his sword high and shouted loudly, his voice as loud as thunder, shaking people's hearts. The soldiers were also excited, shouting and celebrating, dancing with joy. However, behind the celebration was a tragic scene. In front of the castle gate, corpses were scattered all over the ground and blood flowed like a river. The leader looked at this tragic scene with a heavy and complicated mood. He knew very well that behind this victory were the lives of countless advance troops and reinforcements. The leader walked silently to the gate of the castle and looked up at the flag hanging on the castle. It was a golden flag with a lion's head embroidered on it, but it was now in tatters. It seemed to be announcing the unwillingness and anger of the Blood Clan, and also foreshadowing the future glory and sorrow of the soldiers. The leader took a deep breath and pushed open the door of the castle. The door slowly opened, like a huge mouth that swallowed everything. Inside the castle, there was a dead silence, without a trace of life. The leader led the soldiers into the castle and came to a huge hall. In the center of the hall, a huge blood pool magic circle was shining with a strange light. The foul blood pool exuded a disgusting smell. The blood pool with blood bubbles constantly bubbling seemed to be the heart of a human being and the energy core of the entire castle. The leader quietly approached the blood pool magic circle, ready to start the ceremony. This time their enemy was a group of cruel vampires. They had slaughtered human cities, robbed human wealth and resources, and brought endless pain and disaster to human society. Pour the silver powder and holy water into the blood pool. If the blood pool is destroyed, the vampire's strength will be greatly reduced. The leader made full preparations for this mission. He knew that the vampires were immortal, and only by destroying the blood pool could their source of power be destroyed. The leader stood in front of the magic circle, holding holy water and silver powder, and was about to pour them into the blood pool. Suddenly, he heard a call and the leader looked up, surprised to find a figure standing in front of him. The figure was wearing a gorgeous black robe, with the unique fangs and blood-red eyes of the vampires, and an exquisite long sword in his hand, all of which showed his identity as a vampire. "Who are you?" asked the leader. "I am the owner of this castle." The man replied, "I know you are here to destroy the blood pool, but I advise you not to do so, otherwise you will regret it." "Impossible. I will never let you go," the leader said firmly, thinking that these vampires came to beg for mercy. "The Blood Tribe once massacred our city and robbed our resources. We must take revenge, destroy the blood pool, and make you surrender." After saying this, the leader resolutely poured silver powder and holy water into the blood pool regardless of the man's dissuasion. However, the blood pool remained calm and unchanged. Ha ha ha, you've been fooled. This is all a trap for you. The vampire laughed loudly, and the dark castle suddenly became brighter. The blood-red candles on the wall emitted a strange light. Countless vampires appeared, and dozens of knights were surrounded in an instant. Boss, the blood pool is fake. A knight said, no wonder no one stopped us after we came in. Yes, it's fake. The vampire sneered, in order to welcome you, we killed all the humans and livestock within 10 kilometers, and then created this fake blood pool to greet you. After saying that, the vampire asked someone to bring up the target this time, the city lord's daughter, Linda Emil. What exactly do you want to do? The leader looked at the exposed woman tied to the cross, the target of this mission, Linda, the daughter of the city lord, and shouted angrily. Nothing. We just want to borrow your blood to make beautiful Miss Linda one of our noble vampires. Becoming a noble vampire is not just a matter of taking a bite. Because becoming a vampire requires not only viral infection, but also God's will, and there is a high probability of direct death. Only through ritual magic can the probability of transformation become 100%. I will let Linda become one of my members, and then negotiate with the city lord. The city lord cannot be a vampire, otherwise he will be directly destroyed by the Holy See, so the only one who can be the city lord's closest person is the vampire. Impossible, the city lord will not agree to you. She is just a woman, the leader knew that the city lord would not do such a thing. If we can capture Miss Linda, we can capture anyone, including the city lord himself. The vampires knew that things were not easy, but they had the time and energy to accomplish everything. Linda was tied to the cross, and the leader was filled with anger and guilt. He knew that he should pay for the failed operation, after all, he was deceived by the vampires' tricks, which put the knights in danger. The leader recalled his previous oath, to fight to protect the peace of mankind and completely eradicate all vampires and dark forces. But now he couldn't even guarantee the safety of the city lord's daughter, and he felt ashamed. Dear knights, although we are imprisoned, we must not give up. We must unite, rescue Miss Linda, and defeat these vampires. The leader shouted loudly. However, at this moment, a group of vampires rushed towards the knight. The leader bravely took the lead and started a fierce battle with the vampires. He brandished his sword, cast magic, and resisted with all his strength, but soon realized that he was at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. The leader began to despair, knowing that if he continued, everyone would die at the hands of the vampire. However, he refused to give in and decided to make one last stand. A fierce battle broke out in the castle, and the leader and his knights fought the vampires fearlessly. They used firm courage and determination to protect the daughter of the castle lord. Lord Alpha, why are the lights around us suddenly bright and blood-red? Seeing this, Lena stood up immediately. Put on your armor and prepare for battle. Alpha ordered, Fatum, Ham, Hanta, move the gate, or burn it. Lena, be on guard all around. As soon as Alpha finished speaking, several dark shadows flashed overhead. It's a vampire, Lord Alpha. Lena immediately determined the other party's identity by the wings on his back, bloody fangs, red eyes, and long claws. Fatum, stand guard together. The three men protected the two children behind them, raised their swords high, and stared at the bloodthirsty vampire enemy above their heads. Ha ha ha, there are human women. I want the one on the left, and the one on the right is yours. The two vampires looked at the human women with lustful eyes. While the vampires were still discussing how to enjoy humans, a spear suddenly appeared in front of the vampire's chest. The vampire didn't have time to react before the spear pierced his chest and he was nailed to the wall. However, the vampire's strong vitality allowed him to struggle out of control even after suffering such damage. Lena, throw the fire at the door and burn it open for me. Alpha didn't think of rushing in to deal with the vampires. He only hoped that they would not cause trouble for him. He didn't have the time to care about the vampires' affairs. With his mediocre kung fu, he just hoped that the other party would not catch him. The most important thing was to escape. Seeing the burning fire, the vampires didn't dare to get close and could only target a few humans. However, there was fire all around, so the vampires could only attack from the front, which gave a few people a chance to survive. Fatum, hold on, Lena, keep setting fire. Alpha fought while waving his sword. The original Alpha had the strength of a mid-level knight, and with the power of discipline, he had the strength of a high-level knight. Alpha can only exert the strength of a junior knight now, and the power of discipline cannot be exerted at all. However, Alpha still has one chance to activate the discipline, but Alpha is a little afraid whether his alien soul can activate the power of discipline. The vampires were already coming, and Fatum directly withstood the charge of 3 vampires, which was already his limit. Alpha was fighting fiercely with a vampire, and with Alpha's strength, he could not resolve the battle in a short time. Lena, cover Fatum. The fire was raging. Lena had completed her mission. Seeing this, Alpha ordered her to return to the battlefield quickly. Lord Alpha, there are too many vampires. What should we do? Although Lena is not as strong as Alpha, joining the battlefield can relieve some of his pressure. Fatum was under tremendous pressure, but she never gave up. She waved her sword and fought hard against the vampires' attacks. Lena also joined the battle, using the surrounding flames to attack the vampires, trying to relieve some of the pressure on Fatum. At this moment, Alpha forgot his otherworldly soul and decided to take a risk and try to activate the power of the commandment. This was their only chance to survive. Hold on for 1 minute. Alpha withdrew from the battle, knelt on one knee, and silently chanted a spell. A sacred power emanated from Mark, and even the vampires had to retreat from this power. Feeling Alpha's power, Lena and Fatum saw hope. They stood in front of Alpha and enjoyed the baptism of divine power. Suddenly, a soft light emanated from Alpha's ring finger, and a golden mark of commandments appeared on the finger. A powerful force surged into Alpha's body. An exciting scene appeared. Alpha clearly felt this power, his blood boiling, his body and soul highly integrated. At this moment Alpha truly felt that the integration of soul and body brought about a perfect improvement in the fit. At the same time, he also felt the awakening of an inexplicable ability. This should be the special ability brought by the awakening of the commandments. This is a kind of vibrating force, which can control the fixed frequency of the weapon it touches to achieve the purpose of high-frequency cutting, making the weapon extremely sharp and capable of cutting through hair and metal. However, the force of shock also has certain disadvantages. First, the energy consumed when using it is enormous, and with Alpha's current amount of fighting spirit, it can only be used 10 times at most. Second, the weapon is easily scrapped and cannot be used continuously in battle. Third, it must touch the weapon to work, and once the weapon is out of hand, the force of shock will disappear. Get ready to fight your way out with me. Even though he had obtained the power of discipline, the first thing Alpha thought of was to escape. Under the blessing of the shock force, the door behind him was like tofu, unable to block it, and was instantly pierced by Alpha. Get in the car and rush out. Alpha stopped behind and the 2 children got in the car one after another. Lord Alpha, please get in the car first. Lena and Fatum understood their own identities. I order you 2 to get in the car first, Lena first, and Fatum follows. Alpha would not let his woman stay behind. Let's go. Alpha watched the 2 people get in the car and drove away quickly. But just as he turned around, 2 figures suddenly appeared, and Fatum didn't have time to react and was knocked down. Ha ha ha, she's a virgin, I want her. In just a blink of an eye, Fatum was abducted by 2 vampires. Lena, drive away from here, I'm going to save Fatum. Alpha is afraid of danger, but he will never give up on anyone. Lord Alpha, be careful, I'll wait for you to come back. Looking at Alpha's back, Lena's soul has completely thrown itself into Alpha's arms. The vampires seemed to be restricted by some kind of power and did not dare to step out of the castle gate. Otherwise, Alpha would not have dared to let Lena and the others go first. A dozen vampires crowded at the door, bearing their fangs and claws, which was very terrifying. Alpha clenched his sword and charged in. The vampires thought Alpha was still the weakling he was before and didn't take him seriously. However, after just one encounter, the 2 vampires were cut in half. Even if the vampires had strong recovery abilities, they couldn't recover from such damage. Kill him. Seeing the humans start to slaughter, the vampires knew they couldn't let their guard down, and 3 vampires surrounded them together. Sweep away the enemy. With the help of the shock force, Alpha slashed horizontally and cut the 3 vampires in half. However, Alpha's shoulder was also scratched by the vampire, and black blood gushed out. Alpha did not notice that the black venom entered his body, and a divine power instantly neutralized the venom. After using the power of shock 4 times in a row, Alpha felt dizzy. Although this ability is very powerful, the consumption is also very alarming. Who else? Alpha steadied himself and pretended to remain calm. Come with us if you're brave enough. There were huge fires all around, which seriously hindered the performance of the vampires. They could only confront Alpha head-on and could not attack from behind. Don't run if you can. Alpha took off the extra equipment to reduce unnecessary physical exertion. In order to rescue Fatim, even if it was a trap, Alpha followed it anyway. As the vampires entered a dark forest, Alpha felt a breath of death in the air. Why was the castle located in the woods? Was it an illusion, a magic circle, or a world with distorted time and space? In this world, there is the practice of fighting spirit, the study of magic, and the worship of gods. These are already common elements for Alpha. At this time, a vampire jumped down from the tree and attacked Alpha from behind. Alpha dodged and then swung his sword. Alpha found that the sword seemed to be blocked and failed to cut the dead tree. The vampire laughed strangely and disappeared again. Alpha did not dare to take it lightly. He sensed that the surrounding environment began to change, and the grass and trees in the forest began to attack him. Suddenly, a dead tree burst open, and a bloody hand stretched out and grabbed his neck. Alpha quickly retreated and barely avoided the attack. Alpha then realized that the vampire just now was just trying to divert his attention. The real killer move was in this seemingly quiet forest. It seemed that this piece of forest had been parasitized and used by the vampires. Boy, you are too naive. Suddenly, more than 10 vampires rushed from all directions and besieged Alpha. Alpha roared, the energy in his body surged wildly, and then he used the sweeping force. Invisible airwaves spread out in all directions with him as the center. Wherever they went, dead trees were broken, and more than a dozen vampires were also blown away by this force. Young man, that's a very clever move. Next, let me see what you can do. After stabilizing his body, the vampire rushed towards Alpha again. Alpha smiled calmly, shook the sword in his hand, and slashed out sword energy in all directions. Of course, this was just a cover. Even a high-level knight would find it difficult to release fighting spirit, and now Alpha could only scare these vampires. However, the effect was very good, and the surrounding vampires disappeared in an instant. Chapter 19. Alpha walked cautiously in the woods, looking around, alert for attacks that could break out at any time. Suddenly, several figures rushed out from the side, and a sword shadow flew out from Alpha's hand and slashed towards one of the vampires. The vampire raised his claws to block the sword shadow, but the sword shadow instantly passed through his claws and chopped his neck. The vampire's neck was cut off instantly, blood splattered, and his body fell to the ground. This was the first time that Alpha killed a vampire without using his superpowers, and it was also the first battle after his body and soul were completely integrated. When the other vampires saw their companions being killed, their eyes were filled with anger, and then they sped up and rushed towards Alpha. Alpha snorted coldly, then dodged the attack of one of the vampires and slashed the vampire's body with his sword, leaving a deep mark. The vampire screamed and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. Alpha swung the sword again, and sword shadows flew out, killing all the remaining vampires. Alpha panted and looked at the vampires lying on the ground. You are too weak. You can't even let me warm up. After that, Alpha turned and left the woods. Alpha knew that he had already exerted his maximum strength, but the real test was still ahead and he had to remain highly vigilant at all times. Along the way, Alpha encountered various dangers, including terrifying beasts, evil demons, and terrible traps, but he overcame these difficulties one by one and successfully arrived at the gate of the vampire castle. Standing at the gate of the castle, Alpha felt a strong pressure. This pressure was emitted from the castle, which represented the nobility and power of the blood race. Alpha took a deep breath and carefully crawled through the crack in the door to enter the castle. When he entered the castle, he found that it was very spacious and luxuriously decorated. In the center of the hall, a vampire was sitting on a chair. This vampire was wearing a black robe, with a faint blood glow on his face, looking very scary. He should be the legendary king of all vampires, but in fact he was just the owner of the castle and now Alpha's enemy. In front of the Blood Clan King was a huge pool of blood, with a huge cross in the middle of it, and a naked woman hanging on it, whose face could not be seen clearly. There were a dozen knights tied to wooden racks around him, and dozens of Blood Clan members seemed to be holding some kind of ceremony. Alpha seized the opportunity and took advantage of the vampires gathering together to suddenly jump out and shout, "Fatim, I'm here to save you." Alpha's appearance surprised all the vampires, and they had no time to stop him. The woman on the cross had been rescued. But after seeing the other person's appearance, it was not Fatim. Alpha had no choice but to put clothes on the woman, put her aside, and untied the humans around her. The Vampire King was not angry because of the trouble caused by Alpha and others. It seemed that he had expected Alpha's arrival. Suddenly, Fatim was brought up. Master Alpha, they want your blood. Yes, I need the blood of a true knight so that I can walk in the light. The Blood King originally just wanted to transform the city lord's daughter, but was surprised to find that Alpha was a disciplined paladin, and immediately changed his plan. Let go of Fatim, and I'll stay. Unexpectedly, the Blood King really let go of Fatim without asking for anything. This was confidence in his own strength and confidence in his control over everything. Lord Alpha, why did you come to save me? You put yourself in danger. If something happens to you, how should I deal with it? Fatim hugged Alpha's body tightly. Fatim, are you going to strangle me? Alpha's face flushed. She never expected that the seemingly weak girl next door could be so powerful. I'm sorry, Lord Alpha. Seeing Alpha's look, Fatim quickly apologized. It's okay. I said that as long as you follow me, I will never give up on anyone. Besides, you are my woman. Alpha hugged Fatim in his arms. Lord Alpha, you go first, I will stop them. Fatim wanted to push away Alpha's embrace. His heart was extremely determined, but his body wanted to hide in Alpha's arms. If we want to leave, we go together. If we want to stay, we stay together. There was no way Alpha would leave Fatim alone. Sir Knight of Discipline, I am Will Ross, the Knight Commander of Torres City, and that is Linda Emile, the daughter of our city lord. We will hold back the vampires later, and please take our young lady out. Please. The knight leader knew that he could not escape, so he could only pin his hopes on the young knight in front of him. Ha ha ha, do you think you can escape? The Blood King laughed. Suddenly, the entire hall was surrounded by vampires, and there were strange plants growing on the periphery, stacked up one after another, making it impossible to escape. Capture the king first. Alpha had made up his mind and launched an attack towards the Vampire King in the center. Facing Alpha's attack, the Vampire King did not make any move, and the Vampire Guardian next to him rushed out. You don't know what you can do. Alpha mobilized the fighting spirit in his body and killed the Vampire Guardian in one blow. Are you a Bronze Knight? The Blood Clan King was afraid. The fighting spirit of the young man in front of him was far beyond his imagination. Only a Bronze Knight could use fighting spirit to kill his right protector. You can try it yourself. Alpha suppressed his weakness and tried to maintain his composure, fearing that any abnormality would reveal his weakness to the other party. At this moment, Alpha was already at the end of his strength, strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and could fall down at any time. Everyone, come on, kill him for me. The Vampire King cautiously let the other vampires continue to test the attack, while he hid in the darkness. Facing the Blood Clansmen who were surrounding him, Alpha swung his long sword, and the sword energy was so strong that no Blood Clan could block his sword. In one encounter, more than a dozen Blood Clans fell at his feet. But Alpha's body had reached its limit, he felt dizzy and his body was totally out of control. Lord Alpha. Fatim's warning had no effect at all, as the Blood King had already attacked from behind, biting Alpha's neck with his 10-centimeter long fangs. Ah! Alpha screamed in severe pain and fear spread instantly. Just as the virus was about to consume Alpha's body, a divine power surged out of Alpha's body and forced all the viruses back. It turned out that in order to deal with the possible dangers, the Pope gave Alpha a divine blessing before he left. The divine blessing turned into divine power and merged into Alpha's body. When the Blood King's sharp teeth bit through Alpha's skin, the divine power was stimulated. Ah! This time it was the Blood King's turn to scream. After coming into contact with the divine power, the Blood King immediately broke his teeth to protect himself, but his face was still burned black. Ah! Why do you have the power of holy blessing? This is not an ordinary holy blessing, this is the holy blessing magic performed by the Pope himself. The holy power is ruthlessly destroying the body of the Blood King through blood. Will seized the opportunity, grabbed the weapon and started fighting with the surrounding vampires. Lord Alpha. Fatim wanted to rescue the Lord, but was pushed away by the chaotic crowd. He could only watch Alpha fall into the pool of blood. Don't let him fall in. This time it was the Vampire King's turn to scream in horror, but it was too late. Alpha's body fell into the blood pool with a splash. The holy power flowed out from the wound, quickly neutralizing the dark power. In the end, the dark power in the blood pool was dissolved by the holy power, and the remaining huge and pure energy was directly absorbed by Alpha's body. Alpha woke up from his sleep, sweating and breathing rapidly. This terrible dream has been haunting him, and every time he wakes up, he feels endless fear and despair. He tried to calm himself down, but his emotions were difficult to control. Mark remembered that in his dream, he was a disciplined knight and had a life-and-death battle with the vampires, but the woman he loved deeply, Fathom, unfortunately passed away. Mark took a deep breath and tried to calm the fear and pain in his heart. This dream had exhausted him physically and mentally, and he knew he had to find a way to get rid of this distress. Mark picked up his phone and prepared to call his good friend Sam to seek his help. Sam is a psychologist and may be able to help him. The call was connected, and Sam's sleepy voice came, "Hello, Mark, why are you calling me in the middle of the night?" Just as Mark was about to speak, a powerful force pulled him back into that horrible dream. His body and soul were pulled and rubbed by the powerful force. "Lord Alpha, Lord Alpha!" This was Fathom's voice. Alpha opened his eyes with difficulty. He was so exhausted physically and mentally that he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. "Lord Alpha, we won! We defeated the vampires!" Fathom shouted excitedly. "What happened? Were the vampires wiped out?" Alpha returned to reality. It turned out that was just a dream. Alpha could no longer distinguish between reality and fantasy. "That's right, Lord Alpha. The vampires have been wiped out, and the king of the vampires disappeared after being injured by you. And after you purified the blood pool, the remaining vampires became ordinary people, and they were easily dealt with by Will and others." Fathom hugged Alpha tightly in his arms, celebrating the joy of surviving the disaster. "I'm so tired. Let me rest for a while." The crisis was resolved, and Alpha was finally able to relax and have a good sleep. The vampires in the castle were successfully annihilated. Will led the remaining knights and burned down the huge castle, putting an end to it once and for all. Fathom and Alpha successfully reunited with Lena, and Alpha slept in the warm carriage until noon the next day. "Lena, where are we now?" Alpha raised his arm with difficulty. He had consumed too much energy yesterday, and he has not fully recovered until now. "Lord Alpha, we are now following Night Will and the others towards Torres City. Due to the snowstorm, we are moving very slowly. In fact, the main reason was that a fire had been burning here all night, until the castle collapsed completely, and then everyone started to hurry away. There is a village ahead. Lord Will asked us to stop and rest here." The messenger knight passed the message to everyone in the team. The team of hundreds of knights was reduced to about 30 people now. Everyone was in a low mood. Fortunately, the vampires in the castle were all eliminated and the young lady was rescued. Everyone stop and rest. Will sent people to the town ahead to explore the road and observe, and the large force stopped to wait and watch. After a while, the reconnaissance team came back. "Captain Will, the town ahead has been completely massacred, with no one left alive. Judging from the condition of the bodies, it must have been done between yesterday afternoon and last night. All the valuables in the town have been robbed, probably by the surrounding bandits." The knights were shocked after hearing this, because this town was an important supply point on the road to Torres City, with many travelers and merchants living and staying there. Originally the town had a small population, most of whom were merchants. It was unclear whether this massacre was the work of normal bandits or had some other purpose. "Go in and check the situation and look for any living people. This is under the jurisdiction of Torres City. I'm afraid I'll have to deal with the problems here myself, so I might as well check it out while I'm at it." The situation in the town was extremely tragic. Not only was all the money looted and all the people slaughtered, but countless women were ruthlessly raped and murdered, and even children were not spared. "Beasts, a bunch of beasts." Looking at the tragic scene in front of her, Lena couldn't help but reveal murderous intent. "This place is the same as Bruce's village. It should be the work of the same group of people." Alpha looked at the people who were slaughtered and couldn't help but want to avenge them. "This should be the work of the Thieves' Alliance of the Fatalia Empire, alas." Will seemed to be well aware of the inside story. "The Thieves' Alliance of the Fatalia Empire? What is that?" "Alpha wants to eliminate these beasts, and only by knowing both himself and the enemy can he win every battle. They are a gang of thieves supported by the Fatalia Empire. After being hunted by the Vatican, they fled to the Fatalia Empire. When the Vatican relaxed its vigilance, they went to the border to rob and kill civilians. We have tried to encircle and suppress them many times, but all ended in failure. We cannot win with too few people, and they will run away if we have too many people. Will was also helpless about this. Sir, after counting, we found that the death toll reached 862. The knights carried the dead together, and the densely packed corpses covered the entire square. No young women. Will noticed the abnormality at the first moment. They should have been kidnapped by the thieves for their entertainment, and they should not have gone far now. But Will's purpose of coming here was to rescue Miss Linda. If Linda was killed, no matter how much he did, it would be useless. Will, take your men and kill all those thieves. After this crisis, Linda seemed to have matured a lot. After seeing the hell on earth in this small town, she no longer cared about her own safety. Sir, there is a team of 100 people outside and heading towards here. The sudden news made everyone fall silent. Is there a flag? If there is a flag, then it is most likely not an enemy. Nothing, it seems to be a gang of thieves. The scout did not find any other information. It seems that this team of 100 people is not Will's reinforcements. The scarred town is now unable to be defended. Everyone retreat to the church. Will made the decision after a brief thought. Retreat. Will issued the order, and then escorted Miss Linda's team back to the church. The thieves outside have already rushed into the town and surrounded the church. Hand over all the women and money, or I will kill you without mercy. Chapter 20. Hand over all the women and valuables to me, otherwise I will kill them all without mercy. In fact, everyone knows that these thieves will not leave anyone alive whether they are handed over or not. What should we do, Lord Alpha? Lena couldn't help but ask worriedly. Be fully armed. Lena will protect the carriage, and Fatim and I will be on guard around. Alpha was waiting for Will and his group's decision. Captain Will, organize people to kill the thieves immediately, leaving no one alive. Linda's command was a bit too much. 30 people fighting against more than 100 people, the strength gap was too big. The key point was that they had just experienced a big battle, and the personnel were not intact either. Most of them were injured. The gap in strength is too big, let's break out and seek help first. Will didn't dare to disobey Linda's order, so Alpha had to step forward. Light cannot compromise with darkness. We must take the initiative. Linda used the Vatican's motto to shut Alpha's mouth. The Lord also told us that sometimes we have to use our brains to deal with the enemy and not act recklessly. Alpha would never carry out such a meaningless act of suicide. The key is that it has no meaning at all. When did the Lord say this? How come I don't know it? Linda was about to take out the Bible to look it up, but then she remembered that she had been stripped naked before and now she had nothing. Captain Will, which direction should we break out from? Alpha still wanted to break out first. The west is closest to Torres, but I observed the thieves and found that there are the most enemies over there. If it weren't for Linda's reckless command, Will would have broken through long ago. There are no enemies on the road to the south, but the outer area is mountainous. Even if we break out, we must abandon our horses and we will not be able to escape. A guard came out. Go north. Alpha and Will shouted at the same time, and they smiled at each other. That's not where the bandit leader is. The attack must be the strongest over there. Can we break out? The knight was very worried. Who said we have to break out? We have to kill the bandits first. Will's meaning was the same as Alpha's. However, Alpha's focus was to kill if he could, and to break out if he couldn't, and he would not fight the bandits to death. Ms. Linda, please take our carriage and reduce the number of protection personnel, Alpha suggested. No, nobles don't live in the same room with commoners. Linda is the daughter of the city lord, a real noble child, and she won't be with these commoners. Then do you still want to kill the bandits? We need a large number of knights to charge, and there are no extra knights to protect you. If you are captured, they will not let you go. To be honest, Linda is very beautiful. Her beauty, skin, and figure are much more delicate than Fatim and Lena. After all, she is a noble beauty. She takes better care of herself than the knights and does not have so much wind and sun exposure and combat training. It was just that she had been captured before, so there was some dust on her face, her hair was a little messy, and her clothes didn't fit her well, but it couldn't hide Linda's beauty. Even Alpha couldn't help but take a few more glances at her from time to time. Okay, if you can't kill those bandits, I won't let you go. For the sake of her ideal and to kill more bandits, Linda had to give up her noble carriage. Charge forward and target the bandits. If the battle cannot be resolved quickly, Alpha Knight will lead the first team to protect the young lady and break out. The second team and I will stay behind to cover the rear." Will gave the order decisively. More than 20 knights gathered together, raised their spears, and charged at the more than 100 thieves in front of them. Facing the thieves with different equipment, the knights' formation began to become a little scattered, but they still rushed forward firmly. The battlefield was filled with a tense atmosphere. Both sides knew the importance of this battle and that they had to go all out to win. The knights' horses' hooves were like drums as they galloped past. The thieves also began to act. They drew their bows and shot at the knights. Sharp arrows flew and hit the knights' armor, making a sound of metal collision, while some directly penetrated the knights. Blood splattered everywhere and screams rang out one after another. Although they were attacked by the thieves, the knights did not stop advancing. They raised their spears high, ready to deal a fatal blow to the thieves. The thieves saw the knights charge and began to panic, but they did not retreat. Instead, they raised their weapons towards the knights and prepared to resist. The knights thrust their spears out, like lightning streaking across the sky, and the thieves screamed and fell to the ground. Some thieves tried to fight back, but their weapons could not shake the knights' hard armor. The whole battle lasted only a few minutes, but it was a life and death moment for both sides. Under the full force of the knights, the thieves were defeated and fled in all directions, leaving behind corpses. However, this was only the first wave of ordinary thieves. There were more powerful bandit groups behind them, and their weapons were no less than those of regular knights. "Chief, they are charging towards us. Should we gather our forces to attack from both wings?" Looking at the knights fighting bravely, a bandit could not help but ask. "The number of people is not right. We must not act rashly or take it lightly." The leader was thoughtful. These enemies did not seem to be ordinary bandits, but well-trained troops. Everything was done just to accomplish the mission. When Will's knights successfully broke through the first layer of bandits, Alpha set off with the remaining knights, still breaking out to the south. Alpha and Will's original plan was that if the enemy mobilized personnel from other directions, Alpha would break out from the west, but the bandits did not move, so Alpha had no choice but to follow Will's actions. "Orders, all personnel, surround and annihilate them, leaving no one alive." Seeing that all the target knights had come out, the leader was not polite this time. As soon as the order was issued, Will's knights collided with 40 or 50 bandits in front of them. With the help of the power of the charge, Will's knights fought a fierce battle with the fully armed bandits. "Chief, they have changed direction and are breaking out to the southeast. The force over there is weak, and the forces in the east have no time to encircle and annihilate them." Unexpectedly, the Alpha team, which was speeding at high speed, deviated from the original direction and broke through to the southeast gap. "Interesting, take the second and third teams and kill them for me." The leader did not panic, but gave the order decisively. 2 teams of 10 people rushed out of the team to rob and kill the Alpha team. "Fatum, come with me to intercept them." There were 5 knights accompanying Alpha, and the remaining 8 knights and Lena continued to drive the carriage forward to break through. Kill. The second team collided with the Alpha team, but Fatum, who was at the front, was a heavily armored knight and was knocked to the ground in an instant. The charging team lost their guns, and the second squad of bandits was instantly scattered. Only 2 people escaped under the joint attack of Alpha and the knights. The third team had not yet completely bypassed the situation. Seeing that the second team was completely wiped out, they didn't know what to do and could only continue chasing the carriage in front. "Fatum, move slowly, and wait for us to come back and surround the bandit leader." For the safety of Lena and others, Alpha could only ride on Zhuofeng to chase the third team. Zhuofeng had recovered most of his strength and soon caught up with the third team. Alpha's strength had recovered to that of an intermediate knight. After several battles, he had gained some experience. After a few slashes, he shot down 5 bandits. Seeing that the remaining bandits had gone far away, Alpha decisively gave up the pursuit. With the strength of Lena and others, the 5 bandits were unable to rob and kill them at all. "The wounded follow the carriage, and the rest of you follow me to fight back." After a round of killing, only 1 knight was shot in the shoulder. He was simply bandaged and left the team. "Captain Will, they are not bandits at all, they are regular knights." The knights under Will could not help but complain because their weapons and equipment, as well as their strength and formation, were not inferior to Will's. "We are knights, and it is our honor to die on the battlefield." Will's eyes were full of determination. More than 20 people fighting against more than 30 people, it seems that the gap is not big. But Will's knights have just experienced a big battle, and the other side is well rested. All the advantages are on the side of the thieves. Will is ready to die and kills desperately. All troops, move forward. The gang of thieves moved, and all the surrounding thieves surrounded them. Chief, 6 knights are rushing towards us from the right. Suddenly, the surrounding reconnaissance knights rushed over. Let the bandits intercept them, and we will deal with the enemy in front of us first. Even if they have the advantage, killing more than 20 regular knights of Will is not an easy task, and it is impossible to send more people to support them. The ones who intercepted Alpha were real bandits, their weapons were in a mess, and their equipment was just picked up and didn't fit them at all. They were completely unable to intercept the night charge team led by Fatum, a heavy armored knight. Fatum tore through their defenses in a single encounter. Charge! Alpha team attacked the side of the regular bandits behind them. What a bunch of losers! Several people can't stop them. Let the 4th team intercept them. The leader had no choice but to disperse the last 3 teams to intercept them. Now the leader no longer has any intention of intercepting and killing these knights. Although he still has the advantage, it will take time for the surrounding bandits to arrive, so he must hold out for more than 10 minutes. The leader felt a little regretful. Why was he so arrogant? And who were these knights? They were evenly matched with his personal guards. But now nothing matters, the only thing that matters is survival. Kill. Fatum's power seemed to have suddenly changed again, and it surged. Fatum had jumped into the blood pool to rescue Alpha before, and the power of the blood pool also stimulated his physical potential, successfully breaking through to the primary knight. Relying on his equipment and explosive power, he knocked down 3 bandits again. Alpha was also transformed by the blood pool, and his physical fitness was improved to the level of an intermediate knight. This was Alpha's original physical fitness, but it was not a strength that Mark, a time traveler, could exert. Now Alpha can be considered a truly intermediate knight. Keep in formation, target the bandit leader. Alpha ignored the chaotic bandits and only targeted the leader. The charging team began to slowly speed up. Chief, please leave here quickly. I will guard the area. The leader only had the 1st and 5th teams by his side. They were outnumbered, so the captain of the 1st team immediately tried to persuade them. Okay, you guys hold them back, I'll go to the rear to command the main force. The leader was not polite and directly urged his warhorse to escape from the team. The leader ran away, the leader ran away. Will was an old hand, and he shouted immediately. Although the bandit gang did not disband, the team's morale was instantly lost when they saw their leader escaping. Kill. Fatum was intercepted by the enemy this time. The 1st team was the leader's strongest guards. Each of them could fight 10 people at the same time. They were very strong and experienced. You stay and kill the bandits, I will go after the bandit leader. Alpha cut the Iron Man who intercepted Fatum in half with a sword, and rushed into the crowd without looking back. Seeing Alpha's strength, everyone didn't dare to try their best to intercept him, but just pretended to intercept him. Of course, Alpha's power is not strong, but his power of discipline is strong. Now that Alpha's body has been transformed, he can use the power of vibration 20 times. This is why Alpha dared to chase the bandit leader. Will broke away from the group and chased after the leader. Zhu Feng's strength was amazing, and he soon surpassed the leader. However, the leader was so powerful that he was evenly matched with Alpha in a fierce battle. The shock force needs to be unexpected to exert its best effect. Once discovered by the opponent, it can be easily neutralized if the opponent does not collide with Alpha's weapon. Therefore, now Alpha can only gain the upper hand through sneak attacks unless he and the leader are in close combat and have equal strength. Alpha intercepted the leader, and the leader's speed gradually slowed down. At this moment, Captain Will also came to support in time. The two of them ignored the chivalry and decided to join forces to kill the bandit leader. The enemy's reinforcements are close at hand and will arrive in a dozen seconds at most. Alpha and the other two don't have much time left. The leader kept waving the sword in his hand, trying to break through the attack of Alpha and Will. But his efforts were quickly resolved by Alpha and Will, and the tacit cooperation between the two made the leader exhausted. The reinforcements were getting closer and closer, and Alpha and Will knew that they had to defeat the leader as soon as possible. At this moment, Alpha suddenly found a flaw that could be exploited. Alpha seized the opportunity, took advantage of Zhu Feng's speed, suddenly jumped up, poured all his strength into the long sword in his hand, and delivered a fatal blow. The leader was horrified to find that Will had blocked his way and he could no longer avoid the attack. Alpha's sword pierced the leader's body, and the leader's sword also chopped Alpha's shoulder. Both men screamed at the same time, but Alpha's attack was obviously more deadly. The leader fell to the ground, his body split in half by Alpha's sword. Will rushed over quickly and confirmed the leader's death. In the distance, the enemy's support had arrived, and when they saw the situation in front of them, they stopped. Alpha and Will were panting, and both of them were injured to varying degrees, but they knew that they had won and completed the mission. The bandits who arrived looked at the bodies of their leader and companions on the ground and did not dare to act rashly for a moment. Alpha bandaged himself and climbed back on his horse. With only 2 people, the surrounding bandits did not dare to step out to surround and kill them. Seeing that no bandits dared to fight, the 2 quickly returned and joined the knights in the fierce battle to kill the remaining bandits. In the end, only half of the knights survived. Although there were only 18 knights left, and they were all wounded, their morale was as high as a victorious lion. Take all your companions with you, regardless of life or death, and let's leave here together. Will knew that it was impossible to eradicate these bandits now, so he could only meet up with Linda first and then go back. Kill them. Chapter 21. Kill them. After a brief panic, the bandits once again elected a new leader. However, this new leader obviously lacked prestige and was unable to command these arrogant and fierce bandits. As a result, the bandits could only watch the knights leave. In fact, the main reason was that this group of knights disguised as bandits had only about 100 people, half of whom had just been killed. Adding the previous casualties, there were less than 50 people at this time. If they rely on their regular knights to hunt down the enemy, they will probably pay a heavy price. By then, the number of knights will be too small and they will be unable to control the local bandits, which will not be worth the loss. After weighing the pros and cons, the new leader did not immediately order a pursuit, but instead gathered the remaining troops and waited for an opportunity to act. The bandit leader looked at the knight going away, his eyes flashing with hatred and greed. He knew the consequences of the failure of this action, but he did not intend to give up easily. The new leader thought about the current situation carefully and realized that he needed to make a new plan. The bandit leader began to examine his team. The bandits were all greedy and cruel, but they all had their own strengths and skills. Some were good at fighting, some were good at planning, and some were good at stealth and sneak attacks. He began to think about how to integrate these people's strengths to form a powerful force. The bandit leader decided not to confront the knights directly, but to adopt a strategy of sneak attacks and assassinations. He ordered his men to disperse to various places to find the knights' weaknesses and loopholes, and at the same time sent people to closely monitor the knights' actions. The leader knew that the knights would definitely return to the city, and this was their chance. In the following time, the bandit group launched an intensive operation. They constantly harassed and attacked the knights, making them exhausted. At the same time, the bandit group also sent out spies to gather intelligence on the knights and understand their actions and weaknesses. After careful planning, the bandit leader decided to set up an ambush on the road when the knights returned to the castle, waiting for the knights to take the bait. Lord Alpha, you are finally back. We were scared to death. Seeing everyone coming, Lena rushed directly into Alpha's arms. It's okay, we are safe now. Alpha touched Lena's head and comforted her. Is everyone okay? The key point is that Linda is fine, and everyone can put their worries aside. What should we do now? Will came over. After experiencing so many dangerous experiences, Will also regarded the young knight in front of him as someone to discuss with. They didn't chase us. They are most likely waiting for us to go back and attack us on the way. So our focus now is not to go back, but to rest. Alpha analyzed the situation. Okay, then rest and heal first. I'll arrange for people to patrol the surroundings. Alpha was just guessing that Will would not fail to send people to investigate. Hearing that they could take a break, everyone was finally able to relax and busy themselves with their own things, treating wounds, cleaning armor, and preparing dinner. Lord Alpha, your shoulder. Lena carefully removed the shoulder armor, revealing the scabbed wound inside. In the final blow, fortunately Alpha killed the bandit in advance, otherwise, Alpha would probably have broken one of his arms. However, Alpha's wound has now healed and formed scars, which is truly a miracle. It also only proves the power of the Vatican's healing magic. Lord Alpha, does it hurt? Lena carefully cleaned Alpha's wound. It was very painful at that time, but it's much better now. Alpha picked up the hot soup brought by Ham and drank it in one gulp. In this world of ice and snow, he instantly felt much warmer. Lena, go check on Fatim. I need to take a rest. Alpha put away his armor, lay down on the carriage and began to rest. Lord Alpha, you're finally awake. Lena looked at Alpha, who opened his eyes and immediately came over. How do you feel? Does the wound still hurt? Lena asked worriedly. Alpha sat up and looked at the wound on his shoulder, which had almost healed. You're recovering well. You should be well again soon. Alpha nodded with a smile. That's good. Sister Fatha made fish soup for you. She said it would help heal your wounds. Would you like to drink some? Lena asked, pointing at the figure warming himself by the campfire. Alpha turned his head and looked at the sky outside the tent. Fish soup. I remember there is a glacier nearby. We can go catch some fish and add them to the fish soup. Lena jumped up immediately. Okay, I'll go get the fishing rod. After a while, Lena came running over with a fishing rod and a bucket. The two walked out of the tent. The cold wind whistled past, making people's faces hurt, but Lena didn't care at all, and looked at Alpha with excitement. Alpha found a relatively flat place by the river, put down the bucket, and waved to Lena. Wait for me here, I'll go upstream to have a look. After saying that, Alpha walked upstream. After walking for a while, Alpha finally found a suitable position, put down the fishing rod, took out the bait that had been prepared long ago, hung it on the hook, and then threw the fishing rod into the river. The water flow of the glacier was very slow, and the smell of the bait quickly attracted several fish. Alpha seized the opportunity and pulled hard, and a silver fish was caught. Alpha put the fish into the bucket, and soon he caught several fish. Lena lay on Alpha's legs, enjoying this brief silence. Let's go. We'll keep two, and you can deliver the rest to Will and the others. Alpha put his arm around Lena's waist and walked towards the camp. I'd better go there myself. Fatim picked out two, and Alpha brought the rest to Will's tent. The wind is howling outside and a snowstorm seems to be coming as night falls. I'm afraid it will be another sleepless night. Brother Alpha, why are you here? Will made way for Alpha to sit in the middle. I caught some fish and brought them specially for you. Alpha's main purpose was to discuss when to leave. After all, the weather in the wild was unpredictable and difficult to survive. Thank you, Brother Alpha. Now we have fish to eat. We are discussing when to leave and which road to leave. Let's sit down and discuss it together. Alpha has gained Will's trust, so he is not shy about telling Alpha about these things. We now have two routes that can quickly get us to Torres. One is the avenue we fought our way out of, and I'm afraid those bandits are waiting for us. The other way is to go straight along the stream. This road is flat and has a panoramic view. There is no need to worry about sneak attacks or ambushes, but the detour is very long and horses cannot pass through many places. Will was discussing that one road was safe, but the journey was long, and the other road was short, but very dangerous. There was no choice at the moment. How many people do we have now? How many days can the food last? Alpha was most worried about this question. Food is not only for people, but also for horses. There is enough food for the people. We now have a total of 32 people and 45 war horses, but the fodder can only last for 3 days. Will explained the situation. 32 people, minus 3 non-combatants, there are only 29 left. Alpha thought. No, I am also a junior knight, and I can fight. Unexpectedly, Linda lifted the door curtain and walked in. Linda was wearing leather armor, and her beautiful figure was exposed, which made people imagine a lot. Okay, then 30 people. The gap in strength between us and the bandits is too big, so we can't just fight head-on. Can we send people to the city to ask for support? Alpha didn't want to take any risks, nor did he want to argue with Linda. Brother Alpha, actually when we rescued Linda, we had already sent people to request support, but there has been no news until now. When they stepped out of the castle, Will's knights had suffered heavy losses and had already sent people to ask for help. Report. A sudden voice interrupted everyone's discussion. What's the matter? Will asked the spy in front of him. I was following a bandit and seemed to have discovered their lair, which was in a valley about 10 kilometers away from us. Their defense was loose and there weren't many people. The main force might not have gone back yet. The spy blended directly into the group and had almost explored the bandits' stronghold. Everyone looked at Will quietly, waiting for Will's choice. How many thieves are there? Will continued to ask. It looks like there are maybe around 150 of them. They have a lot of men but they have no armor, their weapons are tattered, and they don't even have horses, the spy said confidently. Is it possible that there is an ambush in the valley? Will speculated. I have checked several valleys around here and there are no ambushes. We can use a surprise attack and kill them directly while they are not prepared. Will nodded. He had already made a decision in his mind, but for a matter of life and death like this, Will still needed to think carefully about it. Prepare dinner, and we'll go over after that. Will left 10 people to protect Miss Linda, and Alpha brought Fatim to support Will. Wait, leave no one alive. Will repeated the order. Everyone drew their swords and began to move slowly towards the bandits' mountain gate. In order to carry out the operation covertly, everyone abandoned their war horses and chose to advance on foot, leaving only 5 people on war horses to patrol and block the road, not allowing anyone to leave. However, the impact of the snowstorm made the bandits' lair, which was already loose, even more loose, and there were few sentries left to guard their posts. A dozen people easily touched the bottom of the bandits' city wall. It was called a city wall, but in fact it was just a railing made of thick wood inserted into the ground. The fence was more than 3 meters high, and it was blocked by ice and snow, so it was difficult to climb up. Through the gaps, everyone could see that the bandits in the camp were all huddled in their houses, warming themselves by the fire, and no one was willing to come out to inspect. Who is it? Suddenly a bandit seemed to have heard something and immediately turned around to look outside. Hey, I clearly saw a figure just now, why is there nothing here now? The bandit asked in a suspicious tone. Everyone lay at the foot of the city wall, not daring to breathe. Did you hear it wrong, or did you play too much last night? I heard that you played with that girl 8 times last night, and now you are hallucinating. The companion laughed. What's 8 times? I could have sex with that bitch 12 times a night. It's just bragging. It's not just one time for CJ to go there. You don't believe me, right? I'll go get one for you to see. The blizzard cooled the temperature, which reduced the bandits' desires. But for the sake of face, the bandits still walked out. Who? The robber had no time to react, his mouth was covered and his neck was cut. The 3 robbers inside had not yet raised the alarm, but their heads were already separated. Alpha, you lead the first team to clean up from the left, and I will lead the second team to clean up from the right. Kill them all without mercy, and don't leave a single thief behind. Due to a shortage of manpower, there were no extra personnel to guard the prisoners. Soon, the whole camp was in chaos. Faced with unknown attacks, most of the bandits were killed while still lying in the arms of women. It took nearly an hour to clear out the bandits' camp, leaving only about 30 women waiting to be dealt with. Captain Will, what should we do with these people? Faced with the innocent girl, it is not right to kill her, nor is it right to leave her alone. Alpha has no experience at all. Our mission is to protect the people, but now we don't know which bandits suddenly attacked here, trapping these innocent girls in the den of thieves. Now that we have eliminated this group of bandits, we naturally have to rescue these girls and bring them back to Torres City to wait for their relatives to take them back. If no one claims them for the time being, sending them to the government-run women's shelter can be considered a safe place for them. Will looked at these helpless girls and said softly. But it might be difficult to arrange how to take them away. Captain Will, there is a cellar in the back, please come and take a look. The knight outside seemed to have discovered something again. Let them gather all the supplies and let them take care of themselves. These women are basically poor people, and collecting supplies is a very simple task for them. Soon the warehouse was filled with clothes, quilts, and food, and everyone started to make a fire and cook. After all, the bandits would not feed the women enough, and how much they could eat depended on how much was left over. It's here, Captain Will. The guard pointed to the cave. Everyone discovered that there were hundreds of young women imprisoned in the bandits' backyard. These women were locked up in a narrow, dark dungeon. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies were covered with scars, and their faces were filled with fear and anxiety. This time it was Will's turn to have a headache. There were more than 30 cases that he hadn't dealt with just now, and now there were more than 100. Let them out first and settle them down. Will could only take things one step at a time. Hundreds of women were rescued from the cellar, and some people were arranged to help them wash and change clothes. They were taken to the woodshed to find their luggage and some clean clothes and quilts were distributed to them. Then, hot water was boiled and simple wound treatment was performed for these women. Finally, they gathered these women together and patiently listened to their experiences. Some of the women described how they were attacked suddenly, which further confused Will and his team. They began to wonder if this was a premeditated attack and whether there were other forces that wanted to take over Torres City. Will decided to return to Torres City as soon as possible to report the situation to the Lord and request more personnel and resource support. Before he left, he asked the Alpha brothers for advice on how to deal with these women. Brother Alpha, what do you think we should do with these women now? Everyone can talk big, but solving problems is not as simple as saying a few words. Let them organize their own men to arm themselves and protect themselves. Due to years of war in the West, the death rate of men remained high, and women became the backbone of the family. These women were not as weak as Eastern women. If they were organized, they were at least not much worse than those mob of bandits. That's the only way we can do it, Will agreed. Due to a shortage of manpower, they were unable to send more soldiers to protect these women, so they could only rely on themselves. Chapter 22. Lena looked at the female guards in front of her, feeling a little worried. There were 50 of them in total, forming the second-line team. They had no armor or weapons, and could only use the weapons and equipment left by the bandits. The weapons were okay, mostly spears and axes, but the armor was almost seriously insufficient, and each person could only wear a few more sets of cotton clothes. These women are relatively strong and capable of fighting, but they have not received formal training, so it is difficult for them to cooperate. Once they encounter a serious attack, they may become frightened birds, and the monkeys will scatter when the tree falls. Will was giving these women a lecture, which was actually introducing the skills to survive. Lena was a little anxious. She knew that this battle was not easy. They would not only face bandits, but also unpredictable dangers. In comparison, the remaining women seemed a little weak. They were even thinner and could not guarantee their fighting ability. Although they were also issued weapons, they were just a variety of weapons, including hoes, sickles, and even wooden sticks, and they could not guarantee that everyone would have one. These weapons were left by the bandits, and there were basically no protective gear, and at most cotton clothes were enough. It can only be said that it is better than nothing, and there is no guarantee of any fighting ability. Lord Alpha, can these women really protect themselves? Lena asked worriedly. There's no other way. Do you want to stay and wait for rescue? Or do you want to fight your way out with us on your own? Alpha shook his head and said, according to the intelligence, the bandits in the surrounding areas have recently shown signs of gathering here. It seems that a large bandit force is trying to integrate the bandits here. If we don't leave here soon, we will be surrounded and it will be difficult to break out. I'm afraid the more than 100 women in the dungeon were there for the bandits to play with, otherwise they would not be managed separately. We can only take these women with us now, unless they stay. Alpha will not force these people to stay or leave, everything is voluntary. Of course, these women will not necessarily die if they stay, but the end is imaginable. Those robbers will not treat these women as human beings at all. The supplies here are extremely scarce now, and they can't support them to continue waiting for rescue here. There are a lot of gold and silver jewelry in the robbers' den, but not much food. Besides, it is still unknown when the rescue team will come, so they must leave here as soon as possible and find other ways out. If you want to do it for their own good, teach them some life-saving skills. Alpha looked at Lena pouting and couldn't help but touch her head. We'll only arranged training for the 50 people, and the remaining 70 or 80 people could only fend for themselves. Okay, I understand. Lena had no choice but to introduce them some life-saving techniques. Lord Alpha, this is the fish soup that Fatim gave you. Ham brought the hot soup. Well, ask Fatim to pack up. We will set out around dawn. Although Will didn't say it explicitly, it looked like they wouldn't stay. The patrolling knights around had already killed several waves of scouts, and there was no telling if there were any that slipped through the net. Regardless, the enemy would rush over here. Lord Alpha, please say a few words to encourage everyone. After seeing Ham off, Alpha was pulled by Lena to the women's guard. I know you are all innocent, but this world is dark and you have no choice. Either stay or come with us. No matter how many skills we teach you, they are not as important as a firm belief. Can't you stay and protect us? We can wait for rescue. Sure enough, there are people who have such naive ideas, and I'm afraid there are more than one. We are short of supplies and manpower, and there is no rescue at all. Alpha knew that Will and his team's mission was Miss Linda. Although he didn't want to admit it, Linda was more important than these women. And if they couldn't defend this place, these women could surrender, but they, the knights, would surely die, and it was impossible for them to stay. Then let's leave here. Can you keep us safe? We are short of manpower, so we can only pry open the enemy's encirclement. The rest depends on you to fight your way out with your fists. Alpha had no way to guarantee the safety of these people. Then can we choose to stay? Western women are still very open-minded. Instead of dying on the battlefield, it is better to stay here. As for chastity, it is not important. Are you willing to stay or leave? Alpha couldn't drive away these women who didn't want to leave, so he could only choose to leave by himself. Lord Alpha, these two want to follow us. Suddenly, Lena trotted over with two thin women, but just with this action, the two were already out of breath and their physical condition was extremely poor. Why do you want to leave here? Alpha didn't want to take the two people with him. Ham and the other two were enough now, and he was unwilling to take in two more burdens. Lord Alpha, we are not leaving here, we want to follow you and be your knight squires. We once attended the night school, but we dropped out because we had no money to pay the tuition. Just give us 10 days and we will recover our strength. A weak woman said with a determined look. How long have you been detained? The two men's bodies were almost all bones, so it was probably not caused by a short period of time. We were detained for half a month. Because of our condition, they did not allow us to be taken out. We had nothing to eat and could only pick up some fallen food to survive. Even these women did not have food. Only those women who were entertained by others had food. If they could please others and show off themselves, they could eat their fill. If a woman is ugly or unwilling to serve a man, she will be punished by being deprived of food until she dies or becomes submissive. This is also a form of slavery and differentiated management, which is why many women still choose to stay. The world outside is a chaotic place, and people with stutters have a hard time. Those with good looks can sell their bodies to rich people to make a living, but those without good looks can only sell their bodies themselves. They have no control over their own destiny wherever they are. Go and eat something first. Remember to drink the soup first. We'll deal with everything else after we get out alive. The two women followed him only because of food. They have no choice now. Once they get out, they will have plenty of choices. Alpha will not take advantage of them. Lord Alpha, I beg you to let those women leave here. Suddenly another woman seemed to think of something. Why do you want to let them leave? We can't guarantee their safety if they leave here. Alpha was a little curious. I don't know either, but I think they are not just treating us as playthings. They keep arresting people, but the number of women here has not increased. The woman's eyes were full of confusion. Well, take those who don't want to leave to the kitchen and maybe they will change their minds. Alpha seemed to know something. Lord Alpha, Captain Will wants you to come over to discuss something. Fatim rushed over. Let's go. Let's go together. Brother Alpha, we plan to burn this place down at dawn, then make a circle here and return to Torres City via the main road. Will explained, pointing to the map. Yes, this way we can avoid the thieves who are rushing back and reduce casualties. Now we are just worried that the other party will remain unmoved and want to rob and kill us. In fact, Will's plans were all arranged according to the normal way of thinking. Most people would rush back as soon as they saw their hometown destroyed, so Will led the large army to take a detour through the small path and avoid the returning bandits. Even if the bandits knew they were tricked and rushed back, the people had already gone far away, which greatly reduced the pressure on the knights. In that case, we can only fight hard. Will had no choice but to ensure Linda's safety. Well, we will cooperate fully. Alpha couldn't think of a better way. Now there is another problem. We found a lot of treasures in the bandits' den. What should we do with these treasures? The warehouse at the back is full of valuable things, and now they don't know what to do. People die for money, birds die for food, so let's share it among everyone. Alpha doesn't have much chivalry, and letting everyone live a better life is more important than anything else. No, we are knights, official knights. How can we embezzle money and take the stolen goods ourselves? Linda looked at Alpha with disappointment. This was not what a formal knight should do. Everyone has a family and needs money. Are we going to leave it to the bandits? Alpha firmly objected. Will was also planning to distribute it, especially with the support of Alpha, but he could not go against Linda's orders, so he had to let Alpha take the lead. The knight's commandments state that a knight must not embezzle money or bully the weak. Linda objected again and even brought out the knight's commandments. The latest knight's commandment is that a knight must not be greedy for ill-gotten gains, and a gentleman loves money but gets it in a proper way. These are all from bandits, and leaving them here would only aid the enemy. We must consume every bit of the enemy's strength and not give them any powerful opportunities. Alpha would not be bound by the knight's commandments. Really? Have the rules really changed? Linda asked with a puzzled expression, obviously a little unconvinced. Really? If you don't believe me, go check it out when you go back. The latest commandments and maxims were just revised by the Pope a few years ago. If you have any questions, you can come to me. I'm afraid that by that time, Alpha won't even be where he is, so Alpha won't waste time arguing with Linda about these things. Okay, you take responsibility for these. I don't care about it now. Linda ran out angrily. Thank you, Brother Alpha. Will had wanted to divide the wealth for a long time, but he did not dare to act because of Linda's order. Money is not everything, but without money, nothing is possible. Let's go pick out treasures together. Whether it is protective gear or weapon making, money is needed. Alpha does not have a source of wealth such as a large amount of money. Alpha has horses and cars, and he brought a lot of things out this time. Will also wanted to take it away in a carriage, but he didn't dare disturb Linda now, so he had to fill up all the horses. Each of the knights filled a large bag, and there was still a lot left, which was given to the women. In the end, all the worthless ones were buried underground. Lord Alpha, do you know what's going on in the kitchen? Lena ran over angrily with a pale face and puffed cheeks. Lena, are you sick? Looking at Lena's pale face, Fatim asked worriedly. No, Fatim, do you know what's in the kitchen? Recalling what she had just seen, Lena began to dry heave again. I don't know. Lord Alpha asked me to use my own kitchen utensils. I didn't enter the kitchen because I was afraid that the kitchen utensils here were poisonous. Fatim had just come in and was asked to do so by Alpha. Fatim would not disobey Alpha's orders. Do you know what those bandits and beasts eat? They actually used these women as food, and several of them were hung on the wall to dry. Lena trembled, not daring to continue describing the horrific scene. If she hadn't seen this horrific scene, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that such a thing existed in the world. What a bunch of beasts! I'm going to kill them. Unexpectedly, Linda also followed the crowd into the kitchen and saw the horrific scene. Will, organize our forces, we are going to kill them all. Linda was completely furious. Linda's expression was full of anger, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Ugh! Linda couldn't help herself and rushed to the corner to vomit. Lord Alpha, you should go and have a look. They have found a large number of human bones in the bandits' den. In order to let these women understand how terrifying the bandits are, the two women spared no effort in searching. What's the situation? Alpha asked curiously. We found a lot of corpses underground, all of them were female corpses. It's obvious that they used women as food. Lena's face was also very bad. At first, Alpha didn't tell her what was going on here, but she knew everything after she came back from watching. Knight's discipline and motto, we must protect the weak and avenge them. Linda took out the discipline and motto again, and this time even Alpha didn't know how to refute it. It's so tragic. These women are not just objects of entertainment, but also sheep for use when food is scarce. Yes, we want revenge, we fight our way out, we report the situation here to the city lord, and we kill all the bandits. Alpha changed the subject again. Relying on these people to seek revenge is like throwing meat buns at a dog, there is no return. Don't get excited. Alpha walked up. In our current state, going out would mean death. You are so heartless to watch everyone escape from the sea of suffering, and now you are driving everyone to the underworld. Isn't this a way to die? I can't swallow this. If I don't kill these beasts, I won't be able to get rid of the hatred in my heart. Linda clenched her fists. No matter what you do, you must think long term. Those who act impulsively are never winners. After saying that, Alpha looked up at everyone. I don't know what kind of injuries you have suffered in the past, but now. You all have to calm down and think carefully about what we should do next to successfully take revenge. Hearing this, Linda suddenly calmed down. Yes, we can't rush out blindly. If we are confused, we will become the victims of the bandits outside. If we want to kill them, we must do it slowly. This anger cannot be relieved in 1 or 2 days. Okay. I won't be impulsive. Then tell me, what should we do? Linda suppressed her anger and asked Alpha. First of all, we need to calm everyone down quickly and not let them fight this battle in such an impulsive state of mind. As for everyone's psychological problems, it's up to you, Because I am a female knight and the daughter of the Grand Duke. Linda smiled and took over Alpha's words, then Linda coughed. Alpha continued, first of all, what the bandits did before was indeed extremely evil and unjust. However, the primary problem we face now is not the bandits, but the bandits who are chasing us. Although everyone has experienced torture at the hands of bandits before and it was very painful, I would like to ask, is there any lady who dares to rush out with a sword and fight the thieves to the death? Alpha's question went straight to the heart. Anger is one thing, and resistance is another. Then what do we do now? Chapter 23. Linda suddenly fell silent. She knew that Alpha was right. Although she had been working hard to train herself and hoped to become the best female knight, she also knew that impulsive emotions would not solve the problem when facing the pursuit of thieves. So, what should we do? Linda asked. We need to calmly analyze the situation and work out a feasible plan. Alpha replied, first, we need to find a way to get rid of their pursuit, return to the town immediately, and settle these women. Then, we can gather strength and prepare for a counterattack. In fact, Alpha just wanted to return to a safe area, and whoever went afterwards would do it. At least Alpha would not go for an action that was too risky. After hearing this plan, Linda thought it made sense, so she stopped making trouble and started to act according to Will's plan. Fathom, let's go back and rest. There's still a long time until dawn. Does it hurt, Fathom? Alpha looked at the bruises on Fathom's back and asked with some heartache. It's okay, I'm used to it. Fathom simply cleaned his clothes and jumped into bed. Fathom, why did you choose a heavy warrior? Mark's fusion with Alpha's consciousness was not complete, and many things were vague. He didn't know the origins of Lena and Fathom. Alpha also got into Fathom's bed and hugged the tense woman from behind. I have no choice. Captain Mars chose me because I was born with supernatural powers. If I were not a heavy warrior, I'm afraid Captain Mars would not have chosen me to be your attendant. Seeing that Alpha did not make any other moves, Fathom pushed his body backwards to eliminate the gap in the middle and keep the quilt warm. Do you like heavy fighters? If not, I can choose someone else, and you can just be my logistics captain. Alpha caressed Fathom's back lovingly, making Fathom's whole body tense again. It's all the same, actually. The heavy warrior suits me very well. I don't need to think too much. I just need to push the enemy back. Fathom didn't want to think too much, but this profession was too dangerous. Well, this time we're going to a big city to rebuild a high-level armor for you. At least we need to add some lining. The heavy armor you have now is all for training. Alpha stood up and checked Fathom's armor. It could protect against attacks from swords and guns, but it had very little effect against being hit by heavy weapons. Lord Alpha, high-level armor is too expensive. Next time I will just wear a few more clothes under the armor. As the person in charge of logistics, Fathom also knew that Alpha did not have much money. We made a lot of money in this operation. It would be a waste to keep it. I feel bad for hurting you. And this set of armor, Fathom, you have worn for several years, and Fathom has grown up, so it is a little small and can't fit more clothes. Alpha gestured, it's not that Fathom didn't want to wear more clothes, but the armor was too small. Lord Alpha, I'm not going to pay attention to you. Fathom looked at Alpha who was staring at his chest and gesturing, and he hid in the bed immediately out of shame. Lord Alpha, it's cold outside, but it's warm in bed. Fathom saw that Alpha hadn't moved, so he stuck his head out a little worriedly. I wonder how many people will be able to walk out alive tomorrow. Alpha crawled into Fathom's bed again. Lord Alpha, this isn't possible. Fathom tried to stop Alpha's dishonest hands. Fathom doesn't like me. Alpha stopped what he was doing. No, Lord Alpha, I can't do it today. I'm having my period. Fathom shyly hid in Alpha's arms. Well, let's go to sleep. There will be a big battle tomorrow. Alpha hugged the woman tightly in his arms, but his heart was burning with desire. Lena was running around outside, as if she wanted to expose all the crimes of the bandits. I'm afraid she won't come back at night. Ham was too young, and Alpha couldn't help but take action. Alpha didn't know that the women out there were trying all sorts of ways to seduce men, hoping to seek shelter. If Alpha went out alone, he would never come back. But Alpha didn't want to move at all, not even to go to the bathroom. Brother Alpha, take Linda and these women and go first. We will set fire to the village in an hour and then catch up with you. Will and his team of 10 stayed in the village to make final preparations. Okay, we will make a detour and try not to come into contact with the bandits. Alpha left 10 people to protect Linda's carriage, and he took 10 people to guard the surrounding area to prevent anyone from seeing it. Lord Alpha, there are about a dozen women who have not left and are hiding in the dungeon. Before leaving, the 2 thin women came running to report the news. Forget it. Everyone has their own aspirations. Don't worry about them. When we encounter a battle, let them try to take away the enemy's long weapons. Faced with a group of women who had not received any training, the knight's long sword was not suitable for them in terms of weight and difficulty of using. Yes, sir. The 2 women followed the team with some disappointment. Lord Alpha, they want to go out with us. Fatim next to them saw the intentions of the 2 women. There's no other way. If they take him in, they'll be unhappy. Alpha was also a little embarrassed. There was still room for several people to sit in the carriage, and it wouldn't be a problem if 10 or so people squeezed in. But if that happened, it would make others feel unfair and resentful. Knight Alpha, there is a team approaching us on the right. Will handed over the command here to Alpha, and the sentry immediately passed the information back. Lena, tell everyone to turn off the engines, stop moving, and form a defensive formation. Alpha gave the instructions and followed the sentry out of the team. How many people are there? Are you sure who they are? Knights or bandits? Alpha knew that the possibility of them being knights was very slim, but he still hoped for a chance. There are about 20 people, they look like robbers, but it's too far away to see clearly. The sentry just looked at the fire from a distance and did not find any special signs. Let's change into bandits' clothes, light torches, and welcome them. Alpha only brought 10 people with him, so it might be difficult to encircle and wipe out all of them. The only way to achieve victory is to use a surprise attack. You 2 stand here and make the tripwires, and the rest of you follow me. There were only 8 knights left. Remember to follow my orders. Kill as many people as possible in the first wave, then pretend to be defeated and lure them over. Don't let anyone escape. Everyone must survive. Alpha didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices, otherwise he could just fight the enemy head-on. Okay, Master Alpha. Now I am the leader, remember I am the leader Alpha. Alpha did not shy away from his name. There were countless thieves in this area, and who knew which thief gang Alpha belonged to? Stop immediately. Which gang are you from? Otherwise we will attack. Alpha maintained a constant speed and approached the team in front. We are from the Trust Thieves gang. Which gang are you from? The other party thought that it was a gang of thieves coming to greet them, so they were not too alert. We are from the Alpha Thieves group. What are you doing here? Alpha was still moving at a constant speed, but the team had begun to disperse. We are here to accept an invitation. Alpha Thieves gang? How come we have never heard of it? Isn't this the territory of Cruise Thieves gang? The other party was still not too alert. After all, it was normal for thieves gangs to change leaders every day here. However, Cruz was a big thieves gang, and it would be very difficult to destroy it. They are not. Someone saw the knight's armor under Alpha's coat, but unfortunately his head had been separated. Everyone saw Alpha's action and immediately received the signal. In an instant, 5 people were cut down by the sword. It's a knight, fight back immediately. The leader realized something was wrong and immediately stepped back and drew his sword to fight back. At this time, 10 bandits had already fallen off their horses, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Kill. Unexpectedly, there were still 10 thieves hiding around. Even if he killed 10 of them, there were still 20 left on the scene, which made Alpha a little embarrassed. After a brief entanglement, before the enemy reinforcements arrived, Alpha led the team to evacuate the battle. Kill. The thief leader chased relentlessly, speeding up desperately. Disperse. Just 200 or 300 meters passed in a flash, and the knights immediately separated, but they were only a dozen meters apart. The thieves followed closely behind, but did not separate. Pull. Seeing the group of thieves approaching, the 2 knights in ambush immediately tightened the lasso. Bang, bang, bang. Because of the trip rope, the horse in front fell down instantly, and the horses behind followed suit without much time, and only stopped when they reached the 3rd row. Kill. This time it was the turn of the Alpha team to kill the enemy. The only thieves who were intact were the 7 or 8 at the back. Alpha charged at them and the spear pierced their bodies. Only 2 of them escaped. You stay and kill them to reduce casualties. Just surround and kill them. I will chase the ones who escape. There were 2 others who saw that the situation was not right and ran away immediately. Alpha's chase wind was faster and eliminated the 2 bandits at a distance of several hundred meters. There was not much suspense in the battle afterwards. The bandits who lost their horses were lambs to be slaughtered by the knights. If Alpha had not requested to minimize casualties, the battle would have ended long ago. Surrender and you won't be killed. Alpha shouted immediately when there were still 10 thieves surrounded. But before the other thieves could react, Alpha killed 2 more. I surrender, I surrender. The remaining 8 bandits were all frightened and dropped their weapons and knelt down to beg for mercy. Tie them up and take them away to clean up the battlefield. There were only a dozen horses left, and 2 of them had fallen down, obviously with injured legs. Who among you can ride a horse? The bandits' war horses are all grassland horses. They are docile, have good endurance and adaptability, but are slow, making them suitable for these women. I can. 3 or 5 people stood up, including the 2 thin women. Hold your weapons, each of you will lead 10 teams now, follow me. 30 weapons can arm a lot of women. Although the combat power is not much, sometimes numbers determine everything. Even if it is a mob. We'll let a team of 10 people and set the entire village on fire. Thick smoke rose into the sky, and they hurried towards the place agreed by Alpha. Suddenly, there was the sound of horse hooves. They raised their weapons vigilantly and saw a vanguard of 20 bandits appear in their sight. It's a gang of thieves. They're here so soon! Exclaimed a team member. Will immediately ordered everyone to leave quickly. Everyone had 2 horses and did not know how to conserve their energy at all. The robbers saw the clothes and weapons of Will and his companions and immediately understood what was going on. They burst into laughter, raised their weapons, and chased after Will and his companions. Although Will and his team were well-trained knights, they still felt a little overwhelmed when facing a bandit group that was several times larger than them and better equipped. Will kept ordering his team members to attack the bandits' formation, and relied on their speed to escape the bandits' encirclement. Hunting them down, don't let any of them go. Looking at the burning camp, the leader of the Truss bandit group roared angrily. The bandit group without a camp was waiting for death in this snowy city. A bandit group of about 100 people followed closely behind, but the speed of these grassland horses was not as fast as the knights' war horses, not to mention that the knights were only 2 horses each, so it was almost impossible to catch up. However, in order to fulfill the leader's order, 50 people still followed from a distance. Captain Will led everyone around in a big circle, and finally caught up with the large group in front under the first rays of dawn. Captain Will, there are bandits chasing us. The team member in charge of covering the rear shouted loudly at this time. Keep your distance and try not to let them catch up. Will ordered, speeding up his pace. Will didn't know that he had already made a circle, but the other party was too slow and was caught up by him on the way back, so he had already made a circle in vain. However, as time went on, the robbers did not give up the pursuit, but gradually narrowed the distance with Will and others. After all, there are still women in the team now, which seriously affects the speed. If this continues, it is only a matter of time before they are caught up. Will frowned, he knew that this chase couldn't last too long, otherwise they would be in great danger. If there was a blockade in front and they were attacked from both sides, it would be a disaster for the knights. Suddenly, Will came up with an idea. Listen everyone, we can use the surrounding terrain to escape the pursuit of the robbers. There is a rugged mountain pass not far ahead. The terrain there is narrow. We can use the mountain and narrow terrain there to resist the bandits' fighting power. When the team members heard Will's words, they nodded in agreement and quickened their pace. Soon, they arrived at the mountain pass. Will ordered his team members to dismount quickly and begin to use the terrain at the mountain pass to build a defense line, with Fatim leading 30 women in the front. At the same time, Will sent out an elite team to ambush on the hillsides on both sides of the mountain pass. A large number of women also went up the mountain to prepare to ambush the bandits. These women were capable of doing this kind of job of moving stones and hitting people. Alpha, with a team of 10 people, had already disappeared into the team, apparently having important matters to deal with. When the bandits chased to the mountain pass, they were stubbornly blocked by Will and others. The terrain at the mountain pass was narrow, and it was difficult for the bandits to deploy a large force, so they could only charge one by one. Will and his men took advantage of the terrain and continuously attacked the bandits' flanks, putting them in a passive situation. The elite teams on the hillsides on both sides also began to attack, and their sudden attack threw the bandits into complete chaos. The robbers began to flee, and Will and his men took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The thieves behind them wanted to escape, but the Alpha team suddenly attacked and instantly became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the thieves. Surrender and you won't be killed. Surrender and you won't be killed. This is Alpha's signature move. Chapter 24. Captain Will led the team to successfully escape the pursuit of the thieves and won the counterattack. The knights took advantage of the terrain at the mountain pass, successfully resisted the attack of the thieves, and also harvested a lot of spoils. Captain Will, a large number of enemies were spotted 20 miles ahead, including about 50 knights and 200 to 250 soldiers. Suddenly the sentry brought bad news. Everyone fell into deep thought for a moment. It was almost impossible to escape now. The other side's entire army was on the move, which meant that they had discovered them. Unless they gave up these women, they would not be able to escape at all. Fight them. Linda had wanted to go to the battlefield for a long time, and now she had the chance. Yes, let's fight them. Alpha actually agreed with Linda's decision for the first time. What do you mean? Alpha Knight. Will knew that Alpha would not act impulsively, nor would he cater to Linda's decision. Because Alpha was the only knight who dared to disobey Linda's orders. Let the second guard send out 30 people, and let the third guard send out 50 people as substitutes, to form a team of 100 people to confront the bandits head-on. The second guard consists of women with normal physical strength, and the third guard consists of women who could not even get enough food before. Alpha will use these 80 women as the first line of defense. There's no way they can stop the gang of thieves. Will thought that this would just be sending them to their deaths and there was no other meaning. What I mean is that these 80 people should stop those ordinary thieves' gangs. We don't ask to annihilate them, just to stop them. Alpha's explanation made everyone silent. No matter what, this was very risky, but it did not mean that there was no hope. The remaining 20 people and the remaining third guards, get on your war horses and form a knight team. When our battle with the bandit knights becomes fierce, the army will slowly advance. This is Alpha's purpose, to scare the enemy. Even if they can ride on war horses, they can't exert any combat effectiveness. If they run away, the consequences will be disastrous. Will frowned. Tie all the war horses together. We don't need to fight, as long as the momentum is strong enough. Alpha's decision was extremely risky. If he failed, these people would not be able to escape. Our target is the real thief knights. We are the source of all victory or defeat. Of course, the premise is that ordinary thief groups must be stopped, otherwise these thief groups will also be a huge trouble. Once the war is stalemated, the knights are likely to be attacked from all sides and suffer a devastating disaster. I think Alpha's action is worth a try. Unexpectedly, the first person to agree was Linda. Okay, let's follow Alpha Knight's tactics. Will could only agree. After all, there was no better way. Although it was risky, it was still a feasible method. Leave 10 people to protect Linda. No, I don't need protection this time. All of you must go into battle and kill the enemy. Linda was the first to object to the protection arranged by Will. There were only more than 30 knights in total, while the target had more than 50. These thief knights were all regular knights, and if 10 more were separated, the gap would be doubled, and the outcome would be decided. Linda will be assigned to the last knights and protected by Lena. Alpha made the decision. Now was not the time to be pretentious. Will had no choice but to take risks, otherwise he would lose. In the end, Fatim was in charge of the first front, while Lena was in charge of the subsequent night front and also served as Linda's security guard. Lord Alpha, how do we deal with these bandits? Lena's staff had already been arranged, and they were training these women to ride horses. When the war horses were tied together, it actually didn't require very good skills, just a little training. But these dozens of bandit captives were completely unattended, and leaving them alone would be a disaster. Sir, you said that we won't kill those who surrender. The bandits also knew that everyone was thinking about how to deal with them, and immediately emphasized what Alpha had said before. Yes, I said you won't be killed if you surrender. Alpha was not prepared to kill them. Ah! Lord Alpha, we won't have anyone to look after them later. Lena didn't know what to do. Just because I don't kill them doesn't mean you don't kill them either. Let the female knights kill them and let them bleed. Later I will let these female knights scare the enemy. Alpha smiled sinisterly, and one sentence decided the life and death of the bandits. Okay, Lord Alpha, I'll make the arrangements. Lena had already developed murderous intentions towards these bandits and beasts because of the crimes committed in the den of thieves. She wished she could eat their flesh and suck their blood. Now that she had the chance, how could she let them go? Fatum, remember your mission is to hold on and delay time as much as possible. Also, if the situation is not right, leave immediately. Alpha hugged Fatum and reminded him in a low voice. Yes, I know, Lord Alpha. I will complete the task. Fatum's face was firm, and it was obvious that he would never admit defeat. Remember, I want the living Fatma, not his dead body. Alpha turned and left, killing the enemy without hesitation. Leader, a large number of enemies have been spotted ahead and are approaching us. The sentinel of the thieves group passed the message back. The two teams met at the mountain pass. Of course, this was done on purpose by Alpha, so that the female warriors only had to guard one direction and the enemy would not be able to take advantage of their numbers. Let the thieves go first, and the knights prepare on both sides. The leader will not be sent to the battlefield first by his most precious knights. Report to the Lord, the enemy knights are attacking the rogue infantry on both sides of us. It's okay. Let them attack. Our knights will be waiting for them. The leader had no intention of protecting the bandits' gang. He let the bandits' knights prepare step by step. Alpha, you guys attack from the right, I'll charge from the left, interspersed attacks, mainly killing people. The two of them each led 18 knights to advance at high speed. This was to strike the other thieves group before the other knights could react. It was not about how many casualties were killed, but about destroying morale. The knights moved in at high speed, leaving only corpses on the ground, which severely hit the morale of the thieves. Facing the knights who came and went like the wind, the thieves' infantry could only watch the other side go away, without any way to deal with it. The enemy infantry has stopped, second in command. Okay, square formation, prepare to attack, and move slower. The thieves, infantry, and cavalry are not from the same family, and each has their own selfish desires. Now the second in command will not really fight for the knights. Second in command, the boss told us to kill the enemy quickly and then outflank the enemy cavalry. Before the battle even started, orders came from behind. Okay, you go report to the boss, we will definitely complete the mission. Watching the sentry leave, the second in command spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm. Boss, should we speed up? Get out. Are you in a hurry to die because we have too many people? Continue to follow the procedures, don't be anxious, take your time. The second in command showed a terrible and cunning smile on his face. Kill. With the command, two well-trained cavalry teams started a fierce fight. Although Will's knights were more powerful, they had been fighting for many days in a row, and were on the verge of collapse both physically and mentally. Kill. The thieves' knights took advantage of their rest and killed their way into Will's knights. Spears were like a forest, blades were interlaced, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. The heavily armored knights pierced the enemy's body with their spears, and the lightly armored knights swung their blades to chop at the enemy's neck. In such a fierce fight, everyone bravely moved forward, fighting for honor and fighting for survival. However, in such a battle, victory or defeat often does not depend on individual bravery. Will's knights had been fighting for many days in a row, and they were exhausted physically and mentally, and their momentum was gradually declining. The thieves' knights, on the other hand, were resting and recuperating, and gradually the thieves' knights gained the upper hand in momentum. As the battle progressed, Will's knights began to make mistakes. Their moves became slower and their eyes became blurry. The rogue knights took the opportunity to become more ferocious, biting Will's knights like wolves. The Will knights have suffered casualties, but none of them chose to escape. Will, capture the leader first. Alpha seized the opportunity, killed two people in a row, and rushed towards the enemy leader. Okay. Will knew that he had to create opportunities for Alpha, even if they all died in battle. Kill. The knights let out a terrifying roar and pushed the rogue knight back again. Stop him, don't let him come over. The leader of the thieves was so scared when he saw someone breaking through and approaching him that he quickly retreated. The thieves immediately surrounded him and tried to stop Alpha. Alpha chopped and slashed continuously, with several wounds on his body, and could only watch the enemy getting farther and farther away. Alpha, leave this to me. At the critical moment, Will and his guards rushed over. Alpha gasped and rushed out again. Second in command, these are all women. We have been deceived. The thieves looked down on the women in front of them, thinking that they could kill them all with just one charge. Kill. But after a moment of fighting, they realized they were wrong, and more than a dozen of the reckless thieves were stabbed to death. Yes, that's right. They are also human beings and will die. We are no less inferior to any man on the battlefield. Fatim killed 3 bandits and loudly cheered for the woman behind him. Boss, they are like hedgehogs. As long as we get close to them, they will stab us with spears and we will not be able to kill them at all. The bandits did not have any better solution for the time being. After all, no one wanted to die. Go around and kill them from both sides. The boss roared angrily, but he was unable to resolve the battle in a short time. The 2 teams started a tense battle, neither of them could do anything to the other. Gradually, the female warriors relaxed, thinking that men were no better than them. Without the psychological burden, Fatim's task became much easier. However, as the battle continued, casualties began to appear. The screams of pain caused the women to begin to collapse mentally and their determination to resist was shaken. If Fatim had not continued to fight on the front line, the team would have collapsed and fled long ago. Kill him for me, the reward is 100 taels. Alpha has been chasing the bandit leader for several kilometers. Now there are no Will's knights around, only 5 of the bandits' bodyguards. Kill. People die for money, birds die for food. A big reward will always bring courage. The guards attacked Alpha. Kill. Alpha had no way to retreat. These people must die today. He used the force of shock without hesitation. In just a moment, all the guards were killed. Hoo, hoo, Alpha panted and rushed towards the enemy leader. Don't come over. I have money. I can give you women, money, and power. Seeing Alpha stop, the leader showed a sly smile and stabbed out with his sword. You don't know your own limitations. Unfortunately, the long sword was cut off by Alpha's sword, and the opponent's head was also chopped off. Alpha grabbed the opponent's head and returned the same way, but now Alpha was exhausted and had no strength to continue killing. The leader of the bandits is dead, you all should lay down your weapons and surrender. The knight, who was already exhausted, became more motivated when he saw Alpha holding up the enemy leader's head. When the enemy saw that their leader was dead, they didn't know what to do for a moment. Now the advantage is still on the side of the thieves. There are still more than 20 thieves, but only a dozen knights can still fight, and all of them are injured and exhausted. Knights, follow me and kill. Seeing the flash of light in the distance, Lena received the signal and led the connected group of knights to kill. Kill. The bandit group's outer defense line of the female warriors had been breached, especially the bandits on both sides who also climbed up the hillside and killed people from above. Oh no, boss, there is a group of 100 knights coming from behind. The bandits here just received the news, and there was smoke and dust all over the sky behind them, so there was no need for explanation. What should we do, boss? Even if he could kill all the women in front of him, he would not be able to escape from the pursuit of the cavalry. What should we do? Run. Their target is those knights, not us. The boss felt the threat of death and fled with the remaining bandits as soon as possible. We won, we won. Everyone cheered. Make way for the knights to charge out. Fatim was too tired to lift the sword in his hand, but he had to continue the maintenance work. What happened? The knight captain was confused when he saw the gang of thieves being defeated in the distance. But when he saw a group of 100 knights charging out, he knew the reasons behind everything. Kill. Alpha charged towards the bandit knight alone. Kill. Will was not to be outdone and led all the knights to launch an attack. Retreat, retreat quickly. When 2 brave men meet in a narrow road, the one who is brave enough wins. The rogue knights were frightened and immediately turned around and fled. The speed of the knights became slower and slower, until they were just standing still. Alpha, why don't you chase me? Will, why did you stop? The 2 smiled at each other, the battle was won and the adventure was over. Those who survived were thankful to have survived. Captain Will, there is a cavalry of 100 men approaching rapidly ahead. The sentry's information made everyone despair. Now, let alone 100 men of cavalry, even if those night bandits just turned around and came back, these people would have to stay here. Lord Will, that's the Knights of Torres City. The sentinel cheered immediately when he saw the flag. We won, we won. Everyone cheered and celebrated the joy of victory. Will, take the head. Alpha threw the head of the thief leader out. Thanks, brother Alpha. Will wasn't polite and took the head directly. Lord Alpha, we are here. Lena brought Fatim, and behind them was a carriage, Ham, Hanta, and Linda. All the efforts were worth it, and the people she cared about were alive. Master Alpha, Master Alpha. Chapter 25. Lord Alpha, you're finally awake. Seeing Alpha open his eyes, Lena immediately rushed over. Lena, where is this place? Alpha's last memory was on the battlefield. Alpha looked around and found himself lying in a very unfamiliar room. The decoration and furnishings of the room were very luxurious, and it could be seen that the owner of the room must be extraordinary. Alpha couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart, but more of it was worry. This is the city Lord's Drew's castle. We came back with Will and the others after you fell into a coma that day. We are safe now. Lena showed a flower-like smile on her face. After all, Alpha was their backbone. How long have I been unconscious? Lena. Since they were out of danger, Alpha was no longer anxious and sat on the edge of the bed with his arms around Lena. Lord Alpha, you have been in a coma for 2 days and 1 night. Miss Linda also sent a doctor to check your body. She said that you are just exhausted and you will be fine after a rest. Lena is also a doctor, but she is not very confident in her medical skills. Where are Fatim and the others? Alpha had been awake for so long, but hadn't seen many people. They are in training, as are Hamhanta and the women who were rescued. Captain Will plans to train them to be knight squires. Lena didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, they were all rescued. If they didn't become knight squires, what else could they do? They could become men's vassals. Before Lena finished speaking, the door of the room was pushed open. Miss Linda walked in with Will and others. Humph, all men are equally vulgar, shameless, and lustful. Linda looked at the ambiguous relationship between Alpha and Lena and couldn't help but sneer in response. There was no need for introduction, as Alpha was very familiar with Will who fought alongside him, but the cold knight behind Linda was a stranger. Mr. Alpha, I'm glad you're awake. We are now very safe in Drew's castle. There will be a celebration party later, and we came here specially to invite you. Because of the presence of other people, Will couldn't act too casually. This is the sharpshooter Desho Kane. He can penetrate a knight's armor from 100 steps away and a heavily armored knight within 100 steps. He is a master who specializes in protecting the Lord of Houston. Seeing Linda's angry look, Will introduced the knight next to him. Hello, Knight Desho. This was the first time Alpha had met an archer, and he was very respectful. In fact, Alpha had always wanted to let Lena and the others use bows and arrows, but he didn't have the time. I also want to learn archery when I have time. Please, Knight Desho, teach us well. As soon as Alpha said this, everyone looked at Alpha with strange eyes, and even the sharpshooter Desho's eyes became hostile. Brother Alpha, don't you know that knights cannot use bows and arrows and that true knights can only fight the enemy face to face in an open and honest manner? Will knew that Alpha was not the kind of person who would do such difficult things in such occasions, so he asked curiously. Ah! There is such a rule, I can't remember it. Alpha really didn't know. Looking at Alpha who was confused, Lena stood up. Lord Alpha has been learning chivalry with Teacher Mars and has never entered the night school. Maybe Teacher Mars didn't even remind him. Lena came to Alpha's rescue with a doubtful tone. It is very likely. Generally, great knights seldom explain these common-sense issues, so it is normal that Alpha does not know them. Will also explained for Alpha. After all, the two of them got along very well and there would be many more areas for cooperation in the future. But I still think that archers can play a huge role on the battlefield. Alpha had no intention of despising archers. Although knight armor can protect knights, most ordinary soldiers and knight attendants on the battlefield cannot have full protection. Lord Alpha, don't you know that most archers cannot penetrate the knight's armor and are of little use on the battlefield? Lena wondered if Lord Alpha's brain was burned and confused. In today's battles, the proportion of knights is getting lower and lower, and there are more and more ordinary soldiers. Facing archers, they cannot protect themselves. Alpha probably guessed the key. Originally, wars were fought between knights. Everyone wore heavy armor and there were not many of them. It was a competition of individual bravery, and the effect of archers was minimal. Especially as the protection of knights' armor became stronger and stronger, the effect of bows and arrows was almost gone, and they were gradually eliminated. However, as time went on, the number of people involved in a battle increased, the proportion of ordinary soldiers was rapidly increasing, and the overall defense was decreasing. The knights obviously did not realize the key. This Lena couldn't explain. Originally, Lena also thought that knights fought face to face, and using archers was a cowardly act. However, after experiencing several real battles, there were not many soldiers who could wear full armor, and most of them were ordinary people who lacked or even had no protection. Alpha's point of view caused everyone present to think. In fact, in modern wars, the proportion of knights has gradually decreased, and the number of ordinary soldiers has gradually increased. This makes the role of archers in wars even more important. However, traditional concepts made many knights look down on archers. Alpha's ideas brought everyone a new perspective, allowing them to look at various factors in war more comprehensively. After listening to Alpha's words, Deshokain silently resonated with some feelings. He has always been very proud of his archery skills, but he also felt that the role of archers on the battlefield was sometimes underestimated. Now, after hearing Alpha's point of view, he felt that Alpha understood his feelings and recognized his efforts. Although Linda had always been skeptical of Alpha, she began to think about what Alpha said this time. Linda realized that in war, various tactics and weapons have their value and role, and they cannot be generalized. Linda began to reevaluate Alpha in her heart and had reservations about Alpha's insights and thinking ability. Will has always been more in favor of Alpha. Will found that Alpha can always think about problems from different angles and have a deep understanding of the problems. This time, Will is more determined to recognize Alpha and pay more attention to Alpha. In short, Alpha's views caused others present to think and began to re-examine their own ideas. Forget it, there is no point in our discussion here, but in the future I will let my knights carry bows and arrows, the more the better. Regardless of whether he can change other people's minds or not, Alpha will not ignore the lives of his own people because of worldly views. Lord Alpha, they will look down on us. Lena attended a formal night school, and this concept is deeply rooted in her, even though she knows that what Alpha said makes sense. I won't let my people die in vain, Lena. Alpha has made his decision and will not change it. Forget it, let's go to the party on time when it starts. Alpha hasn't eaten for 2 days, and now he probably can't even eat a cow. It officially starts at 7 o'clock, which is more than an hour away, Alpha. Okay, I'll be there on time. Alpha was only there for the food, and the banquet was secondary. Lena, give me a change of clothes. Seeing that Alpha had recovered and was in good health, and that the information about the party had been conveyed, everyone left one after another. Alpha attended the party prepared by the Duke for the distinguished guests from various countries on time. This party was a good blessing for Linda's safe return, and it was also a meeting and exchange meeting for the Duke of Houston to deal with the problem of bandits in the territory. The Duke and his wife personally attended the party, and of course their favorite daughter, Miss Linda, the protagonist of this party, was also present. It was a magnificent feast, with fine wine and delicious food, and graceful dancing. People were immersed in joy and happiness. Alpha also took the opportunity to replenish his physical strength and regain some spirit. When Miss Linda appeared in her elaborate attire, she attracted everyone's attention, even Alpha. Alpha then realized that Linda was so perfect and her beauty was intoxicating. Linda is almost like the goddess of beauty Venus. Her appearance and figure are intoxicating. Linda has a delicate and beautiful face with regular and beautiful features. Her eyes are bright and lively, like clear lake water, which can make people feel her inner wisdom and kindness. Her thick eyelashes flutter gently like butterfly wings, exuding charming charm. The high bridge of her nose outlines a perfect curve, and her long eyebrows are like the extension of a mountain peak, gently raised and slightly curved, exuding a strong heroic spirit. Her lips are red, her teeth are white, and the corners of her mouth are slightly upturned, exuding a confident and elegant temperament. Linda walks lightly and gracefully, like a dancer, and every step is poetic and picturesque. Her gestures exude a unique charm, as if the whole world has become a better place because of her. Linda had been captured before, and she was physically and mentally exhausted, her face haggard, and the dust on her body also obscured Linda's beauty, so Alpha didn't notice the goddess in front of him at all. Humph, a superficial man. Linda, who was walking behind the Grand Duke, snorted coldly as she passed by Alpha. Alpha recovered and smiled awkwardly, continuing to digest the food in front of him to hide his embarrassment. After all, the food in front of him belonged to him. No matter how beautiful Linda is, she is just a reflection of the moon in the mirror and a flower in the water, not as real as Lena and Fatim. Alpha would not think that just because they have a life and death friendship, they would want to develop a deeper relationship. I welcome everyone to take time out of their busy schedules to attend this party. I sincerely thank you all. Grand Duke Houston continued his passionate speech in the center of the hall. Alpha, why are you here? Will saw Alpha challenging his taste buds alone and immediately walked over. Captain Will, Knight Dishu, why are you here? Aren't you going to chat with them? Alpha didn't know anyone and didn't want to make friends with these nobles, so he simply hid in the corner and ate delicious food. Brother Alpha, my status is too low. They won't talk to me, and I can't squeeze in. Will is only a centurion. Even after this crisis, it is difficult for him to be a 1,000-man commander. A centurion is just an insignificant person in front of the nobles. Dishu is even worse. He is not even a decapitator. He is only looked at because he is the bodyguard of Grand Duke Houston. Brother Alpha, you know there are 2 important events to be announced at this banquet. Will's sudden topic attracted Alpha's attention. What's the big deal? Captain Will. How could Alpha know that he had just woken up? The first is about the bandit problem around Torres City. The Grand Duke wants to gain support from the major empires. In fact, everyone knows that this is a conspiracy of the Kingdom of Fatalia, but there is no evidence. However, this attitude must be expressed to all major forces. If the major empires do not send troops, then the Grand Duke can only recruit soldiers. In fact, the major empires are also willing to send troops, but this is within the jurisdiction of the Vatican, and once people are sent here, the command will definitely belong to the Vatican, which makes everyone very hesitant. Well, the problem of bandits here is serious. It has reached the point where we have to deal with it. The Alphas have little influence, but if they encounter bandits, they will not stand idly by. Yes, this time the Grand Duke plans to increase the number of soldiers in Torres City to 5,000, which means he needs to recruit another 2,000 people. This is related to Will's interests. If Will wants to move to a higher level, he must seize this opportunity and recruit more soldiers. This is a good thing. This way we can crack down on the bandit problem around here. Alpha didn't think much about it, just the area in front of him. But the major empires may not agree, especially the Fatalia Empire. Once we recruit soldiers, they will definitely increase their military strength in the border areas. Will's eyes were full of worry. This was probably the purpose of the Fatalia Empire, to use the bandit problem to increase its troops. What about the other thing? Alpha also knew that the problem was serious and did not want to continue discussing it. After all, a discussion among 3 people could not solve any problem. The other thing is about Miss Linda. The Grand Duke wants Linda to find an ideal husband among the nobles, but now is not the right time. Miss Linda has just experienced a kidnapping incident, which has had a great impact. Will felt Linda's sadness. After all, he had just been kidnapped by bandits, and the incident was known to everyone. Regardless of whether he was raped by the bandits or not, his reputation would not be very good. Now, it is impossible for the real nobles to choose Linda. Even if Linda is naturally beautiful, it is impossible for the nobles to marry Linda home in a formal ceremony. If she becomes a mistress, the Grand Duke will not accept it. So now she can only choose from second-rate nobles or nobles with bad reputations. It is easy to imagine Linda's future. No wonder there was deep sorrow in Linda's eyes. It turned out to be because of this matter, but Alpha was unable to help her out. Linda is the goddess of all of us. She is kind, brave, generous and beautiful. We sincerely hope that Linda can find a man who is worthy of her. Unfortunately, now. Alas! Will sighed. It seems that Linda still has a good reputation in the eyes of the lower-level soldiers. Miss Linda is the only noble who looks down on us archers. The silent Dishu also expressed his opinion. Linda was listening to the Archduke's endless speech on the stage and felt it was too boring. She saw the Archduke and several nobles walking backstage. She finally gained freedom and didn't want to waste her time on this. She turned around and saw Alpha, who was eating alone just now, and she was instantly filled with anger. Chapter 26. Hey, what are you talking about? You look so excited. Linda's tone was full of dissatisfaction. After all, this was a party held for her. She should have been the protagonist, but she didn't become the focus. Linda had always been a staple in social circles, but after her kidnapping, the nobles now kept their distance from her. Ms. Linda, we are discussing the recent robbery problem. Will didn't dare to reveal that they were just discussing Linda. Yes, yes. Dishu was a little excited. After all, Linda was his goddess. What about you? Alpha. As soon as Linda saw Dex's expression, she knew he was lying. Beautiful Miss Linda, I am Viscount Gordon, and I would like to invite Miss Linda to dance with me. Suddenly, a nobleman walked up to Linda and invited her to dance. Sorry, Miss Linda has already agreed to dance with me in advance, so you'd better wait a moment. Alpha saw the unhappiness in Linda's eyes, so he came out to help. That's right, Viscount Gordon, I promised Alpha Knight in advance. Let's talk about it next time. Linda perfunctorily said to the man in front of her. It doesn't matter. I will always follow Miss Linda and do my best to meet any of your needs. Gordon's tone was full of love, and it was obvious that he was going to pester Linda. What? Do you want to be a mean person and go back on your words? Linda stretched out her spotless hands, but Alpha just sat there without responding. But I can't dance, Linda. It's not that Alpha is being pretentious, but that Alpha has never learned it. No, you have to go on stage this time. I will slow down the pace and you just follow me. Feeling the aggressive gazes of the men around her who were stripping naked, Linda still felt better being with Alpha. Ah! Before Alpha could agree, Linda pulled him into the dance floor. Don't touch down, or I will beat you. Linda glared at Alpha fiercely. If she didn't warn him, Alpha's right hand would almost touch Linda's butt. Slowly, under Linda's guidance, Alpha got into the groove, found his feeling, and was no longer at a loss. Actually, I know what everyone thinks. Because I was kidnapped by bandits, everyone thought I was abused and that I was a dirty person. That's why they stay away from me and alienate me. In fact, deep down, everyone wants me to be their lover. Linda leaned on Alpha's shoulder, expressing her dissatisfaction. And those viscounts and barons actually dare to pursue me now. Is it because I am an unclean person in their eyes? Linda is the child of the Grand Duke, at least a Marquis. Below the Marquis is the Earl, and then the Viscount and Baron. The difference in status is huge. Maybe they really like you, that's why they get close to you. Don't care about their identities. Alpha didn't know how to comfort them. Haha, then why didn't they pursue me before? They had to wait until I became a dirty person. They thought I had no choice, so they took the initiative. Linda understood that all this was just a deal. That's because they don't know how good Linda is. She is pure, kind and brave. In our hearts, Linda is our goddess. Alpha directly repeated Will's introduction. You're such a smooth talker. Why don't you pursue me? Linda could only say that she didn't dislike Alpha, the first man who saw her naked body up close. Marquis Linda, I am a commoner. Alpha is a knight of the Vatican, but in fact he is also a commoner. So you wanted me to not mind their identities so that I could leave a way out for myself. Linda actually thought of this, which made Alpha a little at a loss. Behave yourself, don't look, think or touch anything. Sensing Alpha's abnormality, Linda warned him this time. I'm just kidding, Lord Alpha Knight. Linda knew that Alpha was an upright knight. Although he could be a bit of a rogue sometimes, he was generally acceptable. Alpha, do you think I should find a great nobleman with bad character, or a small nobleman with good character? In fact, Linda had already compromised, otherwise she would not have agreed to attend such a banquet. Why don't you find someone you like? After all, this is something you'll spend your whole life on. As a man in the 21st century, it's not surprising that Alpha has such thoughts. The one I like? The one I like? Linda fell into deep thought. There is no time. My father won't give me time to search slowly. Linda's eyes were full of loss. It was because she wanted to find someone she loved that she was kidnapped and became what she is now. How about this, you pretend to be my partner, and when I find someone I like, you'll be free. There was a sly glint in Linda's eyes. This is not good. After all, my status is low and my strength is not that good. The Grand Duke will not be interested in me. Alpha said with some inferiority complex. It's okay, you're just pretending, not real. Besides, as long as I like it, my father won't make things difficult for you. Linda is a person of action. She didn't hesitate to pull Alpha out of the dance floor. Mother, this is the person I chose. You can do whatever you want. Linda took Alpha directly to the back compartment, looking like a dead pig that is not afraid of boiling water. Hello, ma'am. Miss Linda, you're just joking. I'm just Miss Linda's suitor and haven't passed Miss Linda's test yet. Alpha behaved politely and gracefully. He was not at all nervous because of the gazes of the women in front of him. I'm Linda's second aunt. You are Alpha, right? How old are you? What's your title? Who's in your family? A noble lady asked curiously. Hello, ma'am. I'm Alpha Michelle. I'm 22 years old, have no title, and I'm the only one in my family. Although his conditions were not good, Alpha showed no sign of retreat and his expression was calm. Then what qualifications do you think you have to marry our Linda? The Archduchess' tone was aggressive, and she obviously did not think highly of Alpha. Hello, madam. I think the key is that two people love each other, support each other, and support each other. Only in this way can they stay together for a lifetime. Of course, I can't give Linda anything yet, but I will work hard to become a man worthy of Miss Linda. Everyone can brag, but we can just deal with it. You have nothing. Do you want to get something for nothing? The Grand Duchess did not believe in these fancy words. Madam, what kind of person do you think is worthy of Miss Linda? I have nothing now. Even if I am a baron or a viscount, it is just a sesame seed to the Grand Duke's family and it doesn't matter at all. The focus now is Linda's happiness, not my status and reputation. Alpha was right. In the Grand Duke's family, I'm afraid that anyone who is not a duke will not be interested. We will take care of Linda's happiness. How can you prove that you can bring happiness to Linda, unless you marry into our Emil family? In the eyes of the Grand Duchess, Alpha's low status is actually a good thing. He can directly marry into the Emil family, so that Linda's happiness and the family's face can be preserved. Madam, I don't think marrying into the Emil family will bring happiness to Miss Linda. It will only make me win everything easily. It will make me degenerate and decay. I have to work hard with my own hands and make Linda happy with my own thinking, so I can't agree to the lady's request. Alpha directly rejected the Grand Duchess's request. Father. At some point, Grand Duke Houston had arrived in the room. All of you, get out. I have a few questions to ask Alpha Knight. The Grand Duke drove everyone out. I'll give you one last chance. If you're willing to marry into our family, I will resolve all your problems, including your appointment in the Vatican. Archduke Houston went straight to the point without giving Alpha any chance to hesitate, which made Alpha very uncomfortable. Houston had already investigated the man in front of him thoroughly, probably better than Alpha himself. In fact, Grand Duke Houston admired Alpha's character and work more. The previous battle with the bandits had already been reported to the authorities. He was upright but not pedantic, and cunning but did not evade responsibility. If the Archduke can help me deal with Vatican affairs, I am willing to marry into the Emil family. In fact, marrying into the Emil family is not something difficult to accept. Rather than having an uncertain future, it is better to win early. The key is that Linda is a rare beauty. What could Alpha be dissatisfied with? Isn't this different from what you promised just now? The Grand Duke did not expect Alpha to agree so immediately, which made the Grand Duke very upset. He had been planning to tempt him with wealth, status, and strength, but now he has nothing to say. Isn't it different? It's because the Grand Duke is wise and powerful, and his domineering aura makes the villain convinced. Alpha flattered him at the right time. Tell me the truth. Grand Duke Houston looked at Alpha angrily. To be honest, he probably didn't like the way Alpha was now. Then I'll tell you the truth. The Grand Duke is wise and brave, and his words are as good as gold. Although the meaning is almost the same, Alpha's tone is completely different each time. The status of women in this era is completely different. I just confessed to the Grand Duchess, but she has no say in the matter and I will be looked down upon by a group of women. Also, the Archduke helped me deal with the affairs of the Holy See so that I don't have to worry. To be honest, the things the Pope asked me to handle were a bit unreasonable. Of course, the point is still this. Alpha did not want to go to the Fatalia Empire to carry out the mission. You are good at judging people and know what to say and what not to say. Family disgrace should not be made public, and the Grand Duke also has to save face. Even if Linda is willing, the Grand Duke will not agree if his son-in-law embarrasses himself in front of a large group of outsiders. Tell me, why did the Pope call you over that day? Now to deal with Alpha's affairs, specific information is probably needed. The Pope wants me to go to the Fatalia Empire to subdue the Ninth Knights and rebuild the Order of the Disciplined Paladins. These are the two goals, and Alpha did not hide them. The Order of the Discipline? Does the Pope have this idea? The Archduke obviously knew the reason for the demise of the Order of the Discipline in the Vatican, but he just didn't know that the Pope wanted to rebuild the Order of the Discipline. As long as the Order of Discipline is not around me, it will be fine. Alpha guessed. What did the Pope give you? The Archduke frowned. If it was just rebuilding the Ninth Knights, then it wouldn't be a big problem. Now that there is an additional order of disciplined paladins, it might be a bit troublesome. Holy tribute, advanced fighting skills, and the document and seal of recognition of fate. Alpha had nothing to hide. The Pope really thinks highly of you. He really wants you to conquer the Ninth Knights. The Archduke frowned, thinking that this matter might be difficult to handle. I think you should go out and work hard on your own, come back home in glory in a few years and marry Linda. The Grand Duke actually didn't keep his word. Grand Duke, you can't do this. Alpha did not expect this result. Grand Duke Houston actually gave up Alpha, his son-in-law. Grand Duke, aren't you asking me to die? Alpha's face was pale and he was obviously frightened. Do you know how many knight commanders the Holy See has sent to Fatalia? The Archduke obviously knew a lot. I know, so I want to seek asylum. In fact, Alpha didn't know anything, he just didn't want to die. The Pope has already sent 4 people, and you are the 5th? Do you know what happened to them now? The Archduke was obviously also paying attention to the internal affairs of the Fatalia Empire. Are they all dead? Alpha didn't dare to look up at the Grand Duke's expression. It was obvious that their end was not good, otherwise the Grand Duke would not have pushed himself out. Alpha was a mid-level knight, and his strength was nothing in the Grand Duke's palace, and it was also the most insignificant in the entire church. But no matter where he was, he could live a comfortable life, provided he did not fight with others. No, only one died, one became a vegetable, and the remaining 2 lived very freely, but they could never return to the Vatican's sphere of influence. Archduke Houston looked down on the Pope's act of sending food. 4 people died, 1 was disabled, and 2 betrayed, so the whole army could be wiped out. But such behavior is also an attitude, expressing the attitude towards the Knights of Light of the Fatalia Empire. I thought the Pope just randomly arrested someone to show his attitude, so with the Archduke Houston's handling, the replacement of people would not matter much, but now it seems that the Pope has not completely given up, but has only changed his strategy. This makes Houston a little embarrassed. Is it really impossible? Grand Duke, City Lord. Alpha was still making his last attempt. I will let Linda wait for you for 2 years. Don't let us down. 2 years is enough. Even just being alive is a kind of ability. But I will also provide you with some resources, as long as it is within my capacity. I will prepare a knight group of 1,000 for you. This can be regarded as a disguised investment by the Grand Duke. After all, he is a person favored by the Pope. Grand Duke, please don't fool me. I'm not going to war. If I bring 1,000 knights, I'm afraid I'll be wiped out by the army before I even enter the Fatalia Empire. Alpha is not stupid. It can be said that when going to the Fatalia Empire, the number of people should not be too large. It's best to have about 10 people. Secondly, don't make a big fuss and do things as carefully as possible. If people know that you are going to recruit people, I'm afraid you won't die well. Okay. If you need anything, just tell Will and I'll do my best to satisfy you. Okay, thank you for your support, Grand Duke. Alpha had no idea how to get out of the room. When he woke up, he was in the corner by mistake. Alpha, what's going on? Did Father agree? Chapter 27. Alpha, what's going on? Did Father agree? Linda jumped in front of Alpha immediately. If you're talking about your marriage, the Grand Duke has already agreed. Alpha knew that the other party just wanted to delay the marriage, which just met Linda's requirements. Are you serious? Alpha, my father has agreed to our marriage. Are you going to marry into our family? Linda excitedly jumped into Alpha's arms. This behavior seemed to have gone beyond the friendship between friends. Linda's behavior also stimulated the minds of the low-level nobles who originally wanted to take the opportunity to climb up to the Emil family, and made everyone successfully remember the boy Alpha. Linda. Noticing the murderous looks around him, Alpha patted Linda on the shoulder. You were touching each other with your hands and feet when you were dancing just now, why are you so cautious now? Linda glared at Alpha. That's different. Alpha's soul is still that shy little man. Come with me. Linda pulled Alpha towards the empty terrace. By the way, what did Father say? Do you really agree to marry into our Emil family? Linda was a little bit unbelievable. After all, Alpha had spoken so confidently to his mother before, how could he change his mind in the blink of an eye? The Archduke only agreed to let you take 2 years to find a partner. I have not agreed to marry into your Emil family. Alpha did not dare to explain. He had already agreed to marry into the family, but the Archduke refused because of the Vatican's affairs. Did he not want to save face? Ah! Alpha, how did you get father to agree? Father won't be so submissive. In Linda's impression, her father is the epitome of old-fashioned and strong. I just loudly expressed my position to the Grand Duke. Give me 2 years, and I will bring honor to our family by coming here in a sedan chair to marry you. The Grand Duke has already agreed. Alpha explained half-truthfully. Alpha, you're not really in love with me. You don't meet my standards. Linda just didn't hate Alpha, but she said she had to marry Alpha, which was impossible. In fact, Linda herself doesn't know what she wants. If she has to choose, marrying someone she doesn't hate is the best choice. According to the original trajectory, Linda would choose a young man of similar age and background to spend the rest of her life with. But after experiencing the kidnapping incident, Linda's standards for selection will be lowered a lot. She will either choose an old immortal or a young person with a low status. Maybe choosing Alpha is also a good choice. Alpha is not as old-fashioned as those knights, nor does he have the bad habits of playboys. It's just that his strength and status are too low. Linda, what's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Seeing Linda's red face, Alpha asked worriedly. Fuck you. Linda pushed away Alpha, who was approaching, and fled away like a flash. Alpha, we finally found you? The Grand Duke just announced that we will soon form a group of Knights of Light to wipe out bandits. Those who kill the most bandits will have the opportunity to join the Grand Duke's inspection and have the chance to marry Miss Linda. Will was so excited by the news that he couldn't control his hands and feet. There is a chance to join the Grand Duke's inspection, what a good plan. Alpha knew that whether he could marry Linda was not up to the Grand Duke, and it actually had nothing to do with the suppression of bandits. Everything was just a pie in the sky that the Grand Duke had painted for everyone. Moreover, even if Alpha gave himself 2 years, he would not take it seriously. It was hard to say whether he could survive in 2 years. Who knew what would happen by then? Even if he survived, it was not impossible that Linda would forget him by then, or find her ideal husband. Alpha, I'm going to form a 500-man knight group. The Grand Duke has agreed. All resources and equipment are in the charge of the city lord. How many people do you plan to form? Will took a big step, jumping directly from 100 to 500. But this is also an opportunity. If you do it well, it will be a step to success and enter the upper level. I'm going to rearm my 10-man squad. Alpha now regretted releasing his own squad. In this era, freedom is not a choice compared to living. Just like those women who had just escaped from the dangers of bandits, they didn't have many choices now. Most of them stayed to form Will's 100-man knight order, and they had no choice even if they wanted to get married. Those with good looks can choose other men or special professions, and those with poor looks but strong and healthy can become members of the entourage. If the body is not good, then everyone will abandon them. As for family members, there is no possibility of returning. Fortunately, Will did not abandon anyone this time. After all, the city lord was paying, and Will planned to train for a month and select the warriors who could stay. Alpha, I'll let you choose first this time. Will knew that Alpha only needed 10 people, so he was very generous. Are there any men? Deep down, Alpha still believed that war was a man's act and women were objects of protection. It was just a limitation of the times. Men pursued becoming knights or nobles, and being someone else's knight's squire would be laughed at. Brother Alpha, don't even think about it. A man can only be your subordinate at most, not your attendant. A servant is for life, while a subordinate is just an employment relationship. Okay. I want to make a heavy armor and several sets of knight armor. Do you have any suggestions? Captain Will. I didn't know when they were about to step out of the banquet hall. I'll take you there tomorrow, but the cost is not low. Non-standard armor is good, but the cost is extremely expensive. Not everyone can afford it. Otherwise, if everyone has a set, they will be invincible. What about the standard one? Alpha was also scared. He only had more than 1,000 gold coins and did not have much money to squander. Don't worry. The city lord has already said that he will try his best to meet your needs. Let's go to the warehouse tomorrow. If there is nothing suitable, we will go outside to make it. After all, it takes a long time to make a set of armor. Slow work produces fine work, especially for a set of armor. Okay, thanks, Captain Will. Brother Alpha, why are you so polite? From now on, just call me Will, or Brother Will. The two of them were arm in arm, showing a deep brotherly love. After Alpha and Captain Will finished discussing the armor, they continued to walk forward. At this time, the nobles in the banquet hall were discussing the formation of the Knights of Light. After all, in troubled times, the army is the best means of protection. I heard that the city lord has agreed to form the Knights of Light. This is good news for us, said a middle-aged noble. Yes, with this order of knights, we will be able to operate more safely in this area, another noble echoed. However, I heard that the task of forming the Knights of Light is very difficult this time. The bandits are powerful, and if we don't handle them carefully, we will easily suffer heavy losses. A young noble said worriedly. This is indeed a problem, but the city lord has made sufficient preparations. I believe we can defeat the bandits. An elderly nobleman said confidently. In the banquet hall, the nobles discussed the formation of the Knights of Light, and Alpha heard some useful information. Alpha knew that the bandits were quite powerful this time, and there were too many conflicts of interest behind them. If he wanted to defeat them, he needed to be fully prepared. Before leaving, Alpha packed a lot of goodies, of course only food, fragrant whole wheat bread, cream cake, fruit snacks. This was probably the first time he had seen such a banquet. After all, such behavior was too embarrassing, but Alpha didn't care about those people's cold eyes. Alpha's residence was near the castle, and he arrived there not long after leaving home. Master Alpha, why did you take so long? Look, I'm so hungry. Seeing Alpha coming back, Lena was the first to rush over. Because Alpha said he would bring delicious food, Lena didn't have dinner. Okay, we're making fun of ourselves. Hurry up and share the things with everyone. Alpha had things in both hands and couldn't get rid of Lena's entanglement at all. Alpha, I'll go back first. I'll take you to choose armor tomorrow. Will didn't disturb Alpha's private life. Goodbye, Will. I won't see you off. Alpha felt warm in his heart when he saw the people greeting him at the door. After all, these were the people he had known the longest since he came to this world, and they could be considered half a relative. Everyone, please sit down and eat. Without Alpha's permission, no one dared to take action. You two come and eat too. Alpha didn't have too many thoughts when he saw the two thin girls who had been following him. By the way, we will go to select servants tomorrow, and you two can come with us. Alpha has adapted to the life here. The power of one person is limited. If one wants to survive in troubled times, one must rely on the strength of the team. But you are just being observed now. It doesn't mean that I will definitely choose you. Alpha made a solemn statement, which does not mean that you can easily pass the test if you are selected. Yes, Lord Alpha, we will try our best and will not let you down. The two finally smiled. After all, as long as Alpha didn't speak, all their efforts would be in vain. By the way, what are your names? Alpha realized that he didn't know the names of the two women. Snell Quiche. Afari Dodge. The two of them introduced themselves briefly. By the way, Lord Alpha, what kind of servant do you want? Snell wanted to find out Alpha's requirements so that he could just meet Alpha's needs. Of course, the stronger the better, but I need servants with special abilities, like the ability to run fast and be hard to catch, see far and hear clearly. Alpha needs a servant who can see and hear in all directions. In the future, actions will mainly be based on clever strategies and fights will be reduced as much as possible. Lord Alpha, I have a friend who is also in this rescue team. She may meet your requirements. I will go find her now. Snell seemed to have chosen someone, and even the bread in his mouth no longer smelled good. Let's go tomorrow. You can't stay here at night. It's too dark and unsafe. Alpha was not in a hurry. Okay, sir, it's just that she is just like us, no one is paying attention to her. Snell was afraid that the other party had already run away. After all, with their size and physique, it was impossible for them to accept the test. It's okay. Eat well and drink well for this month and try to recover your physical condition. Since both of them entered the night school, their physical talents should not be too bad. As long as they recover, they can follow along, so they won't be a drag. After all, a servant like Lena Fatim is hard to come by. I'm going to take a bath first. You just have to eat. Don't worry about me. Fatim will arrange for the two of them. We will go to choose armor tomorrow. After Alpha left, the remaining 5 people sat down at the dining table and began to enjoy a delicious dinner. Although the dinner was simple, everyone enjoyed it very much. In this simple little house, everyone felt a kind of warmth and happiness that they had never experienced before. Although the outside world is full of wars and conflicts, they can enjoy simple and real happiness in this cottage. The next day, Alpha and the others came to the military camp. The women who had nowhere to go stayed here, waiting for their fate. This was the moment to decide their own fate, and they all held their heads high, waiting for the test. Fatim, you go pick 2 heavy warriors. Lena, you go pick 2 warriors. Snell and I will go to the backyard to meet that special talent. Alpha's target was the extraordinary woman that Snell mentioned. Okay, Lord Alpha, leave this to us. Fatim also knew that the 6 of them would be the main force in future combat. For the sake of her own life, she needed to choose carefully. These women are divided into 2 waves. The first wave is the female warriors who were previously selected. They either have a pleasing appearance or a strong body. They go with the flow and obey the arrangement, and will be selected in the first batch. The other wave is those with personality or thin bodies. They will not obey the arrangement of fate, and their fate is unfortunate and they encounter difficulties. Although Alpha has the soul of a modern person and is more optimistic about the ideas of the second wave of people, reality is reality. If you want to live well, you should choose to obey the arrangements, be strong and down to earth. So Alpha can only try to take care of these ill-fated women, but can't be divorced from reality. After all, the root of everything is to survive. Not long after, Snell came over with a thin middle-aged man. The reason why he was called a neutral man was that Alpha could not tell his gender at a glance. Although this man was short and thin, with a slightly bulging chest that seemed to be a female feature, his Adam's apple was a male feature. Are you a man or a woman? Alpha asked suddenly, shocking everyone present. Master Alpha, Quinn is a woman. She has always been with us. Snell explained immediately. From the outside, Quinn is indeed a woman. After all, everyone saw it clearly when they were taking a bath. You are the first person who can tell at a glance that I am a man. Quinn admitted his identity without any hesitation. That's impossible, you have breasts, but you have nothing down there. Snell looked incredulous. If it was just breasts, she could be called a she-male, but Snell saw nothing when she was taking a shower. This is Eastern Kung Fu, it shrinks the penis into the abdomen. I was raised as a girl since I was a child, and I almost forgot my gender. Quinn seemed to have a tragic past. For a moment, everyone fell silent, not knowing how to deal with this matter. Chapter 28. If my identity makes you feel awkward, I can leave on my own. Quinn said earnestly, breaking the deadlock. He also felt a little embarrassed to be stared at by so many people. What are you good at? Alpha didn't care about Quinn's gender. When he heard her mention Oriental martial arts, his heart was filled with emotion. I can disguise myself and change my body shape and appearance. And if I want to escape, no one can catch me. Quinn was very confident and had no doubt about his abilities. If he is so good at escaping, why did he get caught? Alpha was curious. Because there is food there. Quinn's answer was unexpected. After all, with such skills, there is no place where you can't make a living. If it's unbelievable, can we have a competition? Quinn also knew that words are not enough and practice is the only way to prove it. Okay, let's give it a try. Alpha took off his armor and stood 10 meters away from Quinn. The competition between Alpha and Quinn began. Alpha is an experienced fighter with agile skills and sharp reaction ability. Quinn is a master of disguise, he can hide his whereabouts by changing his appearance and body shape, and his steps and movements are unique, making it difficult to figure out. Although Alpha had a certain advantage in the battle, Quinn made Alpha elusive in the crowd by constantly changing his appearance and movement. Quinn was like a loach in the water, impossible to catch, especially when he blended into the crowd, like a fish in water. Alpha could only sigh in despair. However, Alpha also has a huge advantage, that is, his physique. Soon Quinn was out of breath due to physical problems. Okay, are you willing to come with me? Alpha stopped. Just because of Quinn's disguise skills, Alpha wanted to keep him, not to mention that the other party was an expert in escape. I have a big appetite, I will eat you out of money. Quinn also followed many knights, but because of their huge appetites, they had almost zero fighting power and were eventually driven away. After all, in the eyes of knights, fighting power is the key factor. As long as you stay with me for one day, I will provide enough food. Alpha thought he had other requests, but it turned out he just wanted to have enough food. You guys all go back and pack up. We'll go take a look at the armor later. It can be said that Alpha was impressed by Quinn's abilities. Why aren't you moving? Don't you have anything to pack up? Not only Snell didn't take any action, but Quinn did the same. Yes, Lord Alpha, we have everything with us. Snell looked at Alpha with a blush. Okay. Let's go pick out the armor first. I'll have Fatim take you to buy some clothes to change into this afternoon. By the way, if you have any special abilities, you can also be my servants. It doesn't have to be combat abilities. Alpha shouted as he looked at the women in front of him. There was no response. After all, it was not easy to acquire special abilities. Just when a few people left, a tall woman walked out. Looking at her pretty face, Alpha stopped. What are your abilities? If the other party was just a vase, Alpha would not consider keeping the other party. After all, as far as women are concerned, Alpha has Lena and Fatim, which is enough. I can see very far. I can see the fluttering wings of a fly in the air. Everyone's movements are in slow motion in my eyes. The woman said in a low voice. After all, no one thinks highly of this ability. Oh my god, isn't this dynamic vision? Alpha looked at the other person with appreciation. What's your name? Where's your coat? Alpha looked at the other person's thin body, shivering because of the cold winter. In the bandit village before, clothes were provided in sufficient quantities. My name is Lilia Flores. The girl said tremblingly. When I woke up in the morning, I didn't know where my clothes were. Wherever there are people, there will be disputes and oppression, even in the slums. Okay, Lilia, come with me. Alpha didn't know Flores' last name. She was once a great noble, but there were too many such declining nobles, so Alpha would not pay attention to them. Finally, Alpha and the other four reunited with Fatim and left the military camp. No matter what you have encountered before or what tragic experiences you have had, you are now our Alpha's knight squires. From now on, everyone is equal. As long as I have something to eat, you will not go hungry. As long as I am successful, I will not abandon you. Regardless of whether we are rich or poor, we will always be a team from now on. We will never abandon or give up. This is the purpose of our team. Of course, you are just my apprentice servants now. During this period, I will give you the best training arrangements and the best resource allocation. If you cannot meet my requirements in the end, I will not accept you. This trip will be extremely difficult. If you cannot meet Alpha's requirements, you will be wasted. Alpha will not let them die in vain. Lord Alpha, what is your final test? Combat power. Quinn asked curiously, and Lilith also stared at Alpha with wide eyes. After all, combat power is not the strongest of the two. You two are different. Quinn, your abilities are escape and disguise. That means you have to disappear from my sight and hold your ground while I'm chasing you for half an hour. For Quinn, that's a matter of physical strength. It shouldn't be difficult for him to recover in a month. I guarantee to complete the mission. Quinn was very confident. Lilith's standard is archery. I will have someone teach you shooting skills. You must not let me down. Alpha would not let the two go directly to the battlefield. I promise to complete the mission, Lord Alpha. As long as it is not a head-on battle, Lilith will not be afraid. Lord Alpha, I have something to tell you. Lena walked over cautiously. Dismiss now. You'll have 20 minutes to take care of your personal matters. We'll gather at the entrance of the barracks in half an hour. Alpha was still waiting for Will, so he was not in a hurry. What's wrong, Lena? Lord Alpha, I picked someone I know. Lena waved to the servant. Lord Alpha, it's me, Rowling Bell. A young and beautiful woman walked over. Why are you here? Alpha didn't expect that this wasn't Rowling, one of the three servants he met at the beginning. We were cheated. After we left that day, I wanted to go home. But we were cheated halfway. We were tricked into a den of bandits. We resisted, but... As she spoke, Rowling shed tears of regret. Where are the two of them? What else could Alpha say? Would he blame himself for letting them go? Everyone has their own destiny. Fortune and honor are in the hands of God. Sister Rona died in the battle, and Sister Eno was taken away by them. Lord Alpha, we were wrong. How wonderful it would be if Roland could always be with Alpha. This is the price of freedom. Just follow Lena now. Alpha had no choice. He could not predict the future, nor did he have the ability to go back to the past. Thank you, Lord Alpha. After experiencing all these things, Rowling no longer has any extra thoughts, and this also made Lena and Fatim more determined in their choice. Train well, we will need you in the future. It's good that one of them comes back, but things and people have changed, and they can never go back to the way they were before. Brother Alpha, let's go to the armory together. Will had also selected the soldiers by this time, about 30 people, with an unconcealable happiness and excitement on his face. After all, it was not easy to provide soldiers in this era. Okay, let's go. Alpha and his group followed Will to the armory, and their eyes lit up. This building was tall and majestic, with extraordinary momentum, and various weapons and equipment were displayed inside. These weapons and equipment were of various types, including long swords, short swords, bows and arrows, spears, battle axes, etc. Each piece was exquisite and irresistible. Alpha carefully examined each piece of equipment and found that these weapons and equipment were very sophisticated and carefully designed and crafted. Alpha noticed that these weapons and equipment were made of a new material called titanium steel, which was very strong and highly resistant to corrosion and wear. Seeing these sophisticated weapons and equipment, Lena and Fatim were very excited. Everyone believed that with these weapons and equipment, the Alpha team would be stronger and more combat effective. Alpha looked at Will and said, "These are very sophisticated equipment, but the last time I looked at your equipment, it didn't seem so powerful." Will nodded and said, "This is the Lord Mayor's armory. Only true knights can come in and choose weapons and equipment. The Lord Mayor said that he can provide you with 3 sets. If we can achieve good results in this bandit operation, he will provide you with more support. Fatim, Lena, you two can choose your own weapons and equipment." After listening to Will's explanation, Alpha was relieved. If the entire Legion used this kind of equipment, it would definitely be the top force on the continent. But this is just something you can only think about yourself. After all, excellence represents money. Even the City Lord's private armory only has a few hundred pieces of armor. It is almost impossible to form a knight group of thousands of people. Brother Alpha, the anti-bandit operation will officially begin in a week. Alpha, you must seize the opportunity then. Will gave Alpha an important message. Don't worry, we'll act together. Alpha and the others didn't believe it either. Okay, no problem. Will values Alpha's ability, which can play a big role at critical moments. What kind of weapon is this? Alpha took a fancy to a long knife, but the blade was not yet opened, so it could only be used as a long stick, or directly stabbed. This is a weapon made from a meteorite from outer space. It was originally made by an Oriental craftsman and it seems to have been prepared to be made into an Oriental sword. It's just that the craftsman died tragically at the last minute, and since then every city lord has asked a master craftsman to refine it, but none of them succeeded, so now it has become a semi-finished product like this. Will explained. Even though it is just a semi-finished product, one can still feel the oppressive feeling brought by this weapon. However, since it has not been opened, its killing power is greatly reduced. Alpha, using this weapon requires a lot of strength, it doesn't seem suitable for you. Now this weapon can only be used as a blunt instrument such as a long stick, and a knight with less strength cannot exert the power of the weapon at all. I think it suits me, I want this one. Alpha tried it out, and found that his shock force fit perfectly, and the weapon could withstand his shock force. After all, Alpha would only use ordinary weapons once in battle. Okay. Everyone has their own aspirations and preferences. Will also chose his own weapons, a sword and a spear. Will, can I also choose the ordinary equipment? Alpha now has more than just Lena and Fatim. Standard weapons and equipment, you can take whatever you want. Will can make the decision on this. Okay, let's get some other weapons and equipment later. Alpha's weapons and equipment were ready, but the armor seemed to be a little ill-fitting. It's okay. I'll take you to Old Man Bamul later and they'll just need some modifications. Of course, these weapons and equipment cannot be worn perfectly. Fatim, what's wrong with you? Alpha asked immediately when he saw Fatim's conflicted look. Lord Alpha, I like these 2 heavy armors very much. Fatim pointed at the 2 sets of armor in front of him, but one of them was obviously bigger than Fatim's. It can be seen how much Fatim likes it. This is super heavy armor. Can the little girl move after wearing it? Will looked at Fatim in disbelief. How could this gentle little girl in front of him choose such a domineering and powerful heavy armor? Lord Will, I can do it, but it doesn't fit well. Fatim had tried it and found the weight was satisfactory. The modification of this super heavy armor is very time consuming, and Bam won't be able to modify this heavy armor again in a short while. This time it was Will's turn to have a headache. How about not changing the appearance of the heavy armor and adding lining inside? Alpha's suggestion greatly reduced the difficulty of the modification. Will this increase the comfort and flexibility of the armor? After all, such a modification would be very uncomfortable. Will raised an objection. The added lining is 10 centimeters thick, which seriously affects the adaptability of the armor. Fatim, what do you think? After all, this is Fatim's own armor. This super heavy armor can provide higher defense and attack power, but it reduces some flexibility. I think it's worth it. Fatim seemed to have made up his mind. Okay, then choose this one, but it will be too uncomfortable for you in the summer. It's winter now, and it won't be a big deal if there's a little more lining inside. Comfort is nothing compared to safety. Fatim chose heavy armor for this matter. It is relatively simple to choose weapons for others, as they are all standard weapons and there is not much room for choice. That is, Quinn chose a set of leather armor, long boots and a dagger, while Lilith chose leather armor, a short blade and a bow and arrow. However, Lilith's bow and arrow was the loosest, and the pulling force was too great to be pulled open at all. Afterwards, everyone went to Bamu's weapons room and had their weapons modified specifically for them. That is, Fatim's weapons needed targeted modifications which would take a few days. From now on, Fatim will arrange everyone's food, clothing, housing, and transportation, and Lena will be responsible for training arrangements. Their orders are my orders. Anyone who dares to disobey their orders is disobeying my orders and should get out of my Alpha Knights. Alpha didn't want any discordant voices in his team. Lena, just follow the training plan of the previous school, speed up, and when you reach the standard, proceed with the basic fighting spirit training plan. Alpha didn't have any standards, so they could only follow the school's standards. Yes, Master Alpha.